Once upon a time, on a dark night, thousands of assassins ran towards Heavenly Demon to kill him. However, the Heavenly Demon, while waiting for them, asked if blood and fear were what they really wanted. As they are about to kill him, he raises his hand, which emits some light, and says he'll give them what they want. Suddenly, those assassins burst into the sky, and blood showers appear in front of his eyes. While the remaining assassins are watching in terror, Heavenly Demon calls them foolish and weak, and kills them all as they try to stab him with the light emitting from his hand. Heavenly Demon tells them to see for themselves the true power of the soul-augmenting demonic art, and suddenly a gigantic hand comes out of the ground, which smashes most of the assassins on the ground. Some of the assassins, while dying, wonder if this is truly impossible for them to kill the Heavenly Demon. The hand picks up the bodies of those dead assassins along with the rubble to absorb their souls and closes the fist to squeeze blood out of them. The blood is raining on the Heavenly Demon, and he, while smiling, asks if they are the last of the Heavenly Demon candidates. Seeing the dead bodies everywhere, the Heavenly Demon says it is extremely quiet and he can't enjoy stillness in this life dyed by blood. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon feels immense pain in his heart and vomits blood, so he wonders if the soul-augmenting demonic arts recoil has started. Heavenly Demon thinks there is definitely a price tag to the absolute power he obtained from consuming thousands of souls, and he believed he could overcome it, even though the other Heavenly Demons couldn't, but he realizes it was just his arrogance speaking. Suddenly, some chains appear from the sky that tie Heavenly Demon's arms, feet, neck, and body, so he asks if they are going to drag him to hell. The Heavenly Demon furiously asks who dares to force him and breaks the chains with full force. But suddenly his body also shatters and starts disappearing into the air, which shocks him. The Heavenly Demon realizes the soul-augmenting demonic art was not just a demonic art that consumed the souls of others, but it also consumed his soul. While dying, the Heavenly Demon thinks he wants to walk a completely different path in his next life, a peaceful and quiet life. Suddenly, the scene changes, and a guy is sitting beside a pond watching fish when a servant girl of the Golden Wall merchant, So, arrives looking for that boy and tells him to come and have his meal before it gets cold. Simultaneously, the boy, Awoke, the second son of the Golden Wall merchant, makes a swift movement in front of So's face, which scares her, and she furiously says he has been behaving like this for a few days. So yells at Awoke, who is busy watching his hand to go into his room, but he thinks he has a trash-like body because he can't even cut a thin neck like hers. Awoke, while watching his reflection in the water, thinks he cannot get used to this because it somehow looks like a girl's face, and feels like this because in a past life he was the Heavenly Demon. After some while, Awoke goes to have his meal, but his body aches, so he says his body is worse than he thought. But So tells him not to say that and says he'll get better soon. So says she heard that an incredibly skilled physician will be there this time, but Awoke asks her what a physician whose name he has not even heard of is capable of doing. So tells him not to act like that because he needs to think positively for positive things to happen. Awoke stays quiet and thinks it has been 10 days since he woke up in this utterly weak body. Awoke knows he is the second son of the biggest merchant group in Wuhan, but he is useless because when he wakes up, servants help him put on his own clothes and feed him. Awoke, while walking in the yard, thinks this boy has a pretty face, but the bigger problem is that all his meridians are disconnected, and he could die at any time. Heavenly Demon cannot believe that his second life is a body that is about to die, so he decides he'll try to survive for now. Awoke plans to use the power of souls to temporarily connect the meridians and slowly reinforce the knit until it heals back together. Heavenly Demon thinks the only way to do it is with the soul-augmenting demonic art, but he thinks the issue is where he can get the souls, because in the dark world, he could kill anyone and take their soul, but if he does that, he'll suffer the same side effects again. While looking at So, Heavenly Demon thinks he can't let that happen again because he has gotten a rare chance at a second life. The realization about the soul-augmenting demonic art he made right before he died was that if he used that, he would be able to reach a new level in this life. Suddenly, Awoke tells So that he wants to go out, but when she asks where he would like to go because she'll take him anywhere, he replies that he is going to a courtesan house. So gets shocked to hear this, but when Awoke asks why she is so surprised, she says in this case it'll be better for the bodyguard, Warrior Chin, to follow him instead of her. So says he has never been like this before, so she is surprised, but Awoke tells her to come with her. So refuses to do that, but while preparing him to go there, she says he has been acting as a totally different person for a few days, and now he suddenly wants to visit a courtesan house. Meanwhile, Awoke asks why he can't see the bodyguard that is supposed to come with him, to which Soso replies that he will come in a while and says that when Chin is not by his side, he dedicates all his time to training after all. Soso tells Awoke to forgive her and says she wishes he shouldn't be so harsh on himself. When Awoke asks what she means by that, Soso says it seems he has abandoned all hope and asks if he could hold on to just a little hope until the physician arrives. Awoke thinks he has long since mastered the ability to see through people, so he can tell she is really worried about him. Awoke feels being cared for isn't such a bad thing, and suddenly, he says it seems Chin has arrived. Simultaneously, as someone knocks on the door, Soso surprisingly asks how the young master knew. Awoke thinks, how could he not notice when Chin is radiating such an intense aura? Chin greets the master and says it has been some time since the master summoned him, and says he trusts the young master has been well. Awoke thinks Chin's presence feels like that of a sword, and for an ordinary warrior, his aura is far too refined and disciplined. Awoke can tell Chin has been honing his skills for a long time, and this makes him realize that the Golden Wall Merchant Guild is not an ordinary guild. After some while, they reach the courtesans' houses of Muhan, Manhwa Pavilion, on their horses. After tying the horses, Chin says he'll stand guard on the door. Awoke asks why he is insisting on waiting here. Chin says he figured he would have a better view of the surroundings from there in case of trouble. But Awoke asks if something does happen, is he sure that he'll reach him in time? Chin couldn't reply, so Awoke tells him to quit stalling and follow him in and says he can enjoy himself while he is there. But Chin says he cannot do that. As Chin says that, Awoke, in a serious tone, asks if he can't enjoy himself or if he can't follow the orders. Awoke says it will be best if Chin could guard him while enjoying himself, but if he can't, then he should at least stay close to him. Chin says as the master commands, and after that, they go inside where courtesans welcome them. After some while, Awoke is enjoying a meal with the courtesans when he asks them where his bodyguard is, to which one of the girls replies that he is standing by the staircase, blocking the entrance to the room they are inside. Simultaneously, a girl pours Awoke a drink, but he tells the girls to drink as much as they want. But he has to abstain from drinking because his health does not permit him to drink at the moment. As one of the girls asks how else they can entertain him, he says he wants to hear the rumors that are circulating about him. The courtesans are shocked, but Awoke asks them to tell him everything that has been said about the second son of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Awoke tells them to take turns and share with him the things each of them has heard. After piecing together the stories, Awoke figures out that Tisan Awoke has 1,000 gold yang to his name, a modest estate, and a few courtesan houses inherited from his father. Awoke gets to know that because of his poor health, he never obtained any notable rank or status, so everything ended up in the hands of his older brother Tisu Awoke. These rumors are common knowledge in Muhan, but Awoke thinks it is not the kind of information he could have learned if he stayed locked away at home. Suddenly, while getting up, Awoke says this is enough talk for tonight, and it is time to move on. Awoke chooses one of the girls to come with him, but as they go inside a room, the other girls wonder why he chose Hwaryong over the other girls. On the other hand, Awoke asks her how long she has been working there, to which she replies it has been a decade now, and Awoke says it means she has the right amount of experience. On the other hand, the courtesans plan to ask Hwaryong what happened, but they hear a large sound which shocks everyone in the courtesans' palace. Suddenly, more banging sounds start appearing while Awoke is absorbing data from Hwaryong's mind, and she is screaming loudly. Bodyguard Chin suddenly asked Awoke if he was feeling alright, to which Awoke replied that he had never felt better, and after saying that, he left. Girls asked Hwaryong what happened to her, and they told her that her skin was glowing and Hwaryong had become even more beautiful. One girl said that Hwaryong's eyelashes have also become longer. One of the girls asked if his lordship had given Hwaryong some kind of elixir, so Hwaryong replied that no, nothing was like that, and she couldn't remember what had happened. Hwaryong said that her body felt so much lighter, as if she had been reborn. On the other hand, Soso, while cleaning, says that she hopes that the young master is alright, but a bad thought suddenly strikes her mind that what if the young master had collapsed at the pleasure house? Suddenly, the door opens and Awoke enters. Soso starts to ask if the young master really visited the pleasure house, and if he is feeling alright. Awoke replies that if Soso is so curious, she could ask Chin, but Soso feels shy and remains silent. Soso thinks in her mind that the young master looked perfectly fine, but is the young master really well? Meanwhile, young master steps into his room, and suddenly a mysterious aura starts to roam in the room from his body as Awoke was trying to retain his meridian thread. but still he only managed to restore a minor meridian thread. Then Awoke suddenly remembered the moment of his death, when he gained a revelation about the soul-augmenting demonic art that killing and then absorbing souls carries consequences over time. The side effects accumulate, and the body collapses under the strain. Awoke thinks that rather than absorbing everything, he must first purge the chaotic thoughts that taint a living soul and extract only refined energy, as that is the true essence of the soul, augmenting demonic art and the key to obtaining the potent energy. Awoke thinks that the stronger their lingering regret and negative emotions, the greater the power, so Awoke also tested it on the courtesan woman who had endured a lifetime. But it only worked to some extent, and the body gets even more broken and useless than Awoke expected. He thought that he did not have any other choice for now. He would have to treat the courtesan house as his second house. At night, Awoke goes to the courtesan palace, and the girls run to meet him while saying they heard he was so sick that he could drop dead any second. So they wonder if he has found some miracle cure. They say those rumors might be nonsense because a dying man wouldn't be spending 10 nights in a row. They have heard that he is from a noble house, incredibly handsome, and that one night with him makes a woman noticeably more radiant. The girls adore him a lot, and they think a man like him stands above the rest. But the madam of Manhwa Pavilion is mad that this brat is back again. Suddenly, a voice asks the madam if they can reinforce the sound blocking formation, to which she realizes they have tried that more than a few times, and it doesn't work. The madam says the moment Awoke arrives, all the girls swarm him, and with all the noise from his room, it's no wonder the other customers won't stop complaining. Pontum says it heard he has been quite the headache for her lately, and the madam says something seems off about Awoke, because, from what she heard, he was practically knocking on death's door. She wonders what this sudden change is and why he chose Manhwa Pavilion when his family owns all the famous courtesan houses. As Phantom asks if he shall look into the Golden Wall Merchant Guild and see if they are up to something, the madam stops him and says they are talking about the most powerful guild in all of Muhan. The madam says if they start poking around recklessly, they could end up with more trouble than they can handle. So for now Phantom must watch Awoke from the shadows and not get caught because she needs to know what is happening inside his room. On the other hand, Awoke thinks he was going to test his limits tonight, but he cannot find the girl he needs. Suddenly, he tells a worker there to bring out all the courtesans working there because he wants to see them all. The worker is shocked, and as he says the 3 girls in front of him are the most finest Manhwa Pavilion has to offer and the others won't be worth his time. Awoke notices a girl, and while walking towards her says whether the girls are worth his time or not. That is for him to decide. Meanwhile, the other girls are shocked to see him walking towards an ordinary girl, Danyang, and after asking her name, Awoke says she alone will do for tonight. While entering the room, Awoke thinks Danyang has a dreadful, oppressive energy that clings to every part of her soul, making her perfect. Awoke, while opening the door, thinks this could be dangerous, but now that he has restored his key meridians, he should be able to handle it. Awoke decides that he'll use her soul to connect one of his primary meridians, but as he enters the room, he smirks and says if they really think I wouldn't notice. Awoke calls Chin, tells him to lend him his sword, and in a split second, he grabs the sword and stabs someone in the darkness above his head. Blood drips down the sword, and Chin is shocked that there was an assassin. Meanwhile, Awoke thinks his body movements have improved, but it is still not precise enough for more delicate techniques. On the other hand, Danyang is terrified to see blood and is trembling while Awoke tells Chin to deal with the rest of the assassins. Chin says he understands, and Awoke then tells Danyang to brace herself because he is about to shake her very soul. The next day, at the Yon family estate, a bodyguard reports that Yon family's only daughter and Awoke's betrothed, Haran Yon, says that it seems the young master paid another visit to the courtesan house last night. Haran tells her bodyguard, Seoyin Yu, to remind her what they call Awoke nowadays, to which Seoyin replies that they call him the Night King of Manhwa Pavilion and a man of unmatched virility. Haran immediately tells Seoyin to lead her to that pavilion because she must speak with him personally. On the other hand, Chin informs Awoke that he has to escort him back home, but he flinches as Awoke asks what he did with the assassin. Chin feels that Awoke's aura is overwhelming, so he immediately replies that the assassin has been locked away in a cell, to which Awoke responds that it is good. Awoke says he needs to rest, so they are returning to the estate, but Chin wonders if this is really the same young master he has known all this time, because not only has his aura changed, but he even displayed precise martial skills, striking down an assassin who had concealed himself completely. While looking at Awoke's back, Chin thinks it is as if the young master has become a completely different person. While going back, Awoke feels he has only connected a single primary meridian. Yet his body and senses have already improved significantly. Awoke thinks there are still 6 more to go, and he still has a long way ahead, but at least his body is not completely useless now. Awoke, while smiling, thinks that to take pride in such a minor achievement, he has changed more than he realizes. Suddenly, Awoke sees Haran and wonders who this woman is because she has been staring at him for quite some time. As Haran asks him if he is coming from the courtesan house again, Awoke can't recognize her, but he wonders if she knows Awoke. Heavenly Demon thinks it seems Awoke is not as naive and hopeless as he thought. But as Haran asks if he is frequently visiting such places, he wishes to avoid their engagement. And if this is his way of driving her away on purpose, Heavenly Demon gets shocked. Haran says even if he wants to distance himself from her, she won't give up on him. And as she gets close to him while saying that, he gets worried. Haran requests him not to turn his back on her, but Heavenly Demon wonders what she is talking about because she was never his to begin with. As Heavenly Demon, who is now Awoke, says he never considered giving up on anything, and that is because he only just met her. Haran says she is happy to hear that he has finally acknowledged her feelings. However, Awoke, while walking away, says she is the kind who hears only what she wants, but Haran is blushing while watching him leave. Awoke thinks she actually managed to catch him, the Heavenly Demon, off guard, so she is a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Awoke sees Chin walking ahead of him, and while he wonders when Chin got all the way over there, Chin continues walking while feeling shy. After some while, when So-So is helping Awoke with a bath, she asks him if he happened to see Lady Haran while returning to the estate. When Awoke asks how she knows that, So-So, while smiling, says there is very little that happens in Muhan without her knowing. Awoke thinks So-So might have told Haran where she could find him, and as So-So asks him how his guard Chin is, Awoke asks why she is asking about him and if he is unwell. So-So shockingly asks if the young master doesn't know that Chin has feelings for Haran's ladyguard, Seoyin, and he has been smitten with her for quite some time. Awoke understands that is why Chin left him behind without a second thought. Awoke remembers there was a time when ear and reverence were the only things that mattered to him, and back then, an act like Chin's would have been unthinkable. Heavenly Demon thinks it is strange that he is not angry, and maybe it is because his soul is intertwined with Awoke's. At night in the holding cell within the guild, Chin, while showing the assassin to Awoke, says he has sealed the assassin's pressure points for now, but he is a man of cold resolve. Chin says no matter what he did, the assassin didn't so much as flinch. Awoke gets happy to hear this and tells Chin to open the cell, so Chin opens it, and as Awoke goes in, he sees the assassin and thinks the assassin is overflowing with what he was looking for. Awoke thinks of all the negative thoughts that taint a soul. None are more dangerous than those of a killer, so the soul energy or spiritual power he can draw from the assassin is vast. Awoke thinks now that he has connected one of his primary meridians, this should be worth attempting. Awoke tells Chin to wait outside, but Chin is worried because the assassin is a dangerous man and asks Awoke what he intends to do in there alone. Awoke asks if Chin believes he can be of any help if he tells him, and asks if Chin forgets that he couldn't even detect his presence. Chin worriedly says this is different, and it is far too dangerous for him to be in there alone with the assassin. As Awoke furiously says he'll not repeat himself, Chin stutters and leaves, saying as the young master wishes. Chin, while standing outside, thinks Awoke's aura was so overwhelming that he could hardly breathe, and it was like standing in the presence of an unparalleled martial expert. Suddenly, Chin hears a scream, but he sees that there is nothing there and realizes that it is not the young master's voice. While Chin wonders what is happening inside, Awoke absorbs the soul energy of the assassin and thinks this scum is more dangerous than he imagined. Awoke thinks this assassin's soul is tainted and foul beyond measure, and suddenly he feels dizzy. Awoke wonders if he is not strong enough to handle this yet and thinks that by purging depraved thoughts from a soul, what remains is purified spiritual power, so if the corruption runs too deep, the impure energy latches on and merges with it. Awoke thinks it was a minute amount, but it made its way into his body, mixed with the purified energy, so he decides to stick with visiting the courtesan house for now. On the other hand, in Manhwa Pavilion, the madam tells his servant that it's been 2 days since Phantom was taken by Awoke and asks if there has been any word, to which the servant replies that there is nothing yet. Suddenly, another servant arrives yelling that madam should see that Phantom has arrived, but something is not right with him. Madam gets shocked to see Phantom staggering and lost, so she tells the others to do something and press his pressure points to bring him back to his senses. As a guy presses one of his pressure points, Phantom's body melts in front of their eyes, which terrifies everyone, and there are only Phantom's bones left on the floor. The madam, while trembling, realizes this is how the young master of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild chooses to handle matters. The madam furiously gets up, asking where Danyong is, to which the servant replies that they are getting her ready to send her to the leader of the Red Dragon Gang. As the madam says, they'll send her to Awoke instead. The servant gets shocked and says that if Danyong is not sent as planned, the Red Dragon Gang will most certainly act against us. The servant says the leader of the Red Dragon Gang is a vicious man, and he is certain their leader will destroy everything in his path. The madam replies she is aware of that, so they should call off her visit to the Red Dragon Gang because, for them at Hyunghwa Pavilion, they ought to repay the young master for his continued patronage. Seoyoung thinks that she is not sure that exactly when it started, but one day strange rumors about Awoke began spreading through Hyunghwa Pavilion, like they say that if you spend a night with Awoke, so your beauty will bloom as if you are reborn. And after that, no matter what you do, you will not be able to forget him. Seoyoung thinks that some call Awoke a divine sage who had returned to his youth, while others whisper that Awoke is a demon willing to practice dark sorcery. And with each retelling, the rumors only grew and spread like wildfire. Seoyoung thought that first many dismissed them as nothing more than idle gossip from bored courtesans, and she also believed that they were just that, but now she knew the truth. Seoyoung wishes that she could serve Lord Awoke, as he is an otherworldly being that is sent by the heavens themselves. Madam replied to her that Seoyoung wished to serve Awoke. Madam asked Seoyoung what had brought this on her, and had she truly given her heart to Awoke. Madam asked Seoyoung what Awoke had promised her, and would Awoke pay all of her debt if she served him. So she replied to her that Awoke never said anything to her. Madam said to her that she did not know what nonsense Awoke had filled Seoyoung's head with, but until her debt is repaid, she belongs to the Hyunghwa Pavilion. Madam said to Seoyoung that it was enough with the delusions, get herself ready to leave for the Red Dragon Gang leader's residence at once. Then Seoyoung reached the Golden Wall of the Merchant Guild and thought that she was certain that she would be taken to the leader of the Red Dragon Gang against her will. Yet somehow she was there instead. Seoyoung asked herself whether that could be fate or if she was always meant to be there. Seoyoung's heart was trembling, and a thought suddenly struck her mind that Awoke would accept her, or what if he turns away, thinking that she was unclean. But even so, she longed to see Awoke once more. Awoke was trying to retain his energy when suddenly there was a knock on the door, so it was So-So. She said, "Young master, there was a visitor who wanted to meet him," so Awoke replied, "Let them in." So the door opened, and it was Seoyoung on the door. Awoke got shocked. Seoyoung greeted Awoke and apologized for coming unannounced and for her bold request. But there was nothing she desired more than to serve him. Seoyoung wished that she could dedicate the life Awoke had given her to him. Seoyoung requested Awoke to allow her to remain by his side. Awoke thinks in his mind that Seoyoung's appearance has noticeably changed, so does cleaning one's soul of impurities and burdens bring change to the body as well. Meanwhile, Seoyoung asked So-So where she currently lived. So-So hesitated to answer at first, but then she said she lived in the servant quarters with the rest of the staff. Awoke then said to So-So that she should arrange separate accommodations for both of them to share somewhere near his chambers, so So-So was shocked. So-So asked Awoke if that meant Seoyoung would be working with her as a maidservant as well. So Awoke replied, "That is obvious, isn't it?" So So-So replied, "Well, she supposes." Awoke said that he is heading out, so she makes sure she gets settled in. So-So thought that Seoyoung was very beautiful to do this menial work. And why has the young master been behaving so unusually as of late? All of a sudden, a bad thought strikes her mind. Could it be that the young master has very little time left? After some while, Awoke and Chen go to the Nakwa Pavilion, which is one of the 3 great courtesan houses of Muhan. Chen says the name of the pavilion means fallen flowers, and he likes the sound of it. Awoke smiles because he is looking forward to discovering what kind of tormented spiritual energies await him inside. Awoke tells Chen that for now, he will only visit the Nakwa Pavilion and tells Chen to keep that in mind. Suddenly, as a guy there asks Awoke if he is the young lord of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, Chen immediately stares at that guy. That guy Jeoksum, the leader of Red Dragon, says he was curious who had the guts to steal his Seoyoung and where he can find him. Just some brat who reaches his knees. As Awoke asks Chen who that brute is, he replies that the guy is Jeoksum, the leader of the Red Dragon Gang, and he is a dark faction that is settled in that area. Awoke asks if the dark faction is not just a band of lowly thieves who scavenge off others like parasites, yet they dare to give themselves such a grand name. Byuk tells Chin to pay them no mind. And as he continues walking, Gyeoksum asks him confusedly if he is ignoring him. Gyeoksum yells at Byuk, how dare he turn his nose up at me. He calls him a dainty little peacock, which infuriates the heavenly demon, and he turns in fury. Heavenly demon thinks that out of all the things he finds annoying about his new body, the thing he detests the most is the feminine-looking face, and now he has to be insulted by a lowlife like Gyeoksum. Simultaneously, as Gyeoksum says Byuk is trembling like a frightened little girl, Byuk tells Chin that Gyeoksum is his, while the rest belong to Chin. Chin, while drawing his sword, sees Gyeoksum has 2 guards with him, and they tell him to show what he's got. Similarly, Gyeoksum asks Byuk if he is going to face him like an honorable man instead of hiding behind his bodyguard, and says he supposes Byuk is not as much of a coward as he thought. Gyeoksum says he'll let Byuk go unharmed for his brief show of bravery, but only if he hands over Seoyeon. Byuk smirks, saying he refuses and says Gyeoksum never stops talking, so it is starting to make his ears hurt. As Byuk asks if Gyeoksum uses his loud mouth to make his enemies sleep, Gyeoksum furiously asks if he has a death wish and rushes to attack him while saying he'll crush his pretty face. Meanwhile, Chin has taken down Gyeoksum's guards, and he runs towards his master, worriedly seeing Gyeoksum is about to attack Byuk, but Byuk lightly raises his fist and hits Gyeoksum's jaw, killing him. Simultaneously, Byuk thinks he knew this would happen, and that's why he held back. As Gyeoksum's body falls, Chin asks if the master is unharmed, but Byuk asks him if he killed the rest of the thugs, to which Chin nervously replies he didn't kill them. Byuk, while smiling, says Chin is far too soft and tells him to finish them off and come inside. Chin says okay, but Byuk, while going in, tells Chin that if anyone asks him what happened here, he should tell them he killed Gyeoksum. Byuk says he doesn't want to deal with any more annoying complications, and Chin says he understands, but while looking at Gyeoksum's body, he is astonished because his young master killed the leader of the Red Dragon gang with his bare hands and in a single strike. Chin thinks this proves that it is not a coincidence that the young master caught the assassin, but he wonders who the young master really is. After spending the night in the pavilion, Byuk, while looking at his hand, thinks his body is in bad shape and wonders if he really burned through half of the energy he accumulated. Byuk thinks that, unlike when he was the heavenly demon, his new body is so frail that it could shatter with the slightest blow. Byuk knows he was acting recklessly, but he thinks there was no way he could tolerate being called a delicate peacock or anything else, not when he is the heavenly demon. After some while, Byuk and Chin reach home, and as Byuk sees Heron's bodyguard there having tea, he asks what she is doing here. Suddenly, Seoyeon sees Byuk and asks if the young master has returned, but Byuk says he knows she has not come all this way just for some tea. Seoyeon asks Byuk if the maid servant who was just here brought her from one of the courtesan pavilions. As Byuk asks what if he did that, Seoyeon stares at him and asks if he is returning from a courtesan pavilion as well. Byuk replies that it is right. Seoyeon sighs and says it seems the engagement between the young master and Lady Heron is going to be called off. Hearing this, Byuk seems unbothered, but Chin starts sweating with worry. Byuk knows that a marriage proposal was recently made to my betrothed, and since the proposal has come from the Zhongli clan of the Miram Alliance, the head of the Yon family found himself in a difficult position, and in the end, he is using my recent conduct as justification to dissolve the engagement. Seoyeon said that it was not official yet, and Lady Heron was strongly opposed to it, but she thinks Heron was trying to say that, given the situation, it wouldn't be easy for her to hold on for long. Byuk replied that he doubts that Heron sent Seoyeon here to just deliver the news. So she is here because the Zhongli clan poses a threat to him, he asked. Seoyeon replied to Byuk that yes, Lady Heron ordered her to protect him, and Byuk may not know that the Zhongli clan is vermin. But Byuk already says that Zhongli is nothing but vermin. Byuk smiles because the Zhongli clan, during the war, was against the heavenly demon. He heard they turned their backs on the noble clans and fled, but it seems they are still the same disgraceful cowards. Byuk said to Seoyeon that she intended to protect him, and the more he thinks about that, the more he is amazed. Byuk told Seoyeon to do as she wishes. Then, after a while, Byuk starts to take them to a dark jungle. Byuk thinks and smiles that if everything went well, he would be able to connect his second primary meridian that day. Byuk said to Seoyeon that she did not want to be there, so she could leave. Seoyeon replied that no, she wanted to be there, as that was the least she could do to fulfill her duty. Byuk said to Seoyeon that she could suit herself, and he said to himself that Seoyeon was acting like she was being forced to do that. Suddenly Byuk stops, which confuses Chin and Seoyeon, and as he asks, how many, Chin confusedly asks what he means. but then he realizes there are thugs behind them. Chin says there are 3 of them, but Byok says he is wrong and there is a 4th one. Suddenly, the thugs jump in front of them, and their leader says it is a shame because it looks like an ambush won't work on them anymore. The thug says the 3 of them have to come with them now, but Byok tells Chin to try to gauge that man's skill level. Chin immediately glares at that man and thinks, judging by the aura he exudes and the faint scent of blood lingering on him, that he is no ordinary thug from the underworld. Still, Chin says he is at least 3 leagues ahead of that thug, so Byok tells Chin not to just stand and tells him to test his conclusion if he is done assessing the 4th thug. As Chin walks by the other 3, they start trembling, and they cannot move their bodies, which terrifies them. Meanwhile, the 4th thug asks if he is challenging him alone and says he is a fool because he has an imposing presence, but he should drop the act and come along quietly. Suddenly, the thug tries to stab Chin, but Chin immediately bends back to dodge it, and as the thug tries to slash him from above, Chin immediately draws his sword and blocks the attack. As they start sparring, the thug realizes from Chin's strikes that he is far stronger than he looks. The thug wonders if he made a mistake of underestimating Chin just because he is the bodyguard of some merchant. Suddenly, as the thug jumps in the air to attack Chin with full force, Seoyin tells Byok that they must help Chin, but Byok says he is holding his own. Seoyin says Chin might die at this rate, but Byok says she is wrong because Chin's last move will end this. As Seoyin asks what he means, suddenly she hears a stabbing sound, and she gets shocked to see Chin has stabbed the thug. Seoyin can't believe Chin finished such a strong opponent in just 5 moves, but Byok says Chin is too soft because he only took the thug's arm. Seoyin thinks Chin was always strong, but never to this extent, and as Bayok says, Chin needs more training. She wonders if the young master gave Chin some kind of panacea. Suddenly, Byok asks Seoyin what she is waiting for and tells her to go and take care of the rest. But she tells her that he wants to question them, so she shouldn't kill them and just subdue them by blocking their pressure points. Seoyin says she understands, and she immediately knocks the other 2 thugs down by hitting their vital points. Seoyin starts looking for the 3rd thug, but suddenly she hears Chin telling the young master to look out. Seoyin immediately turns, wondering when the thug reached Master Byok, and gets worried to see he is about to stab Chin's neck. But Chin takes that thug down by slamming his head on the ground. However, Byok wonders if Chin chooses to save him instead of going after the leader of the thugs, and gets furious because he can't believe Chin would make such a foolish decision. As Chin asks if the master is fine, Byok stares at him, so Chin apologizes for losing the white-haired thug. Meanwhile, Byok thinks that if he were still the heavenly demon, this would be a grave error, unforgivable in every sense. But for some reason, he is not upset, and with a light sigh, he says it's fine and tells Chin to round up the other 3. After some time, when Chin ties the other 3 enemies, Byok asks what he should do with them because killing them seems like the simplest solution. Suddenly, one of them begs Byok to spare them and they'll tell everything. They tell Byok that they are from the Red Dragon Gang and they were sent there on the orders of the deputy leader. But as that guy starts spitting nonsense about every useless thing they did, Byok, while walking away, tells Chin to take them with them. Byok tells Chin to keep them alive as long as they're willing to talk, and Chin says okay. But Seoyin is worried that Byok is still planning to visit the courtesan pavilion and wonders what he is thinking. After some while, they reach the Manhwa pavilion where Chen and Seoyin are waiting outside the room, embarrassed. Suddenly, they hear a sound, and as Seoyin glares at Chin, he turns his face to the other side. Seoyin asks if everything is fine inside, and if Chin is really certain that he doesn't need to check what is going on, to which Chin, while feeling embarrassed, replies that everything is fine, and they just need to wait there until the morning. Seoyin wonders why Chin is acting like this and wonders if this is how it's always been when Byok visits a pavilion. Meanwhile, the tied thugs are also there on the floor, and they are also shocked to hear such loud noises coming from Byok's room. The next day, Byok entered the room and asked if the thugs were still alive, as he had told Chin to keep them breathing as long as they kept talking. Seoyin thought that Byok was such a wild beast. One of the thugs said that they are speaking just a while ago, they were speaking, so Byok said that then go ahead and ask Chin that what else they said. So Chin replied that thugs were ordered to bring Byok to the Red Dragon Gang, as the man who was with them in the woods seemed like he was the deputy leader of their gang who knows his identity. Byok thought in his mind that that man was not just some common gang member. His skill was leagues above the average, the dark faction pawn, and if any ordinary bodyguard had faced him, they would have been completely outmatched. Byok knew that Jongwon was stronger than they expected, and it was a miscalculation on their part. which was too obvious an attempt on his life for the Zhongli clan to be behind it. Then Awoke said to Qin that they were heading back to the Golden Wall merchant and ordered him to bring the three along as well, so Qin replied that he understood. Then they went to the thugs, as Awoke wants to restrict them. The restriction was a blinding technique that prohibited certain actions. Then Awoke ordered both of them to watch closely, as from that day he would be teaching some useful material techniques, so they had to pay attention, and he clenched his hand. Qin and Sioyan thought that Awoke himself would teach them martial arts. Awoke said that he would begin with a simple technique, raising 2 fingers and focusing on the internal strength, then slowly blocking off each function one by one. Awoke said that Kai control is everything. If one fails to grasp that, the technique is worthless, so they must practice that part diligently. Qin thought that he had never seen a restriction technique like that before, and Awoke explained it so clearly that anyone could understand it immediately. Awoke then said that he would begin to apply force, but not put too much pressure, and he said he would show the thugs what happens when someone resists. If he disobeyed, his sight would be the first to go. Then Awoke pressed at his neck, so one of the thugs said that he swore he won't do anything, and there is no need for his lordship to place a restriction on him, and try to apply different restrictions on the other 2. But Awoke said that they should consider it as a part of their training. Sioyan thought about how Awoke knows the restriction techniques and why the material guard Qin follows his orders like a scared pup. Awoke then said that he had an idea to make his scrotum burst, and he smiled while saying that. After that, he did the same with the other 2 thugs. Meanwhile, at Josagak, their head, Yuhin Awoke, asks his sons if Hyonghwa Pavilion still refuses to admit it, to which Sangil replies that they still refuse, but if they keep pressing, they'll find a crack in the pavilion's facade sooner or later. Hien says it hardly matters whether they admit the truth or not, and what matters is that they use this incident to benefit their merchant guild, and that is the only outcome they need. Hien says Hyonghwa Pavilion may look like an entertainment house, but in reality, it is a hub for gathering intelligence, so they must do whatever it takes to bring them under the Golden Wall Merchant Guild's control. Sangil says he will keep that in mind, and then his father asks if there is any other news, to which Sangil replies that with the Red Dragon Gang's leader dead, a power struggle has erupted. Sangil says the Red Dragon Gang is fracturing into 2 opposing factions, and from what he can tell, outside forces are involved. Sangil says it must be their handiwork, and his father agrees with him, saying the Heavenly Golden Lotus is a threat, and they must monitor it carefully. The Heavenly Golden Lotus is an alliance formed by several merchant guilds. On the surface, they claim to have united for mutual prosperity, but in truth, their goal is to oppose the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. While Hien wonders what the Heavenly Golden Lotus is scheming, Sangil says that if they detect any suspicious movements, they'll track them immediately. Hien says it is good, and then he says he has heard that lately Awoke has been called the Night King of the Pavilion. So he asks if Sangil has heard anything about Awoke taking special herbs, medicines, or foods of any kind. Sangil says he hasn't heard anything of the sort, but he asks his father if that kind of vitality isn't just borrowed at the cost of his own health. Hien starts to walk away when Sangil says Awoke is digging his own grave by recklessly throwing his energy around when his life is hanging by a thread. Hien says he knows that, but even if it is true, he can't deny that he envies him. On the other hand, Soso, while looking at the thugs, asks Awoke what exactly happened while he was out and who those men are. Awoke says she mentioned needing workers for the most laborious tasks, which is why he brought them. Soso whispers that these men look like bandits, but Awoke says if she can find others, she can do that. Soso can't believe Awoke actually remembered something she said in passing, and then brought back brutish-looking men to work there. Soso thinks Awoke has become strangely considerate, and suddenly Awoke names those thugs Hyuk Il, Hyuk I, and Hyuk Sam. Awoke says they are from Dark Fraction, so they should represent it because Hyuk means dark. But as they ask what he means, Awoke furiously asks if they have an issue. They immediately bow their heads, saying they have no issue. The Lord's decision is unquestionable, and they are honored by these names. Awoke tells Soso to have them handle whatever chores she needs, and suddenly he asks where Qin is because he hasn't seen him in a while. Soso says that at this time of day, Qin mostly trains, but Awoke can't understand such relentless discipline from a mere guard. On the other hand, Qin, while training, thinks Awoke barely touched the Red Dragon Gang leader, and it was just a light strike to the chin with his palm, but it was enough to end the fight. Qin thinks it was a martial arts technique he has never seen before, and wonders how the master does that. Qin thinks not once did he regret pledging himself to the Dragonblade Guard. and if the Golden Merchant Wall Guild faces any peril, he'll spare no effort in aiding them. Chen thinks that as long as he followed this one rule, the rewards were always guaranteed and plentiful, but it was also true that he had grown relentless. Chen thinks the same unchanging routine left him with no room to grow, but then change arrived in the form of someone who could awaken him to new realizations, and that person is Awoke. Suddenly, Chen startles as he hears Awoke saying the sun is setting, so how long will he need to train? Awoke tells Chen that they should make their way to the courtesan house soon, and Chen agrees, but then he says he wants to ask the young master something. As Awoke asks what it is, Chen nervously inquires if the young master has decided to reveal it. When Awoke asks what he is talking about, Chen says he is talking about the assassins at the Manhwa pavilion, the leader of the Red Dragon gang, and his mastery of restriction techniques. After hearing this, Awoke gets shocked, and Chen says that after witnessing it all with his own eyes, he is certain now. Awoke wonders if Chen has figured out his true identity, and thinks he had assumed there was not much going on in Chen's head, but now wonders if he was too careless around Chen. Awoke thinks he cannot let anyone find out that he is the heavenly demon yet because it would be far too troublesome. Awoke thinks Chen has started to grow in him, but he wonders if he has no choice but to kill him. Chen humbly asks Awoke to take him as his disciple, leaning against the ground. Chen said that he had heard that many prodigies have emerged among those with severed meridians and asked that Awoke must be one of them. Chen asked for the honor of learning under Awoke, but Awoke is shocked to hear this and wonders if Chen really believes he has just been hiding his martial prowess this whole time. Meanwhile, Chen says he aims to grow stronger so he can claim his revenge, but when Awoke asks what kind of revenge, Chen says he seeks vengeance against the one who destroyed his sect. Awoke tells Chen not to use revenge as his driving force, but when Chen looks towards Awoke confusedly, Awoke says that countless men have lost their sect, and he is simply one among many. Awoke, while leaving, says those who let personal grudges drive them never last long, and once their anger fades, so does their discipline. Awoke says men like that lose their way, so Chen should pursue strength for its own sake. Awoke starts walking while saying that in time, the vengeance Chen seeks will fall into place, and Chen says he'll tell those words of the young master. At night, when Chen and Xiaoyan are going to a courtesan pavilion with Awoke, he asks Xiaoyan if she is going to stand behind him like a clueless fool, and tells her to say something at least. Chen, while feeling embarrassed, tries to stop Awoke, but Awoke tells him to spare him the feigned ignorance. Awoke says he doesn't know what the master is talking about, but Xiaoyan sighs because she can't believe Awoke comes to places like those pavilions just to indulge himself every day, and Lady Heron still has feelings for this scoundrel. Suddenly, Awoke tells them to stop, and as he says, there is blood in the air, they both start sniffing. They said that they both could not smell anything in the air, to which Awoke replied that some scents couldn't be detected by the nose. Awoke knew that it was coming from that man who had lost an arm, who was not alone, and there was another presence with him. Awoke tells Chen there are two of them and orders him to take one out first, so Chen immediately rushes to do that, but Xiaoyan reaches her sword, thinking she didn't smell a single presence yet. Suddenly, she flinches as a dagger passes by her cheek to hit Awoke, but he swiftly grabs it between his fingers. Awoke warns Xiaoyan not to lose focus again, and she won't live long enough to regret it. Xiaoyan is in shock, but Awoke tells her to stop looking at him and tells her where the enemy is. Awoke tells her to pull herself together and face her enemy, so she immediately gets into position and blocks the attack from the white-hired thug who has lost his arm. While putting pressure, the thugs say she is a letdown because she is nowhere near as strong as the last one he fought. Xiaoyan gets furious, but as the thug immediately jumps back, she yells at him to stop, but realizes it's a trap, and a blast happens behind her. As the thug rushes towards Awoke, Xiaoyan realizes the thug was creating an opening from the start, and if she doesn't stop him, he might kill the young master. Meanwhile, Awoke, while smiling, says in critical moments like this, inexperience always shows up, and he gets shocked to realize Awoke is holding his sword under his armpit. Awoke instantly smacks the thug's neck, making him vomit blood, which shocks Xiaoyan, and Awoke tells her to stay sharp because she keeps losing focus in the middle of the fight. Xiaoyan apologizes, but Awoke tells her to grab the thug's body because they are taking him with them, and says the thug is bound to have someone who can identify him. Xiaoyan is shocked that the thug died instantly because all the young master did was strike him with the edge of his hand. Xiaoyan, while staring at Awoke, thinks it seems she has stumbled upon a rare opportunity, but thinks to understand what this fateful encounter means, she needs to stay by the young master's side for now. After some while, when they are on their way to the pavilion, Awoke says that, since the way Seoyeon fought earlier, she is far from qualified to be his bodyguard and says from now on she'll be training with Chin. Seoyeon wonders if Awoke is accepting her as his pupil and thinks training with martial guard Chin makes her feel something is off. Suddenly, Seoyeon realizes they left Chin behind and tells Awoke. But Awoke says Chin will join them after finishing his task. But if she is worried, she can go and get him. On the other hand, Chin has taken down the thug and thinks he was a tougher opponent than he expected. But he managed to take him down quickly. Suddenly, Chin realizes there is no one else around him and wonders where the young master and Seoyeon are. On the other hand, in Josagak, the information bureau of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild Heen hears that Awoke has dragged a corpse into a courtesan house. Heen says he was working to bring the Hyunghwa pavilion under their influence quietly. But now things have gotten much more complicated. Sangil tells his father that there were some traces left on the body, but nothing that could confirm his identity, and the Red Dragon Gang claims they had no choice but to accept a certain client's request. Sangil says the Red Dragon Gang insists they know nothing about the client's identity, and his father says it is natural they will never confess to plotting revenge against the one who killed their leader. Heen says they cannot afford to leave this matter unresolved, and too many eyes are already on them, so if they do nothing, the reputation of their guild will suffer. Sangil says he'll ensure all the necessary actions are taken, and his father says it is okay, but it seems they have given too much freedom to Awoke. Heen says he heard Awoke's health has significantly improved, which shocks Sangil, and he asks if Awoke is taking some kind of elixir, to which Heen replies they'll have to wait and see for themselves. On the other hand, Awoke is having a meal with all his workers, which is making them nervous, but Awoke tells them to start eating. As Chin asks how they can dine at the same table with the master, Awoke says it is a foolish question because they are his people, so they must eat together. Awoke, while eating, says he expects to see them all here for every meal from now on, to which the new thug workers reply they are extremely grateful. Suddenly, Soso tells Awoke that the divine healer of 1,000 autumns is expected to arrive sometime soon today, but Awoke asks who that person is, to which Soso replies that the man is a physician famous for treating those with severed meridians. Awoke says he doesn't see the need, and his condition will heal naturally as long as he keeps visiting courtesan houses. Everyone gets embarrassed, and Seoyeon chokes on her bite. As Awoke asks Soso when exactly the physician is expected to arrive, she replies that he arrived in Muhan yesterday, so he'll arrive at any moment. As Awoke asks if the physician is staying within the Golden Wall estate, Soso replies she heard the physician has taken lodgings elsewhere because he thoroughly inspects the areas around his patients' homes before treating them. On the other hand, the physician is looking at the Golden Wall Merchant Guild from the top of a hill and says it is just as grand as its name suggests. The scene transitioned to the dining table, where Kwangwon, Yu Seoyeon, and especially Donyung sat together in front of the troops. While they were eating, Taesun spoke up, saying that he had already heard about it. He told him that the Black One had been quite helpful lately. One of the soldiers laughed and said he had never done anything but watch over the storage. Both soldiers looked pleased when Taesun praised Black 2 and Black 3 for their hard work. Then, one of the troops praised Taesun for becoming more handsome. He felt that Taesun had grown taller, more muscular, and his skin had become even smoother. He thought that Taesun had fallen in love, but Taesun stopped him from speaking. Afterward, the soldier said to him with joy that he would shut his mouth by putting a boulder on top of it. Right after, Taesun thought that he did not look as pale as before anymore, too. He had gotten better and wondered if that was also an effect of the soul augmenting demonic art. He decided to gather more souls, regardless of the circumstances. The scene shifted to the entrance gate of the Golden Wall Merchant, where people stood waiting for the doors to open, while 2 guards stood watch on either side of the gate. A man who wore a white robe, with a straw hat on his head, had appeared when the entrance gate opened. As he entered the gate, he was met by Gamojin, the chief steward of the Golden Wall Manor, who greeted him with a traditional bow and assured him that he had been waiting for him. It was revealed that he was one of the renowned physicians in Wuhan, a famed divine physician. The divine physician wished to see the patient first and asked the chief steward if he could be brought to him, and the chief steward was satisfied. The divine physician remarked that the manor was impressive. The chief steward replied that the manor master had put great effort into building it, adding that it was one of the top 3 pavilions within the entire Golden Wall Manor. Suddenly, the divine physician glanced at Donyung, who stood behind the soldier. The divine physician remained shocked to see her. He asked the chief steward who she was. Then, the chief steward revealed that she was the second young master's servant. adding that she came from a well-known courtesan house in Wuhan, and she was one of the people who had come here requesting to serve him. Then, the divine physician stared at the few maids who were doing their job, and he asked the chief steward if those were the same women. The chief steward agreed and informed him that they were the new servants who had recently asked to serve the second young master. Then, the divine physician said that they possessed extremely constitutions, so much so that he wanted them for himself. Consequently, the chief steward was shocked to hear his statement because he did not know that the divine physician was so lustful. However, the chief steward smiled and said that since they were all so beautiful, he assured him that he understood his feelings. The divine physician said to him with a serious tone that he was referring to their pure physical form, saying that it was the name that his master gave to such body constitutions. He pointed to Danyang and said that their bodies were like pure snow and could bloom incredibly no matter what they learn. Afterward, the chief steward apologized for the misunderstanding, and the divine physician asked his permission to take them as his disciples. The chief steward was shocked to hear his words. Then, the divine physician smirked with an ugly smile, saying to the chief steward that if he allowed that, he would never forget his kindness. Right after that, the divine physician thought that no matter how beautiful they were, unless the chief steward were a fool, the chief steward wouldn't miss the chance to build a connection with him. He muttered that he had a few famed physicians under him. The scene transitioned to the table, where the divine physician sat before Tison, who rejected the divine physician's offer. Tison looked bored, resting his head on his hand with his eyes closed, though he was still listening to the divine physician. The divine physician asked Tison if he could give that a bit more thought, and assured him that it would be a good opportunity for Tison's servants, too. Then Tison replied with a smile, saying he had already heard that the divine physician had over 10 disciples, and asked if he wanted to take on 4 more, taunting him that he was too greedy. Afterward, the divine physician assured him that the physicians who had come with him were not his disciples, but simply assistants helping with his work. Tison smirked and said it didn't seem that way, judging by how those old men were floundering around the divine physician. He added to the divine physician that they must either be his disciples or subordinates, and the divine physician was older than his appearance. However, the divine physician remained quiet at once to hear his statement. The divine physician said that an opportunity to learn his medical techniques did not come by easily, and Tison asked him why they should learn his medical techniques. Tison told the divine physician that, aside from everything else, the real issue was that the divine physician was after what belonged to him. He said the divine physician that he wasn't teaching them medicine, just that they were good materials. The divine physician remained shocked to hear his statement. He asked Tison how he could use humans as materials, inquiring whether the divine physician had instructed him to use humans as materials, or if he had asked if humans were suitable materials. The divine physician muttered that Tison had crossed his limits too much. He had severed meridians anyway, and wondered if he should just kill Tison. He thought that if he claimed Tison died during the treatment process, they would just let it go quietly. Suddenly, the red laser light appeared from Tison on the divine physician's head, and the heavenly physician seemed afraid. Then Tison asked the divine physician if he looked like an easy target, adding that with his substandard martial arts, he didn't seem to have much value beyond his medical skills. As he grabbed the pot's handle, it seemed like killing the divine physician was the best choice. The divine physician's eyes remained wide as he listened. He wondered why Tison was giving off such bloodlust. Immediately, he slammed his fist on the table, causing the tea to fall onto the table. The divine physician screamed, asking him what he thought he was doing. Then, he remained silent after his screaming. Tison told him that those people were under his wing, and it would be too troublesome if others kept showing up trying to take them away. He assured the divine physician that he wanted to live a quiet life. The divine physician froze, realizing that the fear he felt was the same as before. Tison grinned bitterly and said he needed someone to handle all the troublesome matters. After that, the divine physician thought that he had come to a place he should not have. The scene transitioned to the house at sunset. The chief steward asked the divine physician if he wanted to work in the Golden Wall Manor. Then, the divine physician wished to work for Tison, and the chief steward praised his decision, saying it was the best one he could have made. He swore on the name of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild that the divine physician would not be disappointed with what they offered him. The divine physician trusted that Tison would know what to do. He knew that he had lived freely for a long time, but now everything was getting messed up. Treating Tison would take more than a month or 2. It would require at least a few months with all his resources. But that was not any ordinary bloodlust. The only fortunate thing was, Then, the divine physician smirked, saying that he did not wet his pants. The scene shifted to Kwangwen, who asked Tison if the divine physician was really okay. He assured that he wondered about the divine physician. Kwangwen added that he had already placed restrictions on all the other 12 physicians, but had not done so for the dubbed divine physicians, and Tison said to him that he had already done it. Kwangwen wondered how he did it, and Tison agreed, saying to Kwangwen that he would not be able to do it. He assured Kwangwen that he was still sick and asked him if he knew how tiring it was for him to use his strength. After that, Kwangwen bowed his head down, felt disappointed, and Yu Xiaoyan stood behind him. At that moment, the divine physician appeared before them. Kwangwen asked if he was coming along too, and the physician replied that it was his duty to care for Tison at all times. Then Yu Xiaoyan objected, asking if it was okay for someone as sick as Tison to visit the courtesan house every day. And not just that, Tison stayed busy there all night. The divine physician inquired whether Tison had been busy throughout the night. Afterward, he turned to Tison and asked for permission to check his pulse, assuring him that he should be able to do so right there with his skills. Tison told him to be quick if he was going to do it. While checking the pulse, the divine physician thought he would now be able to see the condition of his body. Suddenly, he felt something on his pulse that did not make any sense. Consequently, the divine physician asked Tison if he was really a living person. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan looked confused. Tison inquired of the divine physician if he thought it was impressive that Tison was still alive after reading his pulse. Then, the divine physician screamed, saying that he had never seen severed meridians as serious as Tison's, to think even Tison's lesser meridians were also severed. In other words, it was as if Tison were already dead. The divine physician revealed that Tison's body was in grave condition. Suddenly, Tison pulled back his arm rapidly, and the divine physician looked shocked, saying to Tison that he needed to be treated immediately, or else things could get worse, and Tison asked him if he could bet his life on what he just said. The divine physician satisfied and positively answered him. Then, he said to him confidently that it was his duty to treat Tison after all. The divine physician said his readings weren't wrong. Tison told him that if he wasn't willing to bet his life on it, then he should stop talking and follow. Otherwise, he should go home. The divine physician smirked, saying he would follow without a doubt. He wondered how Tison was moving with that body. At the same time, the divine physician asked Tison how he found out about him, and Tison told him that he did not know who he was. As they approached the bridge, the divine physician asked Tison if he was a member of the cult too, and whether the Golden Wall Merchant Guild was a secret branch of it. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan stayed tuned. Then Tison looked back and told the divine physician he didn't know what cult he was referring to, and asked if that group knew he had spoken about them so openly. He was curious to see how long someone who shoots his mouth off could survive. The divine physician thought that he was acting stupid and forgot about it for a moment. Tison could be in danger of losing his life as the divine physician if he continued talking and eventually said the wrong thing. The scene shifted to the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, where the accommodation of a dubbed divine physician was located. In the room, the divine physician sat alone at a low table, reading a book in a quiet room. He guessed that Tison continued doing that throughout the night. He thought that what was even more surprising was that while they were not as pure as the ladies in the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, they were. There were many pure physical forms in the courtesan house. All of the maids were courtesans who had spent a night with Tison. He also thought that Tison knew a technique that could transform the body into its pure physical form, and he was probably spending those 6 hours practicing it. Many questions were running through his mind regarding Tison. Then, the divine physician needed to make a good impression on Tison and get information. While thinking, Soso came and called out to the divine physician, informing him that Tison wanted to look at him. When he stood before Tison, he wondered what Tison was up to at that time. He really could not fathom what Tison was thinking. At the same time, Tison and his companions, especially the divine physician, sat at the dining table. Then, Tison objected, saying to the divine physician that, according to him, he was pretty skilled in medical techniques. The divine physician told him that it may not look like it, but he prided himself on being one of the best. There were probably only 5 people in the world who could claim to have surpassed him. Tison asked the divine physician if 5 people were better than him. The divine physician said that no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't compare to people like the Poison Demon, Healing Immortal, or Needle Eccentric. After that, Yu Xiaoyan asked if the 5 people included demonic cultists, and the divine physician said yes. The demonic cult had the demon physician and another physician who was as skilled as he was, but no one knew where that person was. He revealed that it was even harder to find him now that the demonic cult had gone into hiding, and Tison was surprised to hear about the demonic cult, which was hiding. Yu Xiaoyan objected, asking the divine physician if he didn't know, and said that the rumors were well known even in the Murim Alliance. They had been covered inside an isolation enchantment, completely cut off from the outside world. From what she had heard, it was an enchantment that could not be dispelled without the key. Tison guessed they were talking about the mystical heaven enchantment, the essence of the demonic cult's enchantments, the mystical heaven enchantment. The activation condition was the death of the cult leader, while the key to dispelling it was the new cult leader. Breaking the mystical heaven enchantment was nearly impossible unless someone were the cult leader. Tison killed all the heavenly demons candidates in his previous life, so unless a new cult leader somehow appeared, if Tison did not break the mystical heaven enchantment, no one could. Right after that, Tison sharply asked the divine physician if he could reattach severed limbs using his skills. The divine physician replied with a smile, saying that he could reattach limbs using his skills. He added that it would be difficult for it to move as it used to if it were pulled out, but he could reattach it perfectly if it were cut off cleanly, and Tison asked which parts of the body he could do that for. The divine physician said to him with certainty that he could essentially save anyone as long as they were not killed instantly. Tison appreciated him for his skill, saying that he wanted the divine physician to oversee their training. The heavenly physician looked confused, saying that while he had learned martial arts, he had majored in medical skills. Tison consoled him, saying that he did not need to worry about having his limbs cut off, but did not get his head severed. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan remained shocked. Tison told the divine physician that the best way to become stronger was to fight for real. The divine physician would learn a great deal if he fought as if he were trying to kill his opponent. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan looked confused to hear him. He added that it made sure they did not kill each other, and the divine physician agreed with him. At the exact moment, Kwangwen told Tison that there could be a problem with protecting him if they were to do that. Tison satisfied him, saying that he would not be going outside for about a month, starting from today. He added that it became strong enough to protect him by the end of that month. But the divine physician said it wouldn't cause instant death. He promised to heal Tison no matter what, so he should fight without worry. That training method had been proven more than Tison thought. He told Tison that his skills would likely improve greatly, since the method came from the faraway heavenly demon sacred cult. The scene shifted to Kwangwen, where Yu Xiaoyan and Kwangwen were practicing swordsmanship 1 month later. Kwangwen swung his sword quickly, and as it came close to Xiaoyan's face, she thought he truly meant to kill her. Fortunately, she successfully dodged his attack. Then, she was ready for her strike toward Kwangwen. Kwangwen remained shocked. She swung her sword upward in one quick motion. Consequently, the blood was pouring out from Kwangwen's chin. But her attack did not have a sharp effect on Kwangwen. It was a common wound. Suddenly, someone clapped both his hands. Both of the warriors remained alert. However, it was the divine physician who told both of them that it was time to apply the balm for physical injury. Afterward, Kwangwen sat in a kneeling position, saying to the divine physician that his injuries were not serious enough to need that balm. Then, the divine physician laughed, saying to him that it was not true. He had injuries all over, but it might hurt a little, yet it was really effective. He lifted his hand upward and showed both of them that his 2 fingers were covered with balm, which he had used to treat the injuries as soon as possible. At the same time, Tison appeared, mocking that his physical injury balm was effective. The divine physician funnily looked at Tison, and both of them screamed. The divine physician asked Tison what he was doing here. Then, Tison told him that he would come out after 1 month, and the divine physician asked him if his body felt better. Rapidly, Tison raised his arm towards him, and at the same time, the divine physician closed his eyes, thinking that Tison was about to hit him. He opened his eyes and felt that he was wrong. It was revealed that Tison's purpose was to raise his arm to check his pulse with the divine physician. He grabbed his arm calmly. He felt something on his pulse. The divine physician asked how on earth Tison could restore them, and Tison smirked at his statement. While checking his pulse, Tison thought that he had definitely changed. He used a whole month to strengthen the meridians that he had connected in a rush previously. However, the traits of Tison's soul energy were different from what they had been. His soul energy used to be violent and destructive, but it was now tightly bonded and tough. It had become harder to control, but if he continued restoring it as he was, he would be able to obtain a perfect physical body one day. After checking his pulse by the divine physician, he told the divine physician not to make the physical injury bomb painful intentionally and not to torture them to quell his anger. Then, Kwangwon told the divine physician that they needed to talk to each other. On the other side, Tisun turned his face toward Yu Sioyan, informing her that he was going to the Yon Manor tomorrow, and Yu Sioyan asked him why he was going to Yon Manor suddenly. Yu Sioyan wondered if he was doing it to stop his engagement annulment with the young miss. Subsequently, Tisun informed her that the Zhongli clan had sent him a message, requesting him to meet there. Tisun held an old bamboo book made of several flat strips tied together. Then, Tisun asked the divine physician if that was all the information the divine physician had about the Zhongli clan. The divine physician revealed that all his subordinates had gone to great lengths to obtain that information. It was extremely difficult to gather information on a reputable clan. Tisun told him that it looked like he had been too comfortable recently. The divine physician shouted that he had to treat the 2 bodyguards and prepare the bomb for physical injuries. He was so overwhelmed that he said he needed at least 2 of himself. Then Tisun said he would split his body in 2. The divine physician got scared and said that he reminded him of the past, which was terrifying. However, Tisun wondered if the divine physician was referring to the time when the divine physician was a member of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Cult. The Heavenly Demon Sacred Cult had always sent groups to various places to gather information, and each group would disguise itself as individuals with multiple occupations, such as bodyguards, merchants, or physicians. Tisun thought about the divine physician whom he was probably living as a physician and wondered if he would have met the old him before. Then, the divine physician told Tisun that he had shown such interest in the Zhongli clan. He guessed the daughter of Yon Manor was that beautiful. Afterward, Tisun thought about Yon Haran, and that she was indeed lovely. He recalled his past when Yon Haran came near Tisun, and she looked at him emotionally. To the point, Yon Haran reminded Tisun of a certain someone from the past. While Tisun was thinking, the divine physician interrupted his thoughts, calling him sir. The divine physician asked him if they should add bodyguards, saying it was for his safety, and Tisun mocked him, saying that he was such a scaredy cat. The divine physician laughed and said that wasn't it, but Tisun told him there was no need for that. Tisun told him that dealing with the Zhongli clan would be a piece of cake. When Tisun was the heavenly demon, the reputable clans seemed to be losing the war against their sacred cult. Only the Zhongli clan had fled. He tried to pursue them to crush them all, but they had already disappeared by then. He heard that they never went outside for a while after barely avoiding annihilation. Tisun wanted to see just how high and mighty they would act after doing all that. The scene transitioned to Yon Manor. Tisun appeared before Yon Haran's father, the master of Yon Manor. The master praised the divine physician, saying that he was truly impressive, and he felt that Tisun's condition had improved significantly. Then, Tisun replied to him that he still had a long way to go before he fully recovered, but he would get there eventually. The master laughed and said that maybe it felt that way because he hadn't seen Tisun in a long time, but Tisun seemed like a different person. Still, things had gotten a bit complicated this time. He said the Zhongli clan was serious about this. They didn't accept Tisun's engagement to Yon Haran because of all the people who would be involved, so it had to be them. He expressed his thoughts that the Zhongli clan was trying to drag Tisun into their plans. By humiliating him in front of Haran, they probably wanted to start a fight with him and the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Tisun confidently said that he would try to resolve the issue. Then Tisun thought it was just like the Zhongli clan, using him as an excuse to stir things up and try to take over both the Golden Wall Merchant Guild and Yon Manor. Their behavior remained just as disgraceful as before. The scene shifted, with Kwangwon and Yu Sioyan, especially the divine physician, standing before the troops. As someone opened the door, Tisun appeared. It turned out to be Zhongli Wung, the youngest son of the Zhongli clan, who asked for Tisun's identity. Tisun stared at him fiercely, thinking he must be the one. Zhongli Wung seemed to think that Tisun could not perform his bed and asked if he had not told him he was deaf as well. He inquired of him whether Tisun needed to be taught some manners. 3 troops grabbed their swords in their sheaths. The entire troop was slowly moving towards them. On the other hand, Zhongli Wung asked if they could talk in private. He assured Tisun he knew a quiet place for it. Tisun asked if they were alone, with no one following. Kwangwon screamed, saying to Tisun that he could not kill Zhongli Wung. Then, Zhongli Wung mocked, saying to Tisun that his bodyguard was arrogant, and told that his warriors would be dealing with him. It would be nice for them to spar a little. Tisun appreciated that idea and told Zhongli Wung that Kwangwon had recently completed his training. Zhongli Wung told his men to handle Tisan's companion and said Tisan would come with him. One of his warriors unsheathed his sword, stating that his master had called it a spear, and he made it clear that they had no intention of holding back. He told Tisan's companions to blame it on their bad luck. On the other hand, the divine physician thought that Zhongli Wung's warriors seemed to be the elites of the Zhongli clan. He felt excited, saying that it would be fun to see the fruits of their training. He thought that he should get further away first. The scene shifted to the river, where Tisan stood before Zhongli Wung, who told Tisan that the place was pretty decent. Tisan smiled and told Zhongli Wung that he had put in a lot of effort, and said that Wung must have arrived not long ago, yet had already found such a place. Then, Zhongli Wung realized Tisan that he had been waiting for that moment ever since he got here, and that much effort was to be expected. He told Tisan that he probably didn't know this, but he was pretty skilled at causing pain, adding that even Tisan would likely be impressed. Then he said that Tisan wasn't doing all this because he truly wanted to marry Yon Haran. He grabbed his sheathed knife and told Tisan that Yon Haran was indeed beautiful, so much so that he didn't mind taking a few extra glances, but that didn't mean he saw her as a suitable partner. While preparing the strike at Tisan, Zhongli Wung told him that his ambitions were far too grand for a mere Yon manor. Rapidly, he threw his knife at Tisan, but Tisan disappeared, and the knife stabbed the tree. Zhongli Wung was shocked, thinking about how Tisan had disappeared from his location. Immediately, someone put their hand on Zhongli Wung's head. He grabbed his head forcefully and pulled it down, mocking him to see how grand his ambitions were. Then, Zhongli Wung wondered if Tisan did not have severed meridians. He consoled himself. There was no need to be taken aback, that was just a fluke. The scene shifted to Kwangwon, who thought that Tisan was trying to kill him. One of the warriors smirked, saying that sounded like Tisan was in a lot of pain, and asked if they were sure they didn't have to go to Tisan. Yu Sioyan told the warrior there was nothing to worry about, and added to the warriors that if they insisted, they could attack at once. Both of them stayed tuned and were ready for their attack. All of the opponents rushed towards them, saying that they would gladly play with them. One of the warriors swung his sword, but fortunately, Kwangwon dodged his attack. He kicked upward with powerful force on his neck. One opponent fell, while the other told him to endure his attack. Kwangwon turned his head back, looking confused. Yu Sioyan powerfully threw her sheath at the opponent's face. Then, the sheath fell down on the ground. Afterward, Yu Sioyan declared to the opponents to come play with her. Consequently, Kwangwon and Yu Sioyan stood back to back. Each held a sword, prepared to face enemies from both sides. Both of them stayed alert for the opponent's attack. On the other side, Tisan put his hand on Zhongli Wung's head constantly, and a pink aura was released from his hand. Tisan consoled Wung, saying he would only take half this time. Tisan decided not to kill anyone. Subsequently, at the Yon Manor, Yu Sioyan swung his sword at the soldier's waist, and all the troops had collapsed, dead. She returned her sword to its sheath. The fight was over. She said doubtfully that they had done it. Then, Kwangwon said with a smile that he trusted the second young master. Yu Sioyan turned her face towards him, and said that she had never expected to defeat the warriors of the Zhongli clan, and she inquired about Tisan. Kwangwon noted that, although one thing was sure, he added that they would be lying on the ground if it were not for him. He said that Tisan had told them about the Zhongli clan's weakness before they arrived at the Yon Manor, as if he knew everything about them. While it was true that Kwangwon was initially unsure, he could tell from fighting against them that he could predict their moves. He told her that it was all thanks to the information that Tisan had provided. He felt happy, saying that Byeok Tisan was indeed incredible. The scene shifted to where the dubbed divine physician, who was humming, stood on the bridge. He turned his face towards Tisan and called out to him. Tisan asked the divine physician about his presence on the bridge alone. The divine physician said he stood down because he would not have been of any help, and Tisan asked him why they were still not done dealing with that trash. The divine physician smirked and said they were still the Zhongli clan's reputation warriors. Then, Tisan saw him fiercely and said they still lacked training, adding that they would make them train twice as hard when they returned. The divine physician was shocked to hear his statement. As Tisan was about to go, he told the divine physician that he could not stand it when his people were weak. The divine physician remained silent, unable to utter a word. He performed a traditional respectful meeting and agreed with him. The scene transitioned to a dining table where everyone was seated. Tisan ate the food calmly with the chopsticks, and Yon Haran felt something. Yon Haran stared at Zhongli Wung fiercely, and sweat poured out of his face. Her father looked confused. Then, he turned his eyes to Zhong Wung. He stared at Zhongli Wong quietly because Zhongli Wong was deeply lost in thought, seeming frightened. He put the chopsticks on the table. He said that the two of them had met in private today. Suddenly, Yon Haran stood up, shocked, and screamed to Tison that he was all right. Tison asked her what she would do if he were not, and Yon Haran did not understand his statement. Tison turned to Zhongli Wong and said they had an interesting conversation. He could tell it involved their soul. Zhongli Wong agreed to his statement. Tison called out to Zhongli Wong fiercely, and Zhongli Wong looked at him scaredly because he could not make eye contact with him. He asked him if it was not basic manners to maintain eye contact when someone was talking. The sweat was pouring out on Zhongli Wong's face, and he bowed his head down as he rolled his eyes towards Tison. He looked at Tison, who had pink surrounding rays on his eyes, which were increasing his fear. He felt something on his body, and blue rays were emitted. His eyes went white instantly. The divine physician and Yon Haram were startled to see the manor master. He put his punch on the table twice powerfully, and saliva came out of his mouth. A plate full of food fell, and someone said that he could not believe manor master just shat his pants. The divine physician looked confused, and Kwangwen looked at him, stunned. Zhongli Wong told Tison to leave that area. He commanded that the servants get here immediately. But Tison smirked and was sipping the tea leisurely. The scene shifted when someone put the punch on the table furiously. It was discovered that Zhongli Chen, the Zhongli clan's patriarch, placed the punch on the table. Wan Mengwang, the chief administrator of the Zhongli clan, said that he would have their people investigate now, as it seemed their bodyguards were stronger than they thought. Whereas Zhongli Chen asked him if he was telling him that 11 of their warriors had been beaten one-sidedly. The chief administrator agreed and said they were investigating to check if the Yon Manor had helped them, too. Zhongli Chen asked him about the wound and how he was doing, and the chief administrator said that he was still stuck in his room. He had heard that he was not coming out at all. He added that there seemed to be some problems with his martial arts, but they could not figure out the reason. It was as if some of his memories had been carved out. Zhongli Chen shockingly put his hand on his head, saying that not did he shit and wet his pants, he was become a total idiot. He thought about Tison, that there was no way all of this happened because of someone like him who was on the verge of dying, adding that someone was strange, all this. He furiously stated that he was certain someone else was involved in that game. He commanded the chief administrator to find out who that person was at all costs. The chief administrator agreed with him. Then, Zhongli Chen revealed that the heavenly demon almost destroyed the clan because of their father. They finally brought the clan back on its feet, so he could not believe they had suffered such humiliation. He added that he would not let this go. He would trample hard on anyone who dares to mess with the Zhongli clan, even if they were the heavenly demon. Soon, at the Yon Manor, Zhongli Sungrak, the Zhongli clan elder, and his soldiers entered the pavilion. Kwangwen was looking confused and remained quiet. He walked towards Tison to inform him about the troops of the Zhongli clan. He told him that the Zhongli clan had sent more people, and the Tison asked him if they claimed to be back for revenge. Kwangwen was unsure about that, and he told him there were a few pretty skilled martial masters among them. Tison inquired of Kwangwen about martial masters, asking how he could tell. Then, Kwangwen replied that it was not hard to tell, since he intentionally exposed his presence. Tison smirked and said there were always people like that, guys who couldn't wait to show off and would only learn to play nice after getting beaten up. Kwangwen asked him if they would meet the newly arrived warriors, and Tison replied with a questioning tone about why he would go there, and told him that he had somewhere else he needed to be. After that, Kwangwen asked him about the matter within Yon Manor, which was still ongoing. Tison replied with a smile that they would be swamped because of that brat that shat his pants, and replied that he want Kwangwen to follow him. Kwangwen agreed with his statement. Tison declared that this was finally getting a little interesting. The scene transitioned at the Blood Axe sect, where Tison and his close companion Kwangwen stood before the gate. Tison lifted his head towards the Blood Axe sect and said with joy that they were bigger than he thought. Kwangwen inquired if Tison would use the Blood Axe sect, and Tison guessed that Kwangwen was not completely stupid. Kwangwen said that while the Blood Axe sect was the strongest unorthodox faction in Donghu, they were secretly funding the Zhongli clan, and he was unsure they would do what Tison wanted. Tison said that he bet they hate paying tributes to the Zhongli clan, and added that he was saying that they were not sticking with the Zhongli clan by choice. The flags of the Blood Axe sect were waving slowly due to the effects of air pressure. Afterward, Kwangwen said it was probably because they were not strong enough, which was normal in the martial arts world. Tison stated that it was not just because they were not strong enough, but weak to the core. They paid tributes as they knew struggling was meaningless. Tisun asked him seriously if Kwangwen knew what had happened to such people. Kwangwen remained quiet at once. Tisun said that they lost all their will to do things. Kwangwen's eyes remained wide as he recalled his childhood. Many houses were engulfed in the relentless flames of fire, especially Kwangwen's house, and Kwangwen called out to his father. During the flaming, his father ordered the man to take Kwangwen away from there and get as far away as possible. Kwangwen was weeping continuously, looking and calling out to his father. His father truly hoped that at the very least, Kwangwen would survive. Then, Kwangwen screamed and called out to his father. Someone called out to Kwangwen's father. It was discovered that the Thunder Blood Phoenix had destroyed all the houses, and Kwangwen's father asked him how it had come all the way here. He bowed before him, requested that his family be innocent, and appealed to him to spare the child. He grabbed his feet and wept continuously. The Thunder Blood Phoenix had said that they would probably come looking for him to avenge his father one day. They were already bound to meet again. He stated that when that time came, it would be hard for him to accede to Kwangwen's father's request. Suddenly, he swung his sword at Kwangwen's father, but he met his end moments later. Kwangwen screamed continuously and called out to his father. But by then, it was too late. The flames had closed in around his father's body, and the Kwangwen raised his hand towards his father and screamed. He bowed his head down and thought that if they were too weak, being weak was a sin. He returned his present, but Kwangwen remained quiet. He said that being weak was a sin, and asked what those who were weak were supposed to do. But Tisun remained quiet. Soon after, he put his hand on the door and pushed it slowly open. As he opened the door a little, the yellow radiation appeared and said he would strengthen them. Kwangwen remained quiet, shockingly staying tuned, as he recalled his past when someone had appealed for his life. As Tisun entered the Blood Axe sect, he saw the Blood Axe sect's chief, Chu Jiaguang, and his troops, who were sitting in a kneeling position. All of them bowed their heads down towards Tisun. The chief screamed and requested to spare their lives and told them that they had committed grave mistakes. Tisun remained quiet. They fell into prostration and realized to Tisun that they would do everything he said. Soon after, Tisun declared joyfully that he would teach them something interesting and asked how useful they could be. The chief did not understand Tisun's statement. Tisun stated that he would kill the chief if he dared pay tributes to the Zhongli clan starting today. The tears came out of the chief's eyes when he heard his condition, and asked if they won't die anyway if they don't pay them tributes. The scene shifts at the sun's beginning. A few days later, at the Zhongli clan, Zhongli Chen screamed that the Blood Axe sect refused to pay tribute, and the chief administrator agreed, saying that was what he had heard. They had never done this before. Zhongli Chen screamed again, asking if the idiots who had gone to collect quietly had accepted their refusal. The chief administrator said that things did not look quite right. They were somehow very confident. Zhong Chen said that they must have asked some half-assed martial master to help them, and the chief administrator said that it seemed pretty serious. He was wondering if they could send the warrior corps there to deal with them. Then, Zhongli Chen thought this had to happen when they were tight on funds. Zhongli Chen commanded the chief administrator to send the warrior corps, and he added that they should ensure the Blood Axe sect knew who their master was. He inquired about the whereabouts of Zhongli Sungrak and the warrior corps. Then the chief administrator told him that they were cleaning up after the third young master in the training grounds, and he consoled him, saying that he would send the order to them. Zhongli Chen could not believe that they had got someone in the clan who shat his pants. At the times like that, they must not look weak and instead crush them all together, adding that way, they would never dare to try and climb over their heads again. The scene shifted to where Tisun was walking, with his close companion, Kwangwen, walking behind him. Kwangwen looked at him and remained quiet. Then, he called out to Tisun as sir and said that they had proceeded for now, asked if it would be alright, and added that the Zhongli clan would retaliate if they continued to stop tribute payments. Tisun asked what he was talking about. Kwangwen said that if they find out about their weakness, they should go around talking about it, and Tisun deeply sighed, thinking that he was nagging way more now. Then, Tisun replied that all their financial inflows were currently blocked, so they wouldn't have the time to care about them. They were probably faltering. Kwangwen spoke fiercely about the fact that the Zhongli clan was still reputable, stating that if their warrior corps came and attacked, and asking whether the unorthodox faction could handle them. Tisun consoled him, saying that was why they were going to meet some people who would be able to handle them. Kwangwen was startled to hear this statement. The scene transitioned to the Donghe bodyguard agency, where they approached. Kwangwen's eyes remained open, thinking that what Tisun was trying to do here was at a bodyguard agency. They were ascending the stairs in the pavilion where a guard stood in front of them. The guard asked them about the purpose of their visit, and Tison replied that he was here to meet his owner. The guard said that the owner was not someone whom anyone could just meet. Tison asked him furiously if he looked like a nobody. Then, the guard permitted them to go that way. Kwangwen performed the traditional respectful greeting in front of the guard, and he walked towards the Tison. The guard looked confused to see them. The guard took them inside the pavilion. As they approached, they came to a stop. He told them to wait while he asked the owner. Tison told the guard that he had not yet remembered everything. While the guard remained quiet, he made an ugly face. Then, he declared that Tison would not be able to meet him if he continued, and Tison remembered that. Tison ordered the guard, raising his finger towards him, and asked him to go and inform the owner. He commanded the guard to tell the owner that Tison had something he wanted to send to the mystical moon. The guard looked confused upon hearing the word mystical moon. They stayed tuned, without talking. Kwangwen thought that he wished to say something to the Tison as he asked Tison about the mystical moon. Suddenly, the door opened, and the old man appeared before them, asking how that could be. He sat on his knee, performed a traditional respectful greeting before them, and revealed that he owned the Donghu bodyguard agency, then asked them to come with him. Tison smirked quietly. Kwangwen was surprised to see the owner of the bodyguard agency. The owner showed Tison the way. A lot of smoke was coming out of the cup of tea. Tison asked the owner how much manpower he could mobilize, and the owner replied that they had around 6 bodyguards and 60 more. He ordered the owner to gather all the bodyguards, as he wanted to speak with the head bodyguards in a separate location. The owner was satisfied with his command. The scene shifted to where Tison and Kwangwen stood before the head bodyguards. They had a mask on their face. Kwangwen wondered what the Tison was trying to do with them, and he thought that while they were pretty skilled for mere bodyguards, they were still too weak to take on the Zhongli clan. Tison informed the bodyguards that they had familiarized themselves with the weaknesses, and they would now assist the unorthodox faction in fighting against the Zhongli clan. All the bodyguards agreed with him. He turned his face to Kwangwen and told him that they would be moving together with them. Kwangwen inquired of Tison if they were going to the unorthodox groups. Tison agreed and told him that they would be the ones fighting. Kwangwen said that they were up against the Zhongli clan, though, and asked if it would not be okay if he helped when things looked bad. Tison remained quiet and sighed deeply. He asked if he could beat the agency owner, and Kwangwen said they had only known after fighting, but he thought they should be around the same level. Kwangwen asked about the head bodyguards, and Tison told him that he was more skilled than they were. Then, Kwangwen asked him what he could tell. Tison stated to him that he was still a long way from being able to fight against the head bodyguards. The agency owner was also far stronger than he was, and there were more things to consider than what Kwangwen saw. Kwangwen remained silent. Tison told them because they were all members of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Cult. He added that he had figured out some of the locations of the cult members who were dispersed, thanks to the Divine Physician's investigations. They had also discovered that there were cult members who disguised themselves as bodyguards here. It did not matter since they still do not know who Tison was. Now that they had heard the mystical moon being mentioned, the only thing they could do was commit to absolute submission. Tison stated that they were good at hiding their strength, and he guessed they could not appear too strong if they were working as a bodyguard agency. Surprisingly, Kwangwen asked him when Tison connected with a bodyguard agency. Tison said that there were things that children did not know about, and Kwangwen agreed. While walking, Tison told him it was time to train for a real fight, and Kwangwen reminded him that he had just said they wouldn't be fighting a moment ago. Subsequently, at the Blood Axe sect, the night had fallen everywhere. The soldiers stood before the elder of the Zhongli clan. Zhongli Sungrak remained quiet without a word. One troop member assumed that, in any case, they would no longer deal with the Zhongli clan. Zhongli Sungrak said that unless he had gone crazy, he asked if he thought he could defeat them. The troop screamed, pointed his finger, and said that no one was crazy here. They were trying to keep their sanity. The elder fiercely asked him what he had said. The troop shouted that they would rather soil their pants than get them beaten off by the elder. The elder wondered whether the one who beat up the wound was behind that. He was lost in thought, wondering what that was just now. It wasn't ordinary energy, and he questioned if it had come from outside. He told the troops that he would leave that place to them and ordered them to leave that man alive, saying that he had questions for him, and the troops were satisfied. The elder remained quiet. He thought something didn't feel right. He had fought numerous battles, but he had never felt anything like this before. The senses in his body are screaming, thinking that they were telling him he was in danger right now. On the other hand, Tison and his close companions stood up on the tree branch, looking at the elder. Tison mockingly said to the elder that he had pretty sharp senses. The elder understood and stayed tuned. They landed lightly on the ground like a leaf. With a sly smile, Tison told the elder that he seemed fairly strong too, despite his clan growing weaker. An elder still had specific standards. The elder said to him that he must be Awoke Tison in all of this. Tison asked the elder why he wanted to know, saying that the elder wouldn't be able to remember it soon anyway. The elder told him furiously that he was quite impudent for a whelp, and noted that Tison would probably start talking after he got a limb or two cut off. Kwangwen put the sheathed sword in his hand. He took the next step towards the elder and told him furiously that the elder would never have any chance to face Tison. Then, he sensed the energy from the elder just now, but he did not appear that strong. He said that there was no way it could have come from him. He knew if that was true. Before he could say, the elder was ready to draw the sword from the sheath. When Kwangwen was about to pull the sword from his sheath, Tison told him he was stronger than he thought, and asked how long Kwangwen thought he could last. Kwangwen said to him that his body was a little numb from the energy, and he was not expecting an elder of a reputable clan to be this strong. He added that he would do his very best. Tison appreciated his mindset and said that the best way to improve was to fight against someone stronger than him. The elder told Tison and Kwangwen that they had spoken extensively with people who were nearing the end of their lives. He said that he would send their head flying instantly, and he rushed towards Kwangwen, swinging his sword at him, but Kwangwen blocked the elder's attack. The sudden attack took the elder aback. He appreciated blocking his attack and challenged him to block the next attack. He rushed towards him, waving the sword, and Kwangwen was ready to block that attack. A clash between the two swords was unleashed, and red rays fluttered. Kwangwen pushed backward due to the effect of the elder's attack. Then, he quickly rushed to the elder. The elder screamed, saying that he was nothing but a mere bodyguard. He lifted his sword upward to attack. As he attacked him, Kwangwen blocked his sword again. A little crack appeared on his sword. Kwangwen thought that his attacks had such a huge impact. The elder remarked to Kwangwen that he thought he could defeat him. Kwangwen felt like he might die, everything he took on from the elder's attack. Afterward, the elder again appreciated him, and he mustered his core energy and released a red aura on his hand. He attacked Kwangwen in the chest with a hand that mustered energy. Kwangwen was shocked by his attack. He pushed away powerfully due to the effect of his attack. He pressed his sword to the ground to stop himself. The elder stared at him. Kwangwen stopped, using the sword for support, and sat in a kneeling position. He thought that the elder's attack could not be seen. Tison smirked, saying that putting him through harsh training was worth it. The elder was constantly swinging the sword. He wondered if there was anyone within the Zhongli clan who was capable of blocking his attacks like Kwangwen. Then, he stated that he would acknowledge it. Kwangwen's skills were a waste for him to be working for a mere merchant guild, and asked if he would join the Zhongli clan. He strolled and turned his eyes towards Tison. He told Kwangwen that he would teach him martial arts personally because Kwangwen was too talented to clean up that young brat's mess. Kwangwen asked him who said he was cleaning up after him. The elder was surprised by his statement. Kwangwen said that the elder's sword techniques could not even compare to Master Tison's. He held his sword with both hands. Then, he rushed to the elder furiously. The elder looked at him furiously, saying he was arrogant. Kwangwen lifted his sword upward before the elder. Kwangwen was surprised at once. As Kwangwen swung his sword at him, the elder struck his shoulder, but Kwangwen's sword broke into two pieces because a small crack had already formed during the elder's second attack. He pushed backward forcefully, and blood was coming out of his shoulder continuously. He tried to stop himself by putting his leg forcefully. He sighed deeply, and the sweat was pouring out of his face. A drop of blood fell to the ground continuously. He put his hand on his left arm because he felt pain. The elder looked at him and remained quiet. He thought he was aiming for his head and not his shoulder, and wondered whether Kwangwen could see where his sword was coming from. He felt that it was not a fluke. The pain was continuously increasing in Kwangwen's shoulder, and blood was constantly oozing from his shoulder. The elder said to him fiercely that Kwangwen seemed to be in pain. It was time to end it. Kwangwen said in a fury that he would not let that happen. Afterward, Tison stepped in and told them to stop. Kwangwen screamed, saying that he could continue the fight with the elder. Tison claimed that Kwangwen might not use that arm again and just give up. He said that even so, he was not half bad. Kwangwen's eyes remained wide with surprise. He put down his sword on the ground, and the drops of blood were falling on the ground from his hand. Tison turned to Kwangwen and said to open his eyes wide, and he did not miss anything from now on. Kwangwen stared in confusion, unsure of what was happening. The elder told him that he had heard that Kwangwen was on the verge of death with his severed meridians, yet he dared to clash with his sword. Tison smirked and told the elder that he did not use a sword to fight the likes of him. The elder was furious and said that he would rip that tongue out of his first. Tison mockingly said to the elder that he was ready for the fight. The elder remained quiet, staring at him. The elder thought that there was nothing special about him, though. He wondered why Tison was so confident and arrogant. He assumed that it must be a bluff. He must be worried about nothing. Immediately, he rushed towards Tison and said that he would not be able to stop for this. He lifted his sword upward and was about to swing it at Tison. But Tison stood in front of the elder fearlessly. He was not scared of the elder's action. The elder said that he had gotten him good. He called Tison an arrogant brat and said all that big talk about not having to use a sword. He tried to attack Tison, but Tison disappeared and showed up on his left side with a smirk. He turned his eyes towards Tison and wondered when Tison had gotten so near. And Tison smirked, saying that he had told him. Tison mustered his core energy in his fist, releasing a purple aura on his hand, and told the elder that he did not need to use a sword. He hit the elder's mouth and lower face area squarely using a clenched fist with a glowing purple aura. He pushed backward forcefully. His sword flew away and stabbed into the ground. Before the elder's eyes closed, he could not believe he had lost to Tison so easily. He wondered who on earth Tison was. Tison turned his eyes towards the elder's sword, who aimed directly at the ground. Tison's movement inspired Kwangwen, thinking that it was beautiful. He wondered how such a lovely person could move. Kwangwen wanted to move like him. He assured that he would do it one day. At the Yon clan manor, the divine physician looked confused to see Kwangwen's condition, and Yu Xiaoyan made an ugly face. The divine physician looked at the state of Kwangwen. But Kwangwen bowed his head down and remained quiet. The divine physician told him that this arm would need to be severed if he were not here. Kwangwen listened to him and bowed his head. The divine physician makes fun of Kwangwen, saying just remember that fight. Kwangwen replied fiercely that he would not forget that, and the divine physician appreciated him, saying that humans are animals who recognize kindness when it is shown to them. Yu Xiaoyan sincerely thanked the divine physician for treating Kwangwen, adding that this was the 19th time she had said it. The divine physician agreed with her, saying that it was because too many people forget the kindness shown to them. He trusted that they were not one of them. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan demonstrate a traditional respectful greeting in front of him and express their gratitude. Then, the divine physician rolled his eyes to the right side. As he looked at Tison, he called out to him. He said to him with a smile that he would come at the perfect time, and he asked him to hear about the huge offer he had received, adding that they wanted to give him a substantial amount of money and a large quantity of herbs. Then, the divine physician sensed something because Tison had stopped in his step. Tison turned his head toward the divine physician, and the divine physician wondered why Tison was acting like that again. Tison took permission to go, saying that he would not stop him. The divine physician passed the smile to Tison and asked him where he would go. Tison instructed the divine physician to go to the Zhongli clan, and the divine physician inquired about what he was suddenly talking about. The divine physician said that he had not said he had to join them, that Tison was the only person he wanted to serve, and that Tison stopped him, saying to the divine physician that he had dealt with the rest who were not dead. Then, Kwangwen agreed with him, saying that the head bodyguards of the Donghu bodyguard agency had dealt with all of them. He believed that it would be tough for the Zhongli clan to do anything for the time being. Tison disagreed for him, saying that now that things had gone to shit, they would come out in full force soon. However, that was not what was important. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan were shocked and remained quiet. Those guys should not dare to make such bold moves, which means someone's backing them up. Tison declared they must find the guys behind them, or trouble would find them again. Afterward, Tison asked the divine physician if he had found what he had told him to see, and the divine physician smirked and agreed, saying that it had taken his subordinates 3 whole days to locate it and bring it to him that night. Tison was curious as to who was controlling the Zhongli clan. Right after, at the Zhongli clan, a beautiful girl walked continuously to meet Zhongli Chen. The chief administrator informed Zhongli Chen that someone from the White Flower courtesan house was present. Zhongli Chen took permission to let her into the room. As she opened the door of the room, her shadow formed. Zhongli Chen stood from his chair and welcomed her, saying that he had been waiting for him to come. She placed the flower on her white hair, which was very attractive. She put her hand on the chair, saying that she had heard one of Zhonglichen's elders had passed away last night, and the patriarch agreed. She said to him that a mere son of a merchant guild had killed him. Zhonglichen screamed, telling that there were many skilled people around him, and appealed to her to tell the Golden Heavenly Alliance that there was nothing to be concerned about. She disagreed, saying that the White Flower Courtesan House would deal with Awoke Tison. Zhonglichen objected that the Zhongli clan would provide help with her warrior corps. She told him that Tison would soon visit their courtesan house, and they had spread a rumor to lure him. The patriarch then asked about the rumor, and she replied that it concerned their connection to the Golden Heavenly Alliance. She declared at that time that it would be impossible for Tison to get away. The next day, Tison stood and sighed deeply in front of their companions. He put his hand on his head, saying that that was what they were supposed to do, then did not follow him. The divine physician smirked, asking if they should leave him behind, and Kwangwen's eyes remained red, which indicated that he was full of anger. He mustered his core energy and released the aura, saying he could do it, and the divine physician asked Kwangwen what he was saying he could do while being so motivated. The divine physician lifted his finger upward, saying that they would get caught before they even fight at that rate, and suggested that he should use poison. He explained that it was a poison intended to help him relax and numb his face, but it was only a minor side effect, and he asked Kwangwen if he had gone through with it, and Kwangwen replied by asking what the side effect was. Tison told them to leave Kwangwen here, and Kwangwen agreed to do it. Then, the divine physician held the needle, saying that this was a needle made with hardened poison. It would all melt in his body, and Kwangwen told him that was not the problem here, though. The divine physician stabbed the needle into Kwangwen, and Yu Xiaoyan looked at them, confused. But the Tison stood furiously, controlling his anger, and wondered when he could turn them into decent human beings. Yu Xiaoyan turned his face towards Kwangwen and wondered whether turning one into an idiot was the side effect. The scene transitioned to the residence of the White Flower Courtesan. Tison and his companions, especially the divine physician, approached here. Yu Xiaoyan asked the divine physician if the place he wanted to go to was a courtesan house. The divine physician asked her with an evil smile if it looked like an ordinary courtesan house, and revealed that it was the house set up by the Golden Heavenly Alliance. Yu Xiaoyan guessed that merchants could also set up a courtesan house. The divine physician revealed they were quiet for a while, then suddenly started expanding their businesses, which were all open around the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Despite looking like ordinary people, their employees were all skilled warriors. They were so strong that Yu Xiaoyan could not see such people in most merchant guilds. Yu Xiaoyan remained quiet for a little. The divine physician added that, in the end, rumors began spreading that this place was connected to the Golden Heavenly Alliance. It was as if they were intentionally trying to lure someone to this location. It seemed that they must be up to something. Yu Xiaoyan asked if that did not mean they should not go in there, and why they would send Tison into the enemy's trap. The divine physician told her that she was worried for Tison, and she guessed that it was not needed. When they entered the courtesan's house, a beautiful girl appeared and welcomed Tison, saying they were wondering when the most powerful Night King of Wuhan would visit them. The divine physician asked her with joy if the rumors had already spread all the way here. He came close to her and said with a smile that she would make sure to give Tison her very best for now. Tison stared intently, his eyes sharp and alert. He noticed the troops emanating a red, captivating aura. He thought that all of them were on par with warrior squads of reputable clans. The Golden Heavenly Alliance comprised such skilled individuals, indicating a much larger group was behind them. Tison smirked and wondered what they were trying to do. The girl directed them to Tison, saying they would prepare a separate room for their company. The divine physician tried to accompany Tison, but Yu Xiaoyan placed her hand on the divine physician's shoulder, saying they would wait near the room. The divine physician noted that he would go separately, and Yu Xiaoyan directed the divine physician to come. She caught the divine physician's collar from behind and told Kwangwen to take the divine physician. Subsequently, Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan stood before the divine physician, who sat furiously in the wooden chair, his eyes closed. The divine physician remained quiet, and he did not speak a word, and Yu Xiaoyan also remained silent. The divine physician could not believe he was dragged here, and the Kwangwen remained quiet. Yu Xiaoyan felt something. She asked Kwangwen if he was alright, saying he did not look so well, and Kwangwen replied that he was pretty fair. Kwangwen thought the medicine was losing its effect, and the side effects were creeping in. He wondered how that could be a small effect. She politely suggested that Kwangwen stay seated if he was tired and asked if he would like to rest in a room. Kwangwen screamed in a fit of fury, saying that he was alright. Yu Xiaoyan again asked if he was okay, and if she could take a closer look. Then, Kwangwen hit his head on the wall with great force and screamed again, saying he was fine and completely normal, and Yu Xiaoyan thought he was acting strangely. The divine physician thought that Kwangwen knew about this, that he was a darn divine physician. Kwangwen assured her that he was utterly fair. Suddenly, someone informed them that it seemed Tisan was somewhere else, and Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan, especially the divine physician, were taken aback. It was discovered that the chief administrator of the Zhongli clan appeared here, who had told them that, seeing as only his loyal dogs were here. Then, the divine physician asked with a smile if they were in cahoots with them. The chief administrator said that it seemed the divine physician had realized this quickly, which gave them one reason not to let him leave that place alive. Right after, the chief administrator ordered the warriors to kill them. Then, Kwangwen screamed in a fury, saying he had difficulty holding himself back, so this work was great for him, and he lifted his sword to attack them. He ran towards them as far as he could, continuously swinging his sword. He stopped at once and deeply sighed. Yu Xiaoyan asked Kwangwen what he was trying so hard to hold back. Before she could say anything, two warriors ran toward her. The warriors rushed by, waving their swords, and made an ugly face. When one warrior was about to attack her, suddenly, she drew her sword from the sheath. She swung her sword at the warriors, and the red rays produced by the sword surrounded them. She put her sword in the sheath. She turned her face to them and declared it was time to begin. The scene shifts to the girl sitting on the wooden sofa, and Tisan stands quietly. The girl asked Tisan why he was not coming over here. Then, Tisan replied that it seemed a little noisy outside. He assured her that it sounded like a fight had broken out. She laughed, saying she hadn't heard anything. She thought of Tisan, knowing that today was the day they planned to eliminate him. She seemed to think Tisan had no idea what was happening. It was such a pity to lose him, since he was so handsome. Soon after, Tisan asked her if she wanted him to pluck out her eyes, and the girl was shocked to hear his statement. He asked further if it seemed like a prey that had been caught, and the girl inquired of him what he meant. Then, Tisan assured her that she must have thought he had come here without knowing anything. At that moment, Tisan struck the door with a powerful punch. Then, he turned his face to her, and purple rays surrounded his eyes, and he asked her if she did not dare, and said that she should look at him with those kind of eyes. And the girl's eyes remained wide. On the other hand, Yu Xiaoyan attacked the warriors by swinging her sword confidently. When she rolled her eyes, she saw Kwangwen, who swung his sword continuously at the warriors. Suddenly, another warrior screamed and leapt at Kwangwen, raising his sword. As he attacked Kwangwen, he dodged the strike. But as he nearly fell, Yu Xiaoyan caught him just in time. She stared at Kwangwen. Then, Kwangwen never gave up and rushed towards the warriors. He charged at the warriors, slashing one down. When the other warrior came to him, Kwangwen jumped and swung his sword at him. The blood was falling from the warriors. At last, the warriors of the Zhongli clan lay dead. Both of them sighed deeply. Afterward, the chief administrator called out to both of them as useless idiots. He placed his right hand over his left wrist cloth and pulled out a dagger from it. He said to both of them that it could be helped. Then, Kwangwen was shocked, thinking that it was a dagger, and the chief administrator was using it from a distance. Suddenly, the chief administrator leapt and rushed toward them. Both raised their swords, surprised by his speed. He appeared on their left side quickly by waving his dagger. After that, Yu Xiaoyan screamed, and Kwangwen was shocked to see the chief. Because the chief came in front of them, ready for his attack. He was about to attack both of them. The chief swiftly swung his dagger, attacking both of their faces. Kwangwen thought the chief was definitely on a different level from the rest, and wondered whether he was too much for them to handle. The chief appreciated them for being pretty skilled. He added that, but they were still incapable of defeating an elder. He suggested that they move as if they were one body. He raised his dagger upward, saying that even so, it would be a disgrace to the clan if he were to be defeated by them. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan remained shocked to hear his statement. The chief remained alert. He looked at Tisan, who broke the wooden wall. He called out to him as Master Byoke. Then he asked him if he must be Byoke Tisan. The chief said that he thought Tisan was a dying man with severed meridians and asked if he had been hiding his strength. Tisan asked the chief when he had ever done such a thing, and said that they saw what he wanted to see. The chief smiled, said to Tisan that he wanted to spare his life, and Tisan smirked, stood fearlessly. Then, the chief pulled out the dagger from his robe, saying he had changed his mind. He had two daggers in both his hands. He threw all the daggers towards Tison. But Tison stood calmly, ready for his action. He dodged his attack and threw all the daggers where the divine physician was hidden, looking afraid. The chief was shocked by his action and asked him if he was not a little too fickle. Tison replied that he doubted the chief would answer his questions anyway. He clenched his hat tightly. And Tison suggested they start with something fun. The chief looked confused and wondered how he had already closed the gap. Tison mustered his core energy and applied it to the chief. He screamed constantly. After that, the divine physician smirked continuously. Kwangwen told the divine physician he had made it through everything and was glad to be all right. The divine physician smiled, saying that if he got injured, he would not be able to treat them, and Kwangwen agreed. Tison put his hand to the chief's head, and the pink, captivating aura was released. Someone called out to Tison, telling him to put an end to things. He put out his hand on his head and agreed. And Tison and the divine physician stood together, without a word. The scene shifted where Tison hit the warrior on the neck with his hand. The warrior fell, and the Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan remained silent. Afterward, they approached the building, and the divine physician revealed that it was the top floor. Yu Xiaoyan asked him who they were looking for now. He turned his head to him, saying the perpetrator was behind all the incidents. The scene transitioned to where the candle was burning steadily. The mistress had sat kneeling with her eyes closed. Tison put his step on the pavilion. Instantly, the mistress stared at her. Then, Tison asked her if she was the one, and said she did not spout bullshit and tell the white flower courtesan house had nothing to do with it. She said she would not do that. She treasured her own life. He asked her why she was so calm. She replied that she was confident and that she was more useful alive than dead. Tison asked permission to ask her a few questions, and she gave her permission. However, Tison asked who exactly they were behind, and said that it was not the Golden Heavenly Alliance, but rather the real identities of those behind everything. She remained quiet. Afterward, she replied that she did not know their real identities either. They move around very stealthily while hiding themselves, though she did see that they passed down orders via the Golden Heavenly Alliance. She added that the one who gave them instructions was Bong Mu-ok. The divine physician was stunned to hear about Bong Mu-ok, who was the Black Lunar Swordsman. Tison asked her about his fame, and she replied that he was one of the most skilled martial masters who had killed the Blood Flame demonic general and was among the top 100 martial masters at the time. Although, as far as she was aware, Bong Mu-ok was dead, Tison was shocked, asking if he was dead, and she replied that she did not personally see him die, but many saw it. Tison again asked her about Bong Mu-ok's death, and she replied that he was not. She was certain he was Bong Mu-ok. Tison inquired of her if she could swear upon her soul that she was being truthful. She replied that she could. Tison told her that she would take charge of that place from now on, and he wanted her to gather all the information about the Golden Heavenly Alliance and Bong Mu-ok, so he ordered her to provide him with that information. She refused, saying she would not be able to obtain any crucial information. However, Tison smirked, asking why she was acting that way, and inquired if she had not said she was not on their side, mentioning that the Golden Heavenly Alliance had hired her, and he revealed that she was from the Hao faction. She was shocked to hear her fact. Then, Tison turned to his companion, saying that he could tell from how they moved that they possessed a particular specific trait, and he told the mistress that she was pretty bad at acting despite being from the Hao faction. The divine physician said to her that they were leaving just like that, and Tison replied to him that she would let her run away if she wished to, which just meant she had run out of luck. Tison knew the location of the Shadow Stride Manual. The mistress was astonished to hear about the name Shadow Stride Manual from Tison. Tison revealed that Shadow Stride Manual was the Hao faction's martial art that had been lost for ages. Outsiders should not be aware of its existence, and the mistress asked Tison how he had come to know about it. She bowed her head down, accepted his orders gladly, and said that she would not disappoint him. The scene shifted to where it was snowing. Someone walked through the small pavilion. He was walking towards the stairs. It was discovered that he was Bong Mu-ok, who was alive, and stood in front of the white-haired men with red eyes. The white-haired man asked about the matter. Bong Mu-ok informed that the situation in Wuhan did not look so great. He added that the Zhongli clan and the White Flower Courtesan House had been assisting the Golden Heavenly Alliance. but they were both defeated by an unknown group overnight. The white-haired man asked Bong Mu-ok why he had not discovered their identities, and his brother said the situation had become unfavorable. He claimed to his brother that he could not even control something so simple, and the white-haired man asked how he would be able to maintain his position as the heir like that. Then the brute with long white hair revealed that the land of Wuhan must not be taken lightly. That place would become the foundation of their plan. The white-haired man appeared outside the pavilion's view, stating that the plan had waited for centuries to be executed and that not even the slightest mistake would be tolerated. He added that the unknowns would soon appear in the world. Afterward, in the Donghu Bodyguard Agency, the divine physician stood before the owner of the Donghu Bodyguard Agency. The owner told him that he was not awake and that they were breaking the rules by meeting in that way. The divine physician informed them that they were in a unique situation at the moment. Then, the owner told him he was talking about the mystical heaven enchantment. The divine physician told him they did not know how long it would take, and the owner said to him that the new Supreme One would appear after all. The divine physician smirked to hear that. He told him that since they were discussing the new Supreme One. Also, he had asked the owner if they should prepare for his arrival in advance, but the owner did not understand him. The divine physician asked him what he thought about Tison. The owner told him that he was unsure about Tison and added that he had used the secret code, which was only used by high-ranking personnel of the cult, but he did not know of any executive who was that young. He asked the divine physician about Tison and who he was. The divine physician replied that it seemed Tison could be the hidden son of the Supreme One who passed away. The owner was stunned to hear his statement, and sweat poured out of his face. Then, the divine physician put his finger to his mouth, warning that someone would listen to the owner. The owner did not believe Tison's fact and stayed tuned. Then, the divine physician revealed that the new Supreme One might appear sooner than they expected. That was what he told the divine physician. He was not certain either. The scene transitioned to Tison's appearance before the divine physician, where the Soso helped him put on a long, pink coat. Soso informed Tison that he had finally decided to come, and Tison asked her who was coming. She laughed, saying that the famous eccentric physician would go there. The divine physician was shocked to hear that the eccentric physician would come. He screamed and asked why that guy was coming here. Soso said to the divine physician that it seemed the manor master had looked everywhere for divine physicians. She added that after the divine physician arrived, Tison's condition had improved tremendously, but he was still curious and asked how much the master's condition would improve if the eccentric physician were present as well. The divine physician looked at her fiercely, telling her that he was more than enough here. Soso laughed, saying that she was truly incredible, but it seemed the eccentric physician could cure everything with a single needle. Then, the divine physician asked her if she thought that was possible, and she screamed, saying that there were such rumors. He had even cursed severed meridians with a single needle. Then, Tison refused to both of them. He said, smilingly, that the eccentric physician did not become famous because of his medical techniques. He raised his finger upward, saying that he could kill people with a single needle. That was the reason he gained instant fame. He asked that they know about how he destroyed a whole sect with just needles. Soso screamed, saying that she had never heard that before. There was no way a divine physician would kill people. Tison told her that it was nice to be naive. She screamed again, saying she was already all grown up. The scene shifted to the vegetable market, where passers-by continued to walk. Danyang and a soldier from the Golden Wall merchant came here. They stepped into the vegetable shop and stopped, looking at the tomatoes. As she picked the tomato, she heard someone's voice, asking the other person if he thought he was blind, and saying that all three were empty. Suddenly, their attention shifted to a group of people running into the shop, and the long-haired man, who was one of the needle monsters, a renowned physician, shouted at the man who stood behind the counter, asking how he dared to pull tricks here. They stopped and stared at the shopkeeper furiously. The shopkeeper shouted at one needle monster, denying the accusation and asking if he could run his business here for 15 years by using dirty tricks. The long-haired man stared at him furiously. The shopkeeper dropped his wealth into the basket. The eccentric physician asked the man to make a bet with him. He challenged him, saying that if a coin were inside, he would give him one of his eyes. Suddenly, he gripped the man's hand, saying that, however, if there was not one inside. With an ugly smile, he said he would take one of his hands. The man looked confused because he did not understand what he could do at that time. The eccentric physician said with a smile that he would choose which hands to use. A person in the crowd murmured that it was no wonder. He had never guessed it correctly. On the other hand, Danyang was curious about that situation. Then, the eccentric physician was challenged to open it up, if he was a scammer. The man moved his hand forcefully, lifted it upward, and asked why he would make such a ridiculous bet. The eccentric physician said to him that it would not matter if he did not use any dirty tricks, and the shopkeeper asked the eccentric physician what he would have for his eyes. Subsequently, the eccentric physician rolled his eyes at Danyang, who stood behind him. She was looking at him curiously. The sweat was pouring out of his face. He assured himself that she was a pure physical form. For a moment, he felt like he had forgotten everything and was just staring at her. Emotionally, he threw a coin wrapped in cloth at the shopkeeper's eyes. Before he left, he told him to take those coins and get lost. The eccentric physician smirked, thinking that it had been a while since he had discovered something interesting. The scene transitioned as the needle monster approached the Golden Wall merchant, thinking that he would see Danyang, and wondered if the Golden Wall merchant was not in the guild where he was supposed to stay for the time being. When he opened the door of the entrance gate, he faced the chief steward of the Golden Wall Manor, who welcomed him and expressed his honor in serving an esteemed guest like him. Then, the eccentric physician asked him about a woman who came in here, and the chief steward informed him that she was a Danyang, a maid who served Master Tisan. The eccentric physician looked confused to learn Danyang was a maid. Gamujin said that even though the divine physician was impressed, it would be hard for him to take her as an apprentice, despite the divine physician having made the same offer. The eccentric physician angrily asked how dare he compare him to a nobody, claiming no one could reject his offer. The chief steward calmly asked him to come in and showed the way. The scene shifted to where the eccentric physician sat before Tisan and the divine physician. Tisan stared at him while the divine physician looked at him fiercely. The eccentric physician thought that he was Byeok Tisan. It seemed that the divine physician was the one beside him, and he was younger than he thought. Then, Tisan asked him why everyone was doing the same thing and why the eccentric physician was interested in his maid. Impressed by her energy, he said her talent was wasting away there and claimed that with 10 years of training under him, Danyang could become a world-class physician and martial artist who would rule the world. Tisan grinned, telling him that he didn't look that great, though, and asked if he was even good at his medical techniques. The eccentric physician became furious and asked Tisan what he had just said. Suddenly, Tisan was about to hit a quick punch, releasing a burst of energy. At the same time, the eccentric physician's eyes remained wide. Tisan showed his fist before him and asked to read his pulse. He wanted to see how skilled the eccentric physician was. The eccentric physician informed him that his body was trash, and Tisan asked him how long he thought it would take to fix it. Then, the eccentric physician claimed to Tisan that he could repair a few of his core meridians, but it would take too long. It would be better for him to live out his days and be content with it simply. Tisan remained quiet to hear his statement. He smiled at the divine physician, saying his skill was better than his, and the eccentric physician shouted, calling it nonsense. He smiled and told it with a humorous tone that the eccentric physician claimed he could fix him in a few years, mocking the physician's poor martial arts and medical skills, and asked what he planned to show next. All of them remained quiet for a little while. Then, the eccentric physician asked to make a bet with him. Tisan stared at him calmly, asking about a bet. The eccentric physician told Tisan that he could determine whether his martial arts were truly weak by having him fight against another person. He added, with an ugly smile, that, however, if he won, he would take all of Tisan's maids away. Tisan asked him with joy about whether he had won. The eccentric physician said that he had bet himself that he was better than any other offer out there. Even the Miram Alliance and the Black Alliance were dying to recruit him. Then, Tisan said that it was a little insufficient, though, and added that he wanted him to bet the eccentric physician's body and soul as well. Before the long-haired physician took out his gun, he asked Thiessen if he wanted absolute loyalty and told him to go out. Then, Thiessen smirked. The scene transitioned to the arena, where the eccentric physician stood inside while Thiessen and the divine physician stood outside the ground. The eccentric physician asked them who would get to fight him. Then, Thiessen said that he would fight with him fair and square. The needed eccentric physician said to him, surprisingly, that he intended to lose. Thiessen told him to find out for himself. The eccentric physician remained quiet. He thought that, according to Thiessen's pulse, it seemed to be in a state where he was lucky to be alive. He wondered if it could be. However, he asked him if he had given up on living. The divine physician told the eccentric physician it was normal and said that building a good relationship with patients helps treatment and might show signs that pulse reading can't. Thiessen held his head, wondering why physicians talked so much. Thiessen raised his hand upward and ordered the divine physician to stop talking, and he asked the eccentric physician when he was going to attack and if he was getting scared. The eccentric physician said with an evil smile and told Thiessen that he did not blame him if he died. After that, Thiessen smiled. He told him that he attacked to his heart's content. The eccentric physician put both his hands on his right pant leg and thought that was where his arrogance ended. He put his fingers into the jar and pulled out the needles, thinking that Thiessen was probably trying to provoke him, but he would never let his guard down in a bet. He jumped to the left side and decided to throw 3 needles to distract Thiessen. The green radiation was released on his eyes, and he was about to throw 6 needles, thinking that he would use needles infused with inner energy to target his vital point. He fixed his target towards Thiessen, but Thiessen remained standing fearlessly, and the eccentric physician thought that he had used his ultimate technique that could not be dodged. He raised both hands towards Thiessen and used the 6-needle art technique. Blue radiations were released straight. Thiessen stayed tuned. All the needles missed their targets and passed over him. The eccentric physician was surprised, thinking he had thrown 6 needles of them and could not believe how he had missed his target. Then, Thiessen asked him if those were all the tricks he had. He appreciated him, saying that the technique was not bad, but that was all it was. The eccentric physician remained stunned, asking how he could have done such a thing. Then, Thiessen vanished for a moment, and suddenly, he appeared in front of him. He raised his hand to his chest. The eccentric physician was shocked and wondered what would happen to him. Immediately, Thiessen had pushed him with his hand, and the eccentric physician fell continuously, till he tumbled down the stairs. Dust filled the air as he crashed hard. At last, the ground cracked beneath him, and he coughed repeatedly. He looked down, surprised to see 3 needles on his chest. He did not understand what sorcery Thiessen used. He said that he would not miss that time. Then, Thiessen told him with a smile that it seemed he would only acknowledge his defeat when he died, and he disappeared. The eccentric physician was astonished, wondering if he had disappeared again, and saying he had already focused an immense amount of inner energy into his eyes. He appeared behind him, and the eccentric physician remained stunned. He raised his hand, it seemed that he would slap him, and said he was as inept at martial arts as he had thought. Subsequently, the scene shifted to night, where the moon shone continuously, making it a very attractive sight. The needle eccentric physician's eyes were closed. As he opened his eyes a little, he saw the divine physician. When he opened his proper eyes, the divine physician asked him if he was awake when he opened his proper eyes. He informed him that he had received a blow to his head, so he fainted for a moment, and the eccentric physician was disappointed and wondered how he had lost to Thiessen. The divine physician cast a few restrictions just in case. There was no harm in being careful. He pointed at the eccentric physician and said that he would always be in the palm of Thiessen's hand. The eccentric physician put both his hands on his head because his head hurt, and stated that he had never been rendered so speechless before. The divine physician told him that since it had come down to that, he hoped they would work well together from now on, and called to him a needle eccentric. The scene shifted to an area with many houses available. Thiessen stood before his elder brother Byeoktisu, a Golden Wall merchant guild leader. His elder brother looked at him happily, saying that he was much better now, and told him that both the divine physician and eccentric physician must live up to their reputations and skills. It seemed that the eccentric one wanted to keep working with Tison. Tison remained quiet, gazing proudly at his elder brother. Then, his elder brother called him here because he had a favor to ask of him. He said they recently heard from Yon Manor that the River Martial Alliance of Hubei was gathering rising martial artists, and Lady Yon had already received an invitation. Tison asked about the River Martial Alliance. His elder brother seemed to think it would be weird for a merchant guild to join that meeting, but the eccentric physician had also received a similar request. Additionally, it appeared that the eccentric physician had already agreed to participate before arriving. He added that, which brings him to the point. His elder brother wanted Tison to accompany the eccentric physician and asked for Tison's consent to do so. Tison replied with a smile, saying that he did not see why not. He needed to train the eccentric physician a little too, and his elder brother thanked him, and guessed that Tison would refuse, seeing as he was not well. He revealed that the River Martial Alliance was the strongest martial organization in Hubei. Since they were based in Hubei, they could not possibly let go of such a good opportunity. Tison thought about the River Martial Alliance that he was lacking opponents to train with. He hoped there would be decent martial artists there. The scene transitioned to the White Flower Courtesan House, part of the Hao faction, where a mistress sat in a chair, and female soldiers stood on both sides with their faces covered. The mistress informed them that there had been no reactions from the Golden Heavenly Alliance yet. One of them, a female soldier, said that there had not been, as it seemed they were taken aback by the abilities of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, which was beyond their expectations. Then, the mistress thought that even though they knew about their abilities, she never expected such a monster to be alive. She felt that Tison knew about the Shadow Stride, too. She ordered them to investigate the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, starting today, and to determine what martial arts or elixirs they had recently acquired. She warned the female soldiers to be very careful, treating the situation as if they were looking into a reputable clan, and commanded them not to go anywhere near Tison. All the female soldiers remained silent. The mistress felt that it would determine the fate of the Hao faction. The scene shifted to the Golden Wall Merchant Guild at sunrise. Soso woke up with a yawn. She made her face, twisting in confusion. Afterward, she served a bowl full of soup to Tison, especially the two physicians, and Tison said that he had suddenly left Wuhan and embarked on a journey towards the River Martial Alliance, so he likely would not be able to contact Soso for a while. Soso was surprised to hear that, saying that even a kid like her knew just how amazing that place was, and thought that Master Tison was genuinely incredible. She felt that two famous physicians had joined Master Byuk recently, and they seemed helpless when they were with Master Byuk. All of them remained quiet, and Soso felt a surge of excitement. What was happening seemed so fascinating. At night, in the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, she took off her shoes. She appeared to be lying on a bed and looked relaxed, with her arms raised and her mouth open in a big yawn. She sighed, her eyes closed, thinking that the three of them had been going out every night for a few days. Suddenly, she felt something odd. Her eyes opened. She got out of bed and stepped outside, thinking they seemed to be doing some strange training. She noticed a pink light glowing from Tison's pavilion. She was shocked to see that. Reassuring herself, she thought Master Byuk must be getting much healthier. Strangely, she felt like those two physicians had become younger, too. Then, Tison said that physicians were far superior to courtesans. Both the physicians and Soso remained shocked by his statement, and Soso thought that Tison mumbled strange things to himself. Afterward, Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan appeared in front of them. Soso claimed she was living with good people without problems. All of them sat around the dining table, and the delicious dishes were placed where Soso thought she had felt a little lonely in the past. Now, she felt like she had gained new family members. At night, in the pavilion, she wrote something on the paper, and Tison's voice echoed in his mind, saying that he would contact her immediately once he returned to Wuhan, and requested that she not worry about him, and hoped that she would stay well until then. She extinguished the burning pot, and she went to bed quietly, feeling sad about her master. The scene transitioned to the White Flower Courtesan's house at night. Tison sat on the mistress's seat, and the mistress sat in a lotus position before him. He asked her how the investigation was going. Then, she replied that she had already sent him all the details regarding the investigation. Tison said to her that he was not referring to those and was instead asking her about the investigation into his background. Afterward, the mistress was shocked to hear his statement. Tison smirked, asked her about her astonishment, and asked if she thought he would not realize. The mistress bowed her head, admitting she had committed a grave sin, and immediately requested forgiveness. Tison told her to forget it, saying he was asking if she was done with the investigation. She stated that they were being very cautious, so it still had not concluded, and said that the investigation was not about him, but about the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Then, Tison inquired of her what she had found out about him. She screamed and said that she had not found anything. She was aware Tison knew a secret she did not know about. Tison asked her for information on the River Martial Alliance, and she replied that the Hao faction was the best at gathering information on large groups in Mrim, promising to prepare it for him immediately. Then, Tison smirked, agreed, and said that he had some business with the River Martial Alliance, and the mistress was satisfied. He asked her to bring him writing materials. When he unrolled his page, he calmly wrote something on it. After writing something on the page, he threw it. The paper drifted down gently through the air, and the mistress remained quiet because she did not know what Tison did. She bowed her head down, looking downward. She claimed that she could tell with just a glance. She picked the page and read constantly, thinking this was the shadow stride. Then, Tison said to her that she was aware that was not everything, and the mistress thanked him. Tison said she would do whatever he told her if she was thankful, and he told her to show him just how helpful guys could be. Tison smirked and told her she should be able to become the Hao faction leader with that. She bowed her head down and wondered if she could become the Hao faction's leader. The scene shifted to a man who wore a straw hat, had sat at the front of the horse-drawn carriage, and the 4 soldiers stood on the right side. 2 horse-drawn carriages were outside the Golden Wall Merchant, awaiting Tison and his companions, who were walking before them. Tisu and the chief steward remained quiet, looking at them. Tison and his companions approached their horse-drawn carriages. Afterward, his elder brother informed the chief steward that the day had come, but he still thought Tison was just a young child. Tison put his feet onto the carriage. He climbed up the carriage, and his elder told him it felt like it was only yesterday when Tison was crawling everywhere. It was touching to see him already getting involved in the household affairs. Tisu added that while Tison had improved significantly, he still worried about his health. Then, the chief steward bowed his head, saying they had 2 of the best physicians with him at the moment, and requested that they not worry about them. At the exact moment, it was raining everywhere. One of the soldiers looked confused, wondering why it was suddenly raining. The rain started to intensify. Afterward, Tisu told the chief steward that he found it ridiculous that he was worrying when he was the one who sent him there. Before they left, Tisu turned his face to them and looked at them with emotion. He thought that he could not shake the feeling that something big was about to happen. The scene shifted to Seo Dagun's residence. Bong Mu-oke stood before the man, wearing dark ceremonial robes, and said that the preparations for the ritual were almost complete. The items the elder had given were also on standby. It was discovered that the man was Seo Dagun, who told Bong Mu-oke that they would wake them up the moment the preparations were complete, and he wanted Bong Mu-oke to go and control them. Then, Bong Mu-oke greeted him respectfully in front of him, saying that he would depart immediately. Su Dagun told him they were utterly defeated in Wuhan, and even the Golden Heavenly Alliance, which they had strongly supported, was now useless. He warned Bong Mu-oke that if they failed again, the elder would personally punish them. They would probably end up as souls that wander for eternity without ever attaining peace. He felt something happen and rolled his eyes to the right side. He told Bong Mu-oke to wait longer and said he would take him out soon. The scene transitioned to the carriage, where Tison closed his eyes and assumed something was on his mind. The 2 famous physicians sat on both sides of Tison, and Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan, especially Soso, sat before them. However, the eccentric physician said the carriage was comfortable and looked expensive, probably paid for by Tison. The divine physician smiled and agreed, saying it was nothing for Tison, and the eccentric physician told him that he was dishing out empty flattery. They looked at each other furiously, and Tison closed his eyes and remained quiet. Yu Xiaoyan thought that something terrible would happen eventually between those two. Afterward, the eccentric physician asked her if it was not better to travel by water to Yincheng, where the river martial alliance was. Yu Xiaoyan replied that the pirates had been pretty active recently, so that was why they were going by land. She thought the pirates should be the ones worried about meeting them, while the eccentric physician felt relaxed and said it didn't matter to him. Guangwen and Yu Xiaoyan were satisfied. Then, the divine physician asked if Lady Yon had not said that she was also heading to the River Martial Alliance, and suggested they could have gone together. Yu Xiaoyan informed him that Lady Yon had already departed by boat, and she doubted whether Yon Lady knew that they were heading there. The divine physician was surprised that Yon Lady had departed by boat and asked her if she had not said the pirates were active. Yu Xiaoyan explained that the Yon Manor had many competent warriors. Besides, Lady Yon was pretty skilled in martial arts, too. She added that there were not many female warriors in the Yon Manor, which was why Yon Lady was serving her. However, she was probably way stronger than she thought. The divine physician wondered whether Yu Xiaoyan had no idea how strong Yon Lady was. It seemed the people she could compare herself to were all monsters. Guangwen stayed silent and didn't say anything. He rolled his eyes on the right side, and saw Yu Xiaoyan, who looked sad, and bowed her head down. Yu Xiaoyan remembered when she was a child, someone introduced her to Yon Haran, saying she would serve her. He added that since Yon Haran was around the same age, the two could train in martial arts together. Yu Xiaoyan bowed her head down and introduced herself before Yon Haran, and expressed her respect toward her. Yon Haran, who was practicing with a stick, stopped and lowered it with a downward swing. Yu Xiaoyan remained quiet, without a word. She stared at Lady Yon. Yon Haran raised her hand, introduced herself with a smile, and motivated her to work together to get strong. Subsequently, the scene shifted to the houses at sunset. Tison and his companions sat around a campfire, likely preparing a meal under the fading light of sunset, and Guangwen and Yu Xiaoyan were engaged in sword practice behind them. They stayed alert, ready for the attack. Yu Xiaoyan sighed deeply, prepared for her strike. Then, she rushed towards them by waving her sword. Guangwen was shocked to see her. She jumped and attacked him, but Guangwen dodged her attack incidentally. She lifted her hand and was about to attack Guangwen. Guangwen wondered why she was fired up today. Yu Xiaoyan screamed and charged at him. She ran towards him, by waving her sword, but Guangwen blocked her attack easily. He swung his sword at her tricep and stepped back. She grabbed her right arm in pain. Guangwen asked if she was okay. She told him she was fair and told him to keep fighting, and Guangwen said the wound was deep and told her to see the divine physician. Afterward, someone screamed that dinner was ready and told them to come and get dinner. Guangwen seemed to think that the dinner was ready. Then, he stared at Yu Xiaoyan, surprised. She stood at a distance from him. Subsequently, Tison and his companions gathered at the campfire. The divine physician laughed continuously while the eccentric physician seemed furious. Both maids seemed excited, but Guangwen seemed sad and bowed his head down. The divine physician noted his facial expression. He asked him about his worries. Guangwen asked the divine physician what he was talking about. The divine physician asked Guangwen why he hadn't pursued Yu Xiaoyan and said he might regret doing nothing. The dinner was cooked over the campfire. At the same time, Guangwen said he did not know what had happened or what to say. The divine physician consoled him and said he needed to express his concern for her. Guangwen bowed his head down and remained quiet. The divine physician gave him 3 rice balls, placed on a green leaf over a cloth, and ordered him to take them. Guangwen stared at him in confusion. The scene shifted to Yu Xiaoyan practicing her sword swings in the forest. Guangwen silently watched her from a distance, hidden in a tree. Yu Xiaoyan rapidly jumped and swung her sword constantly. She alerted herself and was ready for her strike. The sweat was pouring out on his face, and she stayed alert. She fixed her target on the rock. Guangwen stayed tuned and looked at her, a surprised expression on her face. She swung her sword rapidly and attacked the rock. Kwangwen was astonished. She heard Tisan's voice, saying that this form was good. She was stunned and called out to him. Tisan told her that she was filled with useless thoughts. Tisan asked Yusioyan why she hadn't realized he was coming here and added that she would have been dead if he had been an enemy. Yusioyan felt disappointed by his statement. However, Tisan suggested she empty her mind and always keep all her senses open. Then, Yusioyan asked him how many people in the world could do that. Tisan replied to her that at least 500 such people, and added that if he included those whom he was unaware of, there would be even more. It was not necessarily bad to live within the limits she had set for herself, either. Yusioyan remained shocked at once. She thought about the limits that she had set for herself. Kwangwen looked surprised. Yusioyan felt like a drop of water had fallen on her forehead, and Kwangwen believed Yusioyan might reach the transcendent trance. She realized she had been holding herself back with her limits. She drifted into deep thought, remembering the past. She recalled the moment she couldn't believe Tisan had defeated a powerful martial master in just 5 moves. Another memory came when she bowed down, thinking that Tisan had killed him instantly with his bare hands. Again, when she turned her face back, she said that she never thought they would be able to defeat warriors from the Zhongli clan and asked about Tisan. Until then, she glimpsed her past again, when Kwangwen and Yusioyan faced the chief administrator of Zhongli clan, and sensed that the chief was on a whole different level, believing the two of them alone couldn't defeat him. She opened her eyes, looking confused. Afterward, Yusioyan stayed focused and gathered her core energy, releasing yellow rays from her body, whereas Tisan stood on the right side in the distance. Kwangwen wondered if she could be in the transcendent trance. Kwangwen's shadow appeared beside the tree, but Tisan recognized that Kwangwen stood in the distance beside the tree behind him. Then, Kwangwen assumed Tisan knew he was there. He rapidly ran toward Yusioyan. It seemed that nothing had happened yet. He thought she needed to complete that process safely. He watched over her until the sun rose. At the sun's beginning, Yusioyan calmly opened her eyes. She wondered if this was the transcendent trance she had only heard about. Then, she rolled her eyes backward. She turned her face to Kwangwen, who was kneeling with one knee on the ground and his eyes closed. She wondered what he was doing there. Afterward, Kwangwen stood up from the ground. He looked back, turned to her, and asked if she was awake, congratulating her on her enlightenment. Yusioyan asked her how long he had been here. Kwangwen told her he was afraid someone might disrupt her. She looked at him, her expression full of feeling. Kwangwen gave her rice balls wrapped in a cloth, and said he had brought all that here in case she was hungry, but it had gotten cold. She put the rice ball from the bag and looked at it. She continued eating without a pause. She told him that the rice ball was tasty and expressed her gratitude toward him. A smile had appeared on Kwangwen's face because he felt happy. He welcomed her with a kind expression. The scene transitioned to the forest, where the horse-drawn carriage continued to move. Tisan told Yusioyan that he guessed she had achieved enlightenment without trouble. Yusioyan made a shocked face upon hearing him. She bowed slightly and thanked him for teaching her. Tisan stated that it could get hazardous if she fell into a transcendent trance. If something went wrong, and she underwent energy deviation, then it would not end with just her suffering injuries, and she might never wake up. Yusioyan agreed, and she told him to bear that in mind. Tisan told her why he left her alone, because there was someone to watch over her at that time. Then, Kwangwen and Yusioyan looked at each other. So struggled to suppress a laugh. Tisan thought that the coward accomplished something huge that time around. The scene shifted to the Hubei province, Yichang. The horse-drawn carriages arrived and came to a stop at the beautiful pavilion. One by one, they stepped out of the carriages. Then, the divine physician expressed his happiness, saying they had arrived in Yichang, where the River Martial Alliance was. He felt tired, saying they should find a place with a roof to sleep, and the eccentric physician turned to him and remarked that he didn't seem to have trouble sleeping. He had even been snoring. A man appeared before them, who demonstrated a respectful greeting. He was whispering something in Tisan's ear. Then, a man walked away from them. So asked Tisan curiously who that person was. The divine physician guessed that he was from the Hao faction. Tison seemed to think that the boat from the Yon Manor would arrive in 1 hour, which means a ship where Lady Yon was present, and commanded Yu Xiaoyan to protect her for the time being. Yu Xiaoyan was surprised, and Soso felt excited, wondering if Tison had guessed that Yu Xiaoyan would be arriving around that time and had arranged for them to come around the same time. He assured him that Tison wanted to meet with Lady Yon quickly. Tison said that their arrival time coincided. He inquired of both of them if it had not been some time since they had met. Both of them remained quiet to hear him. After that, Yu Xiaoyan smirked. She performed her greeting before him. The scene transitioned to a ship where Lady Yon and the 3 ladies were descending the ship's stairs. Yon Haran thought it had been a while since she last saw Yu Xiaoyan and wished Yu Xiaoyan were there. Suddenly, she heard Yu Xiaoyan, who called to her, and wondered if that voice could be Yu Xiaoyan. She was surprised, her eyes wide. She looked at her with emotion. She joyfully asked her what she was doing there and said that she would never have dreamed she would be able to meet her there. She expressed to her that she was missing her so much, and informed her that there were too many people around her right now, which was making her uncomfortable. Suddenly, someone asked Lady Yon who she was here. It was discovered that he was Ximen Jehak, the eldest son of the Ximen clan, who stood behind them, especially 2 companions. Ximen Jehak guessed Lady Yon knew her. Yu Xiaoyan thought those were the people Yon Haran was worried about. Lady Yon turned to him and screamed that Yu Xiaoyan was her bodyguard and closest friend. Ximen Jehak told her with joy that she had a carefree personality. However, if she gets too close to those who serve her, there are numerous situations where they forget their place. He stated that a bodyguard should never leave their master's side, and he said Yu Xiaoyan looked pretty weak, asking if she could even fight. Lady Yon screamed, saying that was not it. She was the one who asked her to. Yu Xiaoyan remembered her childhood when she killed the man, and Lady Yon asked her how she had done it. She informed Lady Yon that this guy was the one who said girls should not learn martial arts. Both of them seemed confused when someone called out to that guy. Lady Yon consoled her to take care of herself, and she wanted her to stay quiet, and added that if not, they would beat her to death. Yu Xiaoyan looked at her with emotion and called out to her. At sunset, both of them sat on the pavilion stairs, and Yu Xiaoyan asked her if she was okay. Lady Yon replied that she was okay, it did not hurt as much as it looked. The wound was on her feet. Yu Xiaoyan asked her why she would go to such great lengths to help her. Lady Yon's eyes were filled with tears, and she was smiling. She told her that she wanted to become friends with her. Then, Yu Xiaoyan came in present, where she remained quiet. All of them were shocked when someone's voice was heard, asking them why they were standing there. It was discovered that Tison and his companions had approached here, and the divine physician informed them that they had stopped by since they had some business nearby. But Tison remained quiet, stayed tuned. Lady Yon's eyes remained wide when she looked at his fiancée. Tison and Ximen Jehak stood opposite each other. Ximen Jehak asked Tison with a smile if he was Lady Yon's fiancé. Tison turned his face to Lady Yon and asked if they had broken off their engagement, and Lady Yon screamed, asking him why not. Tison smirked, saying that was what she said. Ximen Jehak remained silent. Tison asked him about his identity and why he was with his fiancée. Then, Lady Yon shouted, saying that they were all from reputable clans, and they were heading to a meeting where all the rising stars of the next generation gathered. Her father had ordered them to travel together, and nothing was going on between them. Tison asked his fiancée if she would come to his accommodation today, and Lady Yon agreed. A scene on a wooden dock by the water, where several groups of people are gathered. Subsequently, Ximen Jehak looked at them fiercely and said to himself that they also needed accommodations. A companion who stood behind him and asked him what his intentions were. Ximen Jehak noticed that Yon Haran never smiled at him ever once during the whole journey. Ximen Jehak thought that she was also capable of making such an expression. He thought that no matter what she did, she would end up marrying him, not someone like Tison. The scene transitioned to the sea. They both walked together. Lady Yon looked at Tison with emotion. Then, Tison turned his face towards her. Tison stood behind her and remained quiet. He wondered why Ximen Jehak was so obsessed with him and asked himself if something had happened between them when they were young. Lady Yon walked quickly, while Tison walked calmly, unhurriedly. He thought that the more he looked at his fiancée, the more he saw a resemblance. He believed that she would do it. She would reach the level of a Supreme One because he loved the Supreme One. the scene transitioned to the River Marshal Alliance, where Tison and his companions walked together. The eccentric physician said this place was bigger than expected, and Tison said that this was half the size of the Miram Alliance. However, the divine physician noted that they were all part of the River Marshal Alliance. After all, although they called themselves the Hubei Alliance, and they were closer to being a mini Miram Alliance in terms of size. Then, Tison appreciated him. Subsequently, they were walking continuously towards a large pavilion, and the older man stood beside the stairs. So informed Tison that this place was so huge. The older man pointed to the right side, told them that essential guests were here, and assured them that he was paying special attention to all of them. The divine physician laughed and guessed that his fame had spread to even the River Marshal Alliance. Being this popular was so tiring, it was time to hide a shining star, and the eccentric physician attributed this to himself. Both physicians looked at each other furiously, and the divine physician pointed his thumb at himself and asked why it was due to him. The eccentric physician also pointed his thumb at himself and said he was the only one initially invited here. Both physicians stared at each other, pressed their heads together, and furiously gritted their teeth. Tison called out both physicians. Both of them looked at him and answered. He declared to both of them that he wanted to look for decent physicians in the vicinity starting today, since it was a big city, and there must be many physicians. The divine physician told him that he already had two of the most famous physicians with him and asked him why he was looking for more physicians. Tison said that he sucked too much out of both of them, so the efficiency was starting to drop. The divine physician told the eccentric physician that he did not know how it happened, but after every time he went through it, his body became healthier. It hurt quite a lot, and the eccentric physician asked where they were supposed to find the physicians suddenly. He did not know of any clinics here. Then, the divine physician got an idea to walk around and hire physicians, and told them that they would visit all the clinics in this area and employ decent physicians to make house calls. The eccentric physician was impressed by his idea, and the divine physicians reminded him only to hire decent physicians. He told him that he could judge physicians more than he was, and consoled him that he just needed to worry about himself, and the divine physician mocked him, saying that he had never heard that kind of nonsense before. Then, the divine physician asked to make a bet. The eccentric physician asked him how he could make the bet in that situation, and the divine physician wondered if there was something he wanted. The eccentric physician remained quiet, assuming something. Afterward, he pointed his finger toward him and said that he wanted to know his true identity. The divine physician stared at him fiercely. Then, he asked him if he thought he could handle the truth, and the eccentric physician told him that it was his concern. He wanted the eccentric physician to teach him his one needle art if he lost. The eccentric physician shouted at him and said that it was all he had, and the divine physician noted that he did not need the martial arts part, just the acupuncture technique. Consequently, the eccentric physician agreed to the bet, and said that the one who brought the most satisfactory reward to Master Awoke would win. The divine physician laughed loudly, saying that the one needle art now belonged to him, but something was going on in the eccentric physician's mind, as he thought he would uncover the true identity of Tison and the divine physician that time. He believed that they were hiding something from him. Afterward, a few minutes ago, the night had fallen everywhere. Both physicians stood outside the door. The eccentric physician tried to listen to something, but the divine physician remained quiet, and a pink light surrounded the door. The divine physician asked him why it seemed the physicians were hurting as much as the others, and the eccentric physician, who was trying to see something in the mirrors, told him that it seemed accurate. Usually, the physicians would be screaming at the top of their lungs. As the door opened, Tison appeared serious, his eyes closed, and both physicians were shocked to see him. Tison ordered them to take the physicians away, and he felt worse than he thought, and he wanted each of them to bring one more person every day, but the divine physician refused him at once. Then, Tison rolled his eyes at the divine physician with pink eyes. The divine physician agreed and said to him with a laugh that he would do that. The eccentric physician inquired of Tison in a whisper which physician he was more satisfied with. Tison said that he would decide after he saw all the physicians who were brought here. Afterward, he came out of the room, and the bodies of the men lay on the floor. He remained quiet for a little while. He thought that the efficiency was lower than that of their souls and wondered if it was due to the level of their medical techniques. The trails of the extracted spirit power were different for everyone. The soul of the physicians would heal his body, and the souls of courtesans would fill Tison with lustful energy. The pain experienced and efficiency also differ. The more filthy the soul was, the more pain they would experience and the weaker the healing effect. Tison wondered what was most important for his body, which was pure souls that were not filthy. Soon after, Soso appeared behind him and called out to him. He turned to her, and she bowed her head, saying to him that she was there if he needed anything. She wondered if Tison slept well. Then, Tison assured her she would come at the perfect time. He put his head on her head, releasing a pink aura, and consoled her that she would not feel any pain, so there was nothing to worry about. The scene transitioned to the forest. The oldest man gripped his wooden lamp, and Bong Mu-oke stood behind him. Bong Mu-oke asked him how long they had been waiting, and the oldest man told him that they had been walking for about 2 hours, and were almost there now. The oldest man said that they had only been ripening for less than 10 years, which was why they were so close. One had been ripening for about 70 years, much further in, but only the great elder could use them. He said they were his best work. They could even fight the elders at the top. He stated that even so, those who were going to see right now would still be quite useful. Most warriors would not be a match for them. Bong Mu-oke remained quiet. The oldest man screamed, warning that they were here. He stated that it had been a few years since he came here, so he could not remember its exact location, which happened when Bong Mu-oke got old. Both of them stood outside the cave, and the oldest man inquired of Bong Mu-oke what he thought. Bong Mu-oke seemed shocked. The oldest man told Bong Mu-oke that they would be pretty valuable. As they entered the cave, a lot of dead bodies appeared that lay on the wooden thing. The scene shifted to the unknown residence of Seo Dagun. The 4 corpses, glowing lights, and burning candles indicate a ritual of summoning or transformation. A man wearing dark ceremonial robes was making a mystic hand sign, and the 2 ball drummers were positioned behind him. Both of them were playing the drums forcefully. The man was making a mystic hand sign and was assuming something. The word return was boldly written on the sole of the body's foot. He placed the bottle to his mouth and drank from it. A yellow tag with the word seal boldly written in red letters was attached. He drank something steadily from the bottle while lying down. Afterward, Seo Dagun stood on Bong Mu-oke's right side and told him that it seemed the souls that were sealed in the bottles had almost completely entered the bodies. Bong Mu-oke asked him if that meant these people had become half Jiangshi. Seo Dagun explained that half Jiangshis were living people who had been crippled due to poison. The ones here were made by infusing corpse energy into them. It meant their original soul still existed, which was why they were not like Jiangshis. They were able to move on their own will to a certain extent and could use martial arts, although, in that state, they were better than being dead. He turned about himself that they were infusing the souls of others into those corpses, and stated to Bong Mu-oke that he could say they were being brought back to life. Bong Mu-oke asked him how they were supposed to control people who had been brought back to life. He doubted about them because they would be easy to deal with. And Seo Dagun replied that was a secret technique that only the elders of the Hukryon clan know. It seemed some kind of restriction sorcery had been on their souls. He thought that those who were revived would know best, and Bong Mu-oke was serving the Hukryon clan with utmost loyalty after all. He remained quiet after giving his explanation. The balds were playing the drums continuously, and the ritual reached the final stage. The ritual leader or sorcerer formed a mystic hand sign, and it seemed that he was in deep concentration. The bottle still rested in the corpse's mouth as it lay calmly. Sweating heavily, he pressed his hands together. Bong Mu-oke was shocked, and the man who stood beside him looked confused. The ritual sorcerer raised his hand, forming the final. One by one, the candles went out, their flames taken by something unseen. The darkness surrounded everywhere, with shadows covering everything. The giant awakened and rose to his feet. The scene transitioned to a beautiful morning, where the multiple stories of the pavilion appeared attractive. Both of the famous physicians sat in the chairs. They heard the anonymous voice, who expressed pride upon seeing them. It was discovered that the leader of the River Martial Alliance, Beek Liob, spoke to both of the physicians, and the eccentric physician replied to the leader that they were the ones honored to meet the person who ruled over the Miram. Beek Liob assured the eccentric physician that he did not rule over the Miram. He was just one of the workers and suggested that they take a seat. The eccentric physician seemed disappointed and thought that Beek Liob had an extraordinary air around him. Beek Liob asked both of them if they were staying at the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, and the eccentric physician agreed. He thought that was quite an unexpected thing to do, and said to both of them that they were known to be the best around. Several places were trying to hire them. Then, the divine physician agreed and said to the leader that he had been contacted by the Namgoon clan and the Yeagle clan, and the eccentric physician assured that the Miram Alliance and the Black Alliance had contacted him. Beak Leon curiously asked both of them what kind of place the Golden Wall Merchant Guild was for them to choose to work for. The divine physician assured him he had found someone who could see his actual value. He thought that he would never say that it was because he had been threatened. Soon after, the eccentric physician explained the reason he had lost a bet, and added that Beak Leob could now say it was no longer just because of the bet. The leader looked confused and said to both of them that they did not seem to serve the Golden Wall Merchant Guild and asked about its second son. The eccentric physician was satisfied with him and said that he did not care about what happened to the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Beak Leob was surprised and thought that they were truly coveted talents. If he had both of the physicians on his side, the River Marshal Alliance would be able to rule the world. So Beak Leob decided to meet Tison at all costs. The scene transitioned where Soso yawned. She wondered if she was dreaming, and if this was her room, and she remembered that she was with Tison. She smiled and realized that it was a warm and peaceful dream. Suddenly, she sat in a lotus position on the bed and motivated herself, saying that she didn't have the time to lie down. Her eyes remained wide, and she thought that she had overslept. As she exited her room, she noticed the pink light was on in Tison's room. She was stunned and wondered what was happening. Consequently, Tison sat in meditation, with a pink circle of light surrounding both hands. His eyes were closed, and he thought that spirit energy was pure and potent. He recalled that when he put his hand on Soso's head, he noticed that when he extracted Soso's soul, it was completely different from anything else he had seen so far. It felt like even his body and soul were being stabilized. If what he had been doing was like scrambling to connect his meridians to survive, then this time round, it felt like his connected meridians were being strengthened and solidified. Tison thought that there was always something new to learn about soul-augmenting demonic art. The last treatment was truly crucial. For the sake of achieving a complete body, Tison felt at peace. The scene shifted to the River Marshal gathering of the Generation's Rising Stars, where Lady Yon and Yu Sioyan arrived, while people roamed. The passers told each other that Lady Yon was wonderful. Lady Yon thought that Tison was not present here and that he had stayed in his room for 2 whole days. Yu Sioyan inquired of Lady Yon with joy if she thought about Tison again, and consoled her that she did not care to be too worried about him. He was probably consolidating everything. Lady Yon objected to enlightenment and asked if she was referring to a transcendental trance. Yu Sioyan smirked and said she had experienced it a while ago. She felt happy and told her that it was only thanks to Tison's help, and Lady Yon was surprised and said to her that it seemed she was stronger than before. After that, Zyman Jahak called out to Lady Yon, and Lady Yon turned her eyes back. He mocked her for being here without a fiancé. She bowed her head and greeted him. Zyman Jahak thought that the idea was working out great. Then, he asked if Lady Yon would like to have a drink with him. Lady Yon remained quiet, looking sad. Zyman Jahak asked her if she was hesitating because of her fiancé, and told her that a merchant like her fiancé was not suitable for her anyway. Lady Yon felt that this was not a good thing. He rapidly gripped her wrist. He asked her if liquor could cure sickness and told her not to spoil the fun, have 1 glass with him. Lady Yon looked at her fiercely, but did not say anything. Suddenly, her bodyguard came between them, gripped Zyman Jahak's wrist, and told him to stop. She threatened that it was not good for him to do that to someone who was already engaged. Then, Zyman Jahak screamed, saying to Lady Yon that she was nothing but a bodyguard and assured her she did not know which clan he was from. Yu Sioyan told him she did not know, but based on his behavior, she doubted it was anything significant. Zyman Jahak reminded her that he was the successor of the Zyman clan and asked her if she thought the mere like of her could handle him. Yu Sioyan was shocked because she did not know Zyman Jahak was from the Zyman clan. Zyman Jahak asked her if she thought she could hold him. Suddenly, someone walked toward them, and the people murmured to each other about who he was. People claimed he was from the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, which had been the subject of recent discussion. Lady Yon turned her face, shocked that Tison had arrived here. Then, he asked her if Zyman Jahak had been talking incessantly and making such a din. He turned to Zyman Jahak and asked him if he was the one. The scene transitioned to the unknown Seo Dagun's residence, where the man was lying in a position, drinking something from a bottle. He drank continuously from it, and the yellow tag was constantly burned. He gripped his bottle forcefully. As the bottle broke into small pieces, the man screamed forcefully. 4 corpses who was lying on the wooden things that were alive. One man saw his hand and wondered where he was, and assured himself that he was dead. His body felt different. Su Dagun approached the man, called out to him as the Guangdong demon, and asked if he was awake. The man rapidly swung his hand toward him. He asked him who he was. Subduing revealed his identity to them and said that Elder Hyokron Bigwang had saved them. It was time to serve him. 4 corpses stood and stared at Subduing, and pink rays surrounded their eyes. The scene shifted. Simon Jahak told Tison that he was nothing but a man who looked like a pimp, claiming that he had been looking for Tison, but Tison did not understand. He asked with a smile how long he intended to burden Lady Yon. Tison replied with a questioning form about whether he was a burden on Lady Yon. Simon Jahak revealed that Tison was basically a nobody in the Golden Wall Merchant Guild and asked him furiously how he dared be obsessed with Lady Yon. Tison again replied with a smile about whether he was obsessed with Yon Haran. Afterward, Simon Jahak asked him if he was not and why his engagement had not been broken. He suggested that Tison needed to leave her life quickly so that she could look for a good marriage. Tison mockingly asked him if Lady Yon would be looking for him. Simon Jahak told him that his words were not working on him and said that the Golden Wall Merchant Guild's mere likes dared to mock the Simon clan. Tison asked Simon Jahak why he was suddenly bringing up his clan, and if it was because Simon had been a loser without his clan. Simon Jahak's hands began to shake angrily. Before leaving the Generation Rising Stars gathering, he told Tison he had enough and told him to go out. Subsequently, Tison and Simon Jahak, primarily his 2 companions, appeared on the arena. Tison asked him when he was going to attack him. Simon Jahak asked him if he had gone crazy from being too scared. Tison told him he had attained enlightenment in the last few days and needed someone to test it. Simon Jahak felt excited to hear his statement. He took a decisive step toward him. He rushed towards him and attacked with a folding fan. Tison dodged his attack easily. He gripped Simon Jahak's arm tightly, and Simon Jahak remained shocked. With a twist, he lifted his entire body. Simon Jahak screamed non-stop. Both of his companions were stunned. Then, Tison struck him on both of them, and they dodged. Tison stayed alert, and Simon's companions were amazed. They could not believe how he knocked Simon Jahak to the ground with a single move. At the same time, Tison lifted the folding fan with his feet. He sent it spinning through the air with a sharp kick. One of Simon's companions remained shocked. The folding fan hit his head hard with a loud smack. He screamed constantly. Simon's companion fell on the ground, and the other companion helped Simon Jahak lift him by the arm. Then, Simon Jahak asked him furiously how he dared to attack him when his guard was down. Tison smirked softly. Afterward, Simon Jahak and his companion were ready to attack him. While they were about to attack, Simon Jahak thought that he had no idea what trick Tison pulled, but that time around, he would show him the true essence of the Simon clan's martial arts. Tison was ready for his fight. He smirked and said he had not even started yet. Both of them remained shocked. When they caught his robe, he employed his technique, and pink radiation emanated from his eyes. Tison had made them sit down forcefully, and he placed his hand on both of their heads. They looked confused, and pink rays emanated from Tison's eyes. He hit both of their head with each other strongly. Consequently, both of them fell and were unconscious. Soon after, Simon Jahak's eyes had opened. His eyes remained wide when he found Tison in front of him. Tison turned his eyes toward him and mocked him if he was awake. Simon Jahak felt scared and thought he couldn't speak. Tison raised his hand to the guards and said he had discovered something interesting. The tears were pouring out on Simon Jahak's face, and he felt frightened. Then, Tison told him that it was time to confirm it again. The scene transitioned to the River Marshal gathering of the Generation's Rising Stars again, where Lady Yon and Yu Xiaoyan were worried about Tison. Someone's voice echoed in their mind, calling out an alliance leader. It was discovered that Beek Liob was approached here, and Lady Yon and Yu Xiaoyan bowed their head down respectfully. Beek Liob thought he had come here to meet Tison, and wondered where he was. He stepped outside and saw that Tison was coming towards him. Beek Liob assured himself that he was Tison. When Tison approached the leader, then Beek Liob asked him if he knew who he was. The crowd of people stood behind Beek Liob and stared at Tison. Tison guessed that he had seen Beek Liob somewhere before. Beek Liob asked him if he had seen him before. The memory came to Tison, and he felt he had seen him in childhood. It was reported that this occurred during a negotiation with the Miram Alliance decades ago. Beek Liob was just a young boy who could withstand Tison's aura at the time. He had quite a strong will despite lacking skill, and the River Marshal Alliance leader had made it far. After that, Beek Liob told Tison he needed to talk to him. Tison told him something like that should be done to someone who wanted to talk with him. Then, the leader assured him he had come here to talk to everyone today, and Tison was the first on his list. Tison refused to speak to him and said he should move to the next person, pointing his finger at the guy standing on his right side and calling out to him. He told him that he had the opportunity to speak with the strongest person in the River Martial Alliance. Then, Beak Leob thought that Tison had guts. He had a chance to build a relationship with him, but he was throwing it away, even though Tison was in the rising generation. Conversely, the guy stared at the leader hopefully and waited for his response, but Beak Leob ignored him. Tison was walking to his destination. He thought that if Beak Leob were still just the young boy from the past, he would have beaten him up if Beak Leob had tried to scold him. But things would get complicated if he beat up the River Martial Alliance leader. The scene transitioned at the Yichang weapon workshop, Black Iron Smithy. Someone was heating metal in a fire using tongs, with smoke and glowing heat surrounding it. A blacksmith hit hot metal with a hammer, and another person held it with tongs. The blacksmith remained shocked. He turned his face to the left and asked the man why the fog was so thick. The man told the blacksmith seriously that they needed to work quickly to deliver the order to the River Martial Alliance within a few days, and asked who the person was who had requested an extension. Suddenly, the blacksmith felt something incredible when someone screamed. In the smog, he saw the man who wore the traditional hat, holding something in both arms. He held the guy, eating him continuously. The blacksmith felt scared and wondered what that was. It was discovered that they were those brutes who had come alive in the Subduing's residence. Both of them were shocked to see them. The blacksmith asked what they were and if they were humans. Subsequently, the shadow formed upside down on the pavilion. A guy who raised his right hand towards them, hiding his face. He fitted a small ring on the middle finger, ringing continuously. All the zombies opened their mouths and came towards both of them. The blacksmith ordered the other they run. All the brutes rapidly ran towards them. The blacksmith immediately put the hammer on the ground. Both ran from the brutes, and the zombies rushed towards them. The story continues as the zombies stroll towards them. The blacksmith looked confused, thinking that there was no way out. He closed his eyes and thought the horse was still alive. If he could somehow get to it, he could survive. On the other side, a horse stood under a covered structure, looking outward. The blacksmith dodged them and had only one chance. He put a step towards the horse. He gritted his teeth and thought that he needed to make it. One brute turned his face backward. He saw a man who screamed and lifted a horse from its front legs into the air. The blacksmith was riding the horse rapidly. Then, he encouraged himself, believing he had done it. But he needed to pass the door of the Black Iron Smithy. The other zombie was ready to jump before the blacksmith. As the blacksmith was about to approach the door, one brute flew into the air. He turned his eyes to the left side, scaredly. Consequently, when the drops of blood splashed on the wooden wall, it was discovered that these blood drops were from the blacksmith. All the zombies and Subduing stayed tuned, and the dead bodies lay on the ground. After that, 4 zombies formed a square. All of them bowed their head down. They saw that blood was spreading slowly on the ground. It became clear that they were gathering the blood of the dead in that place. When they collected blood from all around with their hands, the blood took the shape of a branch from a deadly tree. It began to grow, swelling larger and larger. It formed in a circular shape, and during that process, the white-haired man appeared. His eyes were red. He was the elder of the Subduing. The red aura was released from his eyes, and the red shone from his forehead. The scene transitioned to the River Martial Alliance. Tison understood that after extracting the souls of Zyman Jahak and his 2 guards, he discovered a new effect of the soul augmenting demonic art. After extracting their souls and slowly purifying them to the best of his abilities, a lot of thoughts flowed into his mind. He thought that their soul energies were nowhere nearly as good as those of the physicians, but it seemed that was the key that allowed him to extract the information hidden within them. Then, Tison smirked, thinking that it was soul augment demonic art. The more he discovered about this art, the more he realized how incredible it was. Suddenly, the divine physician's voice echoed in his mind, calling out to him and informing him that they had brought the physicians. As Tison came from the pavilion, he glanced at the 2 physicians who bowed down, and the divine physician told him if the physicians he had brought were better. The divine physician laughed loudly, and the eccentric physicians stared at him fiercely. Tison said both of them were similar, which was a draw, and added that if he wanted his opinion, the opinion was that their standards had dropped, and both had failed. Both of the physicians were stunned to hear his opinion. At the exact moment, Tison told both of them that they had to fulfill their end of the bet for losing. Neither of the physicians understood how Tison could do that. Tison looked at both of them with an ugly smile and challenged them. He said that he would check on them and alerted them to prepare for what comes next if they dare make a bet without his knowledge again. Both of the physicians' eyes remained open. The scene shifted to the leader of the Marshall River Alliance, who sat before the older man, and the older man informed him that the black iron smithy had disappeared. Beek-Leob could not believe that they had disappeared and said that they were not just objects, inquiring how they could have vanished. The older man revealed that they had sent people there because there was no news of them, even though it was past the time for them to make payment, and added that all that remained were the manor and the pavilion. No people or belongings remained. The leader did not believe and asked why they would do that when they were supposed to receive money. And the older man told him that he could not be sure, but it seemed they were attacked by external forces, and said that a plague had coincidentally started spreading near that area. The leader told him they needed to investigate to see if these two incidents were related, and he requested the older man to seek help from both the eccentric and divine physicians. Then, Beek-Leob assured him that they should build a relationship with both physicians, and added that they used that as an excuse to reward them smartly. He also mentioned that Tison had asked him for help. The older man asked him if Tison was the second young master of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, and the leader agreed and ordered him to fulfill any requests Tison made. The older man remained quiet. Then, he performed a respectful greeting before him and was satisfied with him. Afterward, Beek-Leob sensed that Tison had an aura of a martial master and decided to see how he did that time. The scene shifted to Yichang Weapon Workshop, Black Iron Smithy, where Tison and his companions entered from the gate. As Tison entered, he declared that there was a scent of blood. The divine physician said he didn't feel anything, but Tison told him it wasn't a scent he could detect with just his nose. The physician was shocked and said everyone in that place was dead, and Tison replied that he didn't know the exact number, but he was sure that over 100 people had died. He turned his face before them and asked them about their knowledge of poison. The divine physician told him that he knew little about the poison, and Tison asked what it was compared to the poison of the demon. Soon after, the eccentric physician told him that no one could beat the poison demon in terms of knowledge regarding poison and asked what the matter was. Tison claimed that the smell of the poison was like that of the poison demon. Both of the physicians were amazed and asked him if he was saying the poison demon killed them all. Then, Tison stated that he had no idea. However, amidst the scent of blood and poison, there was something oddly disturbing mixed in, and he told the divine and eccentric physician that he wanted them to find out what it was while they were investigating the poison as well. Both physicians agreed to his order. Tison was walking slowly. During walking, he wondered why he sensed energy in the world similar to that of the soul, augmenting demonic art in that place. Soon after, the divine physician pointed his finger at the guards to inspect them. After that, the divine physician felt something. He sensed that the leader of the River Marshall Alliance, Beek-Leob, appeared here. Both physicians bowed their heads respectfully and greeted him. The divine physician asked the leader what he was doing here and if he was busy. Beek-Leob laughed, saying that he could not just ignore the request he had made to the council members. Besides, he had another favor to ask. The divine physician was surprised, thinking that the favor he was talking about. Then, the eccentric physician asked the leader curiously if he was going to ask them to examine the people living in that area. Beek-Leob was surprised by how the eccentric physician knew about that. Then, the eccentric physician claimed that they found traces of poison while investigating on the orders of the Master Tison. It seemed that the effects of the poison had already spread to the surrounding area. Beek-Leob was shocked and wondered if it was not a plague but poison. The scene transitioned to Tison, where he stood behind Kwangwen. It had been a long time since Tison had last practiced the heavenly earth side. Tison shaped his hands into a triangle. He held his arms aloft at precise, contrasting angles. He jumped in a circular way to perform a magical technique. He put his foot down and was ready to be jumped again. He jumped again and thought about it, believing that he was sure. Tison felt that it was the smell of poison once used by the poison demon. He wondered if it was about 3 years before he died as the heavenly demon. Back then, the arrogant guy thought that Tison was untouchable, and Tison happened to cross paths with him by chance. He had met the leader of the River Marshall Alliance instead. Things might have ended differently. However, every heavenly demon was immune to all poisons. Tison extended his hand. Pink rays released from it. He thought that the 11 poisons could not withstand the soul-augmenting demonic art that could even incinerate a soul. The poison demon was overwhelmed entirely. whereas his punishment was to follow Tison around and reveal a different poison recipe every day just to stay alive. He returned to the moment, stayed focused, and extended his hand. His eyes were closed, and he smirked softly. He shaped his hands into a triangle, thinking that it was pretty entertaining. He wondered what the hell that poison demon had been up to. His eyes rolled to the left side when the eccentric physician called out to him. The eccentric physician informed him that they had completed the investigation on the poison Tison mentioned, and Tison asked him about its antidote. Then, the eccentric physician assured him that they could administer it at any time. Tison appreciated the eccentric physician, saying that they were going to need a lot soon, and both physicians were satisfied. The eccentric physician complained to him that the more they investigate, the stranger it gets, and Tison asked what it was. The eccentric physician told him that it did not seem to be the work of the poison demon. Tison asked if it did not seem to be the poison demon. Afterward, the eccentric physician agreed and informed him that the poison was deadly, but it had been made in a crude and unrefined manner. If it had been adequately prepared, the entire city of Yichang would already be in ruins. The eccentric physician showed his arm and told him that poison was not made to kill people. It showed the body's recovery and drained one's vital energy. Right after, Tison remained silent and had something on his mind. Then, the eccentric physician declared that if one were sedated continuously, even if one survives, one would become nothing more than a walking corpse. He added that they would continue treating the poisoned individuals in the area. Both physicians went away, and Tison thought that a poison that leaves people as good as dead. It might be related to the energy of the soul, demonic art that he sensed back then. Tison needed more information about poison and decided to go to the Hao faction. He called out to Kwangwen to come with him, and Kwangwen agreed. As they walked, Lady Yon called out to Tison, and he stopped. She asked him about where they were going. She smirked and assured him that they had assisted the divine physician and the eccentric physician, and Tison told her to go to the Golden Jade House. After that, Yu Xiaoyan objected to the Golden Jade House and asked him if that was not a brothel. Tison agreed and said that it is the largest one in Yichang. Yu Xiaoyan again objected to him about what he could do and reminded him that he was with Lady Yon now. Tison said to her that if she was bored, she could come along too. Lady Yon bowed her head down and felt disappointed, and Yu Xiaoyan wondered how he could do that. She became angry and furiously told Tison that she had asked him that countless times. Before she went off, she sarcastically told him he did whatever he wanted. As she left, she assured Tison that she would help the divine physician and the eccentric physician instead. Consequently, both of them went away. Tison remained quiet, wondering what Lady Yon had asked him to do. Then, Tison ordered him to go to the destination with him. The scene transitioned to the vicinity of the River Marshall Alliance medical area, where the entire crowd of patients was waiting outside the camps. Lady Yon and Yu Xiaoyan stood before the older man. On the other side, the divine and eccentric physician was napping while waiting in the room. As they awoke, the eccentric physician assured the divine physician that he had never treated more than one patient per day before, and the divine physician asked him how he had even gained his skills with so little experience. The eccentric physician spoke proudly of his skill, saying he saw 100 patients a day and had worked hard to become a physician. Still, the divine physician replied that he had once treated 200 patients in a single day. Then, the eccentric physician told him that he was just kidding, because there was no way to prove it, and the divine physician replied that he was only speaking the truth. Even thinking about it made him shudder. The needle eccentric curiously told him that, though he saw patients, fasting was not good for them either. The divine physician told him that he did not want to do it either, and asked him what choice he had, adding that the only person scarier than his master was Tison himself. He told him that his master was unbelievably terrifying. Consequently, he asked the divine physician about Tison's true identity. However, the divine physician was unaware of Tison's true identity and informed him that he had met someone similar before. The eccentric physician shouted, demanding that he just admit they were on the same side, and asked him about his identity and who Tison was. The divine physician bowed his head down and smirked. He revealed that his master was the heavenly demon sacred cult. The eccentric physician was stunned and said that he should not have asked. Then, he asked him who exactly his master was. Suddenly, the divine physician felt something, and he asked who they were. He stood up from the seat and looked confused, and the needle eccentric did not understand what the divine physician said. The divine physician stepped slowly towards the window and stopped. He sensed that a bunch of people stood on the pavilion. He did not say anything while the eccentric physician also stood from his seat. The eccentric physician stood beside him. He warned him that they would not be getting even a single moment of rest. A zombie was sitting on the pavilion, its red eyes staring out from its face. All the people, especially Lady Yon and Yu Xiaoyan, looked at the brutes. The divine physician instructed Yu Xiaoyan to bring everyone here to the medical hall in safety. Lady Yon and Yu Xiaoyan were stunned. The divine physician told them both seriously that there was no time, and the eccentric physician instructed her to summon the martial artists from the River Martial Alliance. Afterward, Yu Xiaoyan ordered Lady Yon to go with her, and Lady Yon agreed. All the zombies sat in a kneeling position on the pavilion, and all the warriors looked at them. Lady Yon bowed her head down and felt sad. She turned her face, surprisingly, and thought about Tison. The scene transitioned to the White Flower courtesan house, part of the Hao faction, where a mistress sat beside Tison's chair, serving him tea. She put the tea from the pot. Kwangwen stood outside the room, and Tison asked her if he should be the one to look for her. She apologized, saying she didn't know Tison had come himself and that they would handle the thugs and report soon. Tison told her to do her job well, because he didn't want to be let down again. Tison asked her what brought her to Yicheng. She told him that suspicious activities had been happening around the Martial Alliance and assured him that she had come to assist him directly. She informed him that they were also investigating the Black Iron Clan in conjunction with that location, which the Yicheng branch of the Hao faction had disguised as the Golden Jade House. Suddenly, someone called out to her and told her that a messenger had just arrived with an urgent message from the River Martial Alliance, and the mistress was permitted to come in. A guy and the messenger came into the room, and the messenger told Tison that the divine physician and needle physician had asked him to go with them. Tison was shocked to hear him, and wondered why they asked for him. The messenger informed him that they had something urgent to convey to him. He added that they were both staying at a small inn nearby, and Tison asked if they were not supposed to be tending to the sick. The messenger agreed, but both of them said that the current situation was special and assured him that he would escort Tison there immediately. Tison asked how he knew where to find him, and said to him that he never told them where he was going. The messenger informed him that they had discovered this through other means. Suddenly, Kwangwen twisted his arm forcefully. He pinned the messenger to the ground with intense force, and the messenger screamed, not knowing what he was doing. Then, the mistress asked Tison what was going on, and told him that the man was a martial artist from the River Martial Alliance. Kwangwen stated that there were several suspicious things, but the most unbelievable one was that the messenger claimed the divine physician and the needle eccentric asked for Tison. Tison ordered the mistress to send someone to the River Martial Alliance and have them check the nearby inn, and Tison gave the messenger to her because he was a spy. The mistress seemed to be trapped, and Tison said to her clearly that something was going on behind the scenes. Consequently, Tison commanded Kwangwen to come with him to find the divine and eccentric physician. The scene shifted to the vicinity of the River Martial Alliance medical area, where the brutes were standing on the pavilions. All the warriors raised their swords in the same position and were ready to attack them. Both of the physicians remained quiet. The divine physician thought that he could not send anyone out, and escaping was out of the question. He wondered why the zombies felt so familiar. All the brutes stood on the pavilion on the sidelines, and one shadow formed with a black robe. The shadow stepped forward. The divine physician was astonished. It was discovered that the shadow guy was the leader who came to have conversations with the divine and eccentric physicians. He had hidden his face by wearing a black robe. The divine physicians objected to the man for not starting by getting rid of those dangerous-looking people behind him. The eccentric physician asked him that they were from Jiangxi's, and the divine physician told him that they seemed half alive. He could see both death and life energy coexisting within them. The eccentric screamed and told him to stop mid-sentence, and the divine physician seemed as if they were from their cult. Their weak point was where those two energies intersected, but he was not certain. The divine physician was satisfied with him and told him that he would leave the questions till later. The needle eccentric shouted confidently, asking where the guy was who wanted to talk with him. The leader was waiting for it because it seemed the eccentric physician was having a serious discussion. He offered him the option to side with them if he wished to do so, and he was welcome to do so at any time. He told him they could offer rewards he could not even fathom. Then, the eccentric physician said he had brought a group of people oozing with bloodlust, and now he was saying things like that, and asked if he thought anyone would fall for it, adding that no one would be foolish enough just to follow him. The guy remained quiet. The eccentric physician asked him with an ugly face if he was one of the stupid ones. The guy did not expect anything. It seemed like this would not end peacefully, so he extended his hand before them, the ring bound with his middle finger. He rang it continuously. All the zombies stayed alert for the attack. All the warriors looked confused. The entire brute jumped from the pavilion. The eccentric physician opened the jar from the right-hand robe and said that he could not protect everyone here. He suggested they try their best to survive themselves. He pulled out the bunch of needles from the jar and motivated himself to do his best, too. He launched his needles at the zombies before they had a chance to strike. On the other side, the brutes had come close to them. One of the warriors raised his sword and moved to attack. He slashed the zombie on the right shoulder. The brutes were in a fury. All the warriors remained stunned, and one of the warriors muttered that they were monsters. On the other side, the eccentric physician attacked them continuously with the needles. He screamed that if they kept them, everyone would die, and there had to be something they could do. While the divine physician was fighting, he consoled the eccentric physician, urging him to stop rushing and assuring him that he was okay. He killed the zombie, and it fell forcefully to the ground. When the eccentric physician threw his needles on the brutes, the divine physician screamed that another wave was coming. The divine physician thought that there was no end to them. They were hitting their weak spots like they planned, but there were just too many. When he thought continuously, one of the zombies jumped at him. He pinned the divine physician to the ground with intense force, sat on him, and was about to eat him. The divine physician looked afraid and screamed that he did not want to die. With a loud voice, he called out to Tison to save him. When the brute was about to eat him, someone rapidly swung her sword and severed his head. The divine physician screamed in fear. It was discovered that Lady Yon swung her sword and severed the brute's head, and she asked the divine physician if he was okay. The divine physician expressed his gratitude before her. Yu Xiaoyan approached them while walking and asked if they were all right. She informed both of them that she had evacuated everyone into the inner chamber as instructed, but she did not know how long they would be able to hold out. Someone asked them who these people were, while the other told them that they did not seem like humans. While trying to stand, the divine physician assured that he was not sure, but it seemed they were from half-living Jiangxi. It seemed they came here to target them. Yu Xiaoyan did not understand the meaning of half-living Jiangxi. The divine physician motivated them that there was no time to explain. To kill them, they must either pierce their gate of origin pressure point. Few zombies were ready for their attack and stood on the pavilion. Lady Yon and Yu Xiaoyan gripped their swords in unison. Together, they rushed forward, raising their swords in the same stance. During running, Yu Xiaoyan turned her eyes towards Yon Haran and thought that they had always protected her. She recalled her past for a little while, considering that Yon Haran stood by her like a rock everywhere. She decided to protect Yon Haran at that time, and she rapidly ran as she approached where the brutes stood on the pavilion. The story continues with a zombie who was being attacked by the eccentric physician, who kept throwing needles at him. The brute fell on the ground, and the eccentric physician understood that it was endless. Suddenly, the blood began to flow from the eccentric physician's mouth like a fountain. He wondered if he used much of his internal energy, and the divine physician put his hand on the eccentric physician's shoulder and suggested that it might be best to find a chance to escape. After that, the divine physician put his arm on his right shoulder, and the eccentric physician asked him how they could do with the enemy blocking the way. The divine physician told him he had one hidden move left, but it was a gamble, and he decided to take the chance and escape. Then, the eccentric physician asked the eccentric physician if he wanted him to run away alone. During their walk, the divine physician told him that he was the fastest among them. He said to him, laughing, that the protagonist always stood until the end. He ordered the eccentric physician to find Tison. Right after, the divine physician screamed furiously at the brutes, and all the zombies remained shocked at once. He threw the antidote to the brutes and declared that they should take it. He hit the bottle against the target perfectly, and the pink radiation was released and surrounded them. The zombies were coughing constantly due to the effect of the divine physician, who threw something at them. The divine physician smirked, thinking that he was worried it wouldn't work. The swallows appeared on the zombies' face, which looked twisted and disfigured. Their faces were blasted, and the fire surrounded them. The divine physician excitedly told him that it was his chance now, and said he would hold off the ones following him, then decided to keep moving. The eccentric physician shouted at him to stay alive, and the divine physician reminded him that he was his older brother. Both physicians ran continuously. On the other side, the guy who seemed worried. He rang the bell again to alert the zombies. At that time, the white light was visible on their eyes and mouths. One zombie rushed at both of the physicians. As the brute came near, both of them wondered what that light was. At the same time, the eccentric physician extended both his hands, releasing the blue lights that were on them. The zombie shouted due to the effect of the eccentric physician's attack. He pushed backward forcefully and stopped himself. In response, the entire brute rapidly charged both of them. On the other side, Yusioyan felt something happening. She called out to Lady Yon because Yon Haran was sitting in a kneeling position, put her hand on her right tricep, and the blood was flowing, and she felt pain. Yusioyan stepped towards her and screamed if she was okay. Lady Yon consoled her, saying she was fine, and Yusioyan advised her to stop the bleeding. Suddenly, both of them stayed alert. They saw the entire bunch of zombies and thought that they were still. All of the brutes screamed, and the white light was coming out of their mouths. Lady Yon and Yusioyan seemed worried. After that, Lady Yon said she had lashed out at Tison earlier. She added that she wanted to see Tison one last time. She held Lady Yon's hand and told her with a smile that she was glad she was here with a friend. Yusioyan was shocked, her eyes widening in surprise. This was just like when Lady Yon told her with the same expressions and words when they met each other in childhood. Both of them held each other's hands. They stayed alert and stood in the same position. The entire brute was attacked by both of them, jumping heavily. Yusioyan and Lady Yon's vision was to keep fighting until death. Both of them raised their swords upward as the zombies reached out to attack them. Suddenly, both of them were shocked and felt something had happened. The entire brutes who reached their targets were eliminated, and pink rays surrounded everywhere, which indicated that Tison had reached the River Marshal Alliance medical area. The two shadows appeared, and the white light flickered behind them. It was discovered that Tison held the zombie's neck. Lady Yon's eyes remained wide, and she could not believe Tison would come here. He pressed his neck forcefully, and the white rays escaped his face. The entire zombie army was automatically eliminated one by one. Then, Tison asked why there were so many half-dead people everywhere. Lady Yon and Yusioyan were happy to see Tison. Both physicians felt excited that Tison arrived here. On the other side, the guy stood on the upper story of the pavilion. He said that he did not expect it to get that bad. While the other said that he did not have a choice then. He ate the pill and swallowed it. Suddenly, the pill affected him, and he bowed down, shouting. He grew until his clothes tore apart, revealing his spine. The divine physician was shocked to see him and wondered what that was. Slowly, the guy transformed into a dangerous monster, until his nails grew long and sharp. He stood tall, his eyes and mouth glowing, and was ready to attack. Both of the physicians were astonished, and the divine physician told them that he had unleashed his latent power. He had given up being human. Tison stayed alert, assuming something was on his mind. He wondered what the world was attached to his soul. However, the danger jumped from the pavilion. He came down and slid along the stairs. After sliding, he jumped again and passed over Tison. As he passed over, a white light shone from his eyes. Lady Yon and Yusioyan were shocked to see him. The dangerous monster formed from the smoke. The smoke had hidden the dangerous monster. Tison stood behind him on the pavilion and said to him that it was causing such a din while on a rampage. The beast rolled his eyes on the backside. Then, he rushed towards Tison, waving his hands. Tison felt something strange again. He thought about a dangerous monster that had twisted his soul and body bizarrely. Suddenly, the dangerous monster attacked Tison powerfully, but Tison dodged him. Smoke billowed out, filling the entire area. Lady Yon called out to Tison. Yusioyan thought that Lady Yon was injured and could not move easily. She felt like she didn't even have the strength to move anymore. Immediately, the monster rushed towards Yusioyan and Lady Yon, and both of them decided to dodge because he was too fast. Just as the monster was about to attack them both, Kwangwen appeared between them and attacked the monster. Kwangwen's attack cut his finger. He turned his eyes red. In response, he attacked them continuously with his nails. He struck Kwangwen's arm with his claw. Kwangwen thought that he was blocking it for now, but it was much stronger than he thought. When the monster approached them, Kwangwen raised his sword to protect Lady Yon and Yusioyan. The monster was on the verge of killing them. At the same time, Tison hit the monster by raising his hand to the monster's abdomen. The beast threw backward due to Tison's attack, smashing through multiple pavilion walls. Then, Tison told the beast that he still needed to train a lot more. The monster tried to stand up. Tison felt that the monster had vanished recently. After that, Lady Yon called out to Tison. She expected Tison to be stronger than before, but not to that extent. The entire brute awaited their action on the pavilion. Tison smirked and said to the zombies that they were all here, too. The zombies rapidly rushed towards him. Tison thrust out his hand, then closed his fist in a flash. All the zombies were eliminated in one trick. Tison thought that he had been having his suspicions for a while now. He declared to the zombies that they were carrying around all sorts of valuable things on their bodies. The remaining zombies stood on the pavilion. He raised his fist, then opened it, and pink rays burst from his hand, warning them not to chase him. They would waste his strength. Consequently, all the zombies died, especially their bunch leader. Both physicians stood before the monster, who had recently died, and the eccentric physician asked the other to examine the monster's deep wrinkles. He added that the monster's voice did not sound like that of an old man. Then, the divine physician replied that the monster had used up all its latent strength, and it gained power by sacrificing its lifespan. The eccentric physician asked him if he had seen them earlier and objected that he looked as if he knew something. He screamed furiously and told him not to stall for time, but to talk with him instead, and asked what he meant by half-living jiangshi. The divine physician revealed that they inject corpse energy into living people. As the corpse energy slowly took over their bodies, they gradually became jiangshi. He added that it was truly unforgivable. It was not as simple as just injecting it. A special technique was required. He told the eccentric physician to extract their life energy so that they were barely clinging to life. He added that poison was used to create these things. The divine physician should have realized it when they first found it. He recalled to the eccentric physician that when the divine physician threw the antidote to the zombies, they created it. When the balance between the two energies was disrupted, the body could no longer endure it. Then, the eccentric physician asked the divine physician how he knew about all that. And the divine physician replied to him that creating half jiangshi and triggering latent force explosions were things his cult was researching. The eccentric physician was shocked to hear him. Then, the eccentric physician asked his final question about the heavenly demon and the sacred cult, but the divine physician remained quiet. Subsequently, he replied that the monsters were people with an overwhelming thirst for power. They ultimately had to abandon the project. The divine physician told him that there were too many weaknesses and that it was not something humans should pursue. It seemed like someone had tried to turn the monster into soldiers, and they had seemed to have succeeded to some extent. Afterward, the divine physician opened the monster's mouth, and an orange pill was stuck on his teeth. He pulled it out from his teeth and asked what it was. It seemed like a pill that unleashed latent force. The monsters extracted a molar and implanted it in the space left behind, and then reported this to Tison. Then, the eccentric physician assured him that he was curious because there was something else. He noticed that when Tison appeared, the zombies started blowing up one by one, and he did not believe how that happened, and asked if Tison was a human. On the other hand, Tison thought that the spirit energy was significantly refined. It seemed as though he was consuming an elixir made of pure spirit energy. He noticed that when the soul-augmenting demon art was triggered, the internal balance that was keeping their bodies together collapsed, and all their spirit energy poured out. He felt like their half-dead bodies were filled with energy, people who could control spiritual energy so freely. Tison thought that there were others aside from the heavenly demon who could do that, adding that both the energy that was clinging to that guy earlier as well as the energy he felt back then, and are related to the soul-augmenting demonic art. It may be a little different, but they still hold similarities. Then, Tison decided to find more of them there. The scene transitioned to the River Martial Alliance. Yon Heron was running continuously in Tison's room. She approached the door of the room and, surprisingly, looked at Tison. She saw that Tison was sitting in a meditative position and told him that she had heard he was staying behind, asking if it was because of the two physicians. Then, Tison said to her that he was the one who had stayed behind. Lady Yon heard that the gathering of the generation's rising stars had been cancelled, and all the rising generation martial artists were ordered to return. Tison told her that going ahead with the meeting under these circumstances would be difficult. Afterward, Lady Yon thanked him. She gave the reason for thanking him because Tison saved her life. Tison looked at her emotionally. Lady Yon was surprised because Tison smiled a little. She thought that it had been right next to her all along, a pure soul other than Soso's. However, Tison asked her if she was returning today, and she replied that she would be returning tomorrow. At the same time, Tison stood and approached Lady Yon, inviting her to come to his room tonight. She was amazed to hear his invitation. She stared at Tison in shock. She bowed her head and agreed with him, then asked when she should come. Tison told her that she could come whenever, and Lady Yon decided to go to him. She assured Tison that she would see him later. The story continues to an inn, where Yeon Haran roams continuously from right to left, and Yu Seoyeon does not understand because she seems to think Lady Yeon was unwell. She told her with confusion that she was fine. Yu Seoyeon called out to Lady Yeon with worriedly. Then, Lady Yeon told her with a smile that it was already late at night, and told her to go and get some rest too. Yu Seoyeon screamed with anger, saying that she must protect Lady Yeon all night. Lady Yeon told her that they were in the River Martial Alliance, and nothing would happen. She put her hand on her forehead and commanded her to go and rest now. Yu Seoyeon was shocked because she could not believe Lady Yeon could do that. Then, Lady Yeon smirked and said to Yu Seoyeon that she noticed the situation. Afterward, Yu Seoyeon put both her arms on Lady Yeon's shoulder, and said that there were a few parts she was not satisfied with, but since things had come to that, Yu Seoyeon told her that she could do that before it was too late, and Lady Yeon agreed with her. The scene shifted to the pavilion at night. The woman, robed in a full black dress, seemed like a robber. She jumped from the pavilion. On the other side, Kwangwon slept under a covered structure, where the horses rest. Lady Yeon tried to walk secretly. She reached the door of Tisun's and motivated herself to do it. She was about to open the door. Tisun had already opened it, and Lady Yeon remained shocked. Tisun permitted her to come in, and Lady Yeon agreed. Lady Yeon wondered if she looked weird. Then Tisun showed her his bed, and she rushed towards it, thinking she no longer cared. Suddenly, Lady Yeon lay on the bed and was covered with a blanket. She wanted him to promise her one thing. She added that she would no longer visit the courtesan's house. She felt a strange light in her eyes. She opened her eyes. Then, Tisun told her that he had already found better men anyway. Lady Yeon remained shocked to hear his statement. She told him what he said and reminded him that he had promised her. Tisun put his hand on her with love. Tisun consoled her, saying that she would no longer hurt. The scene shifted to where Lady Yeon lay on her bed. While she leaped, she muttered about Tisun. When she opened her eyes, they remained wide. She realized that it was a dream. She pulled her blanket back. Lady Yeon got up from the bed. She put her head on her arms, and it seemed she was emotionally overwhelmed. Then, she wondered if she had fallen asleep. Afterward, Lady Yeon stepped outside onto the ground, and Kwangwon stood behind her. She looked disappointed. She came into her inn and went to the door of her room. She remained shocked. She saw Yu Seoyeon sitting in a kneeling position and staring at Lady Yeon. She asked her how it had gone. Lady Yeon looked at her with emotion. However, Yu Seoyeon roamed beside her and asked many questions about the circumstances that Lady Yeon faced because she felt worried. Lady Yeon assured Yu Seoyeon that she had just slept, telling her that they could not do anything. She thought Tisun must be disappointed, and Yu Seoyeon smiled a little. Yu Seoyeon consoled her and said to her in a mocking way that there would be other chances, and Lady Yeon asked her if she was making fun of her. Yu Seoyeon was laughing continuously. Lady Yeon wondered why she looked even prettier now, and thought if it was because she had someone like her. The scene transitioned to Tisun, where he stood beside the tree. He rolled his leg and made a mystic hand sign. Then, he mustered his inner energy and thought that he had crossed the bridge now. From here on, even just steady training would gradually heal him, and if he found a decent soul, he would still extract it. But Yeon Haran's soul was more stable than Soso's. Her soul energy was purer and greater than anyone else's, and that time, he could tell for sure. Soso's soul was mixed with Seon Haryong's soul. It could not have been a coincidence for Seon Haryong's soul to be embedded in the destined partner of this reincarnated body. Tisun wondered how someone dared to exist who would mock him, the heavenly demon. He asked himself if there was a deeper meaning behind all that. Tisun smirked, and it seemed like something interesting. The purpose of Tisun was to enjoy life quietly. He thought that if anything got in Tisun's way, then he would completely obliterate it. Suddenly, the horse-drawn carriage stopped in the River Martial Alliance. The two women sat in the horse-drawn carriage. The woman wondered what that terrifying energy was that he felt coming from inside. Someone put her leg down on the carriage. The scene transitioned to Tisun, where he sat in a chair, and the guard informed him that the mistresses of the White Flower Courtesan House and the Golden Jade House had arrived. Both of them were walking towards Tisun. They appeared in front of him. They were kneeling and bowing profoundly, with their foreheads almost touching the ground, and the lady from the White Courtesan House greeted Tisun, and told him that they were relieved to see that Tisun was safe and well. Tisun remained quiet at once. He wondered why she was suddenly acting like that, until she was famous for being cold and calculating. Then, Tisun asked both of them what the investigation revealed. The lady assured him that they managed to identify most of those involved in the incident. but they were all found dead. He asked her if there was not one they had captured, and told even the messenger eventually took his life himself. The inn where the two physicians were supposedly staying did not even exist. The messenger was also deceived. The lady was surprised and did not believe that the messenger took his life himself while in the River Marshal Alliance. Suddenly, the lady from the Golden Jade House pulled out the letter and informed him that it was a list compiling suspicious movements near Yichang in the days leading up to the incident. Tison took the letter and read it. The mistress remained shocked. Then, Tison praised her and objected to the water route. It seemed that she had uncovered that much. Both of the ladies remained stunned. The mistress of the Hao faction was satisfied with him and told him that it was the safest method to smuggle in the half-Jiangshi without being discovered. Then, the mistress of the Golden Jade House assured him that they had already begun investigating unusual movements of nearby water bandits, and added that they had gotten lucky. Tison claimed that she was more useful than he expected. Then it was likely that the half-Jiangshi were now in the hands of the water bandits, and the mistress agreed, according to all signs which seemed most probable. Tison wished to talk a little with those thugs, and the mistress of the White Flower Courtesan House satisfied and assured him that they would take him to them right away. Suddenly, she looked in confusion. Tison looked at her fiercely. Afterward, the mistress of the Golden Jade House told him that they would prepare immediately. Before Tison went off, he commanded both of them to hurry up and told them that he was not one to savor things slowly. But the lady of the Golden Jade House could not say anything before him. Both of them came outside an inn. While walking, the lady of the White Flower Courtesan House asked her if she was fine. The lady of the Golden Jade House told her confidently that she was fine, and another mistress told her to sense something earlier. The mistress of the Golden Jade House asked her about Tison's identity. The mistress of the White Flower Courtesan House introduced Tison as the second master of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild and their current master, who summons them. She said to the mistress of the Golden Jade House that when Tison was on her side, he was more reliable than anyone and consoled her not to worry too much. The other mistress told her that he first gave her the Shadow Stride. She revealed that Tison was the one who was powerful enough to stop the ramblings of old men who suggested kidnapping him. The mistress told her that she did not understand it at the time, but now she wondered why she understood, and the mistress of the courtesan house said to her that they could have gotten into serious trouble back then. She felt glad, saying that they had found someone who understood, and asked her if they would prepare to visit the water bandits now, and added that Tison was not someone who likes to be kept waiting. The mistress of the Golden Jade House agreed with her. Both of them continued walking. Golden Jade House's mistress wondered if she had seen Tison earlier. The scene transitioned to the ship. As it was sailing, Lady Yon stood quietly on the boat. She recalled her past when Tison and his companions stood outside the pavilion. Yu Xiaoyan asked her if she would be okay without her following Lady Yon. Lady Yon consoled her, saying that the divine physician had healed all her wounds, and the best warriors of the River Marshal Alliance would be escorting her. Yu Xiaoyan remained quiet, and Tison and Kuangwen, especially Soso, looked at her emotionally. Then, she held Yu Xiaoyan's hand and suggested that she help Tison, which would be better for her. Afterward, Lady Yon turned to Tison. She told him that they would meet next time. She said to him that he had to embrace her. Now, she came from her thoughts and was sure that when Tison became so powerful, Xiaoyan was facing a fateful opportunity. She realized that she must not stop her as a friend and as a fellow warrior. Yu Xiaoyan came alone after all. She was in a better place now than she was then. She felt excited and thought that she would spend a night with Tison next time. Suddenly, Beekli Jiangshan, the elder of the Beekli clan, stood behind her and looked at her. He smiled, feeling happy to see her. Lady Yon turned her head to the elder man. Subsequently, Lady Yon wondered what that was, thinking that she had felt a gaze just now. The ship headed continuously. It was sailing away from a group of boats and ships near the shore, heading toward the open sea. The warriors felt something on the ship. It was discovered that they were zombies from the Su Dagoon's residence near the shore, heading towards it. The ships and vessels of the zombies' army appeared in front of them. Someone shouted and alerted the passengers that the water bandits were approaching here. He screamed that the water bandits had arrived. The passengers felt afraid and wondered if they would be okay. Then, Lady Yon wondered why the water bandits dared to attack the River Marshal Alliance ship. A man, seemingly a masked warrior with red eyes and a large sword, stood in a threatening pose. On the other side, Tison and two mistresses were calmly standing on a ship, looking ahead as it sailed. Tison wondered if it was because he found out that she carried the soul of Xian Harion. It seemed that it was just his imagination. The mistress of Courtesan House told him that he felt comfortable and asked if he was okay. Tison commanded her to hurry up. Then, he wondered why he felt so uneasy about that. The scene shifted to the opponent's ships, where they appeared in front of it. Yon Haran asked why there were too many of them and asked if they could break through. However, the Beakley Junction stayed tuned and looked to the opponent forces. Lady Yon asked the elder if he happened to know the best way to escape to the mainland. The elder told her that, given the current situation, breaking through the left side seemed to be the best option. Yon Haran questioned him, pointing out that the two ships might block their path, and Beakley Junction told her that someone had to go over there and distract them. Yon Haran understood it, and she decided to go to the ship on the left. Beakley Junction told her he would take the right side and asked if she would be alright. Lady Yon consoled him, assuring him that she would be okay, which was not the issue. That was simply something that someone had to do. The older man smirked. He commanded the warriors to follow Yon Haran and ordered them to split into two groups, preparing to board. It seemed that it was going to be a fierce fight. The scene shifted to the ship, with Tison leading at the front while his companions stood ready and focused. Tison called out to the mistress of the Golden Jade House, and the mistress answered him. He asked her about his identity. She replied to him, saying that she was not aware of him. Afterward, Tison remained quiet. Then, the mistress of the Courtesan House felt something and warned him that they had long passed the areas where the water bandits usually appear. Tison said to her that they had not seen a single one of them yet. Suddenly, the lady remained shocked. She said that the rising generation's martial artists were in danger. They must have gone to ambush that side. Tison was ordered to lead the way. He commanded them to follow the river straight down rapidly. Tison said that they would go with mobility arts. He ordered them to bring the boat close to the shore, and they would have had a long way to go. After approaching the coast, Kwangwon and Yu Sioyan jumped off the ship. Both of them remained alert, ran together, and remembered that something could happen. Yu Sioyan thought that she should have gone with Lady Yon after all. Then, Kwangwon thought that Yu Sioyan did not look like herself and wondered if she was feeling anxious or feeling guilty. During their rush, someone rushed ahead. He left both of them behind. Both of them asked when he passed them. It was discovered that Tison was the one who realized their weakness, saying that if they fell behind, they would get special training. Both of them remained stunned. The scene shifted to the opponent's ships, who stayed tuned in front of them. The masked bully guy appeared and threatened them. Lady Yon looked at them carefully. He mocked them, saying their faces showed they had just learned the truth about their people, and said he wouldn't kill them all if they surrendered. The older man told her not to push herself too hard and added that if it was too much, she should come back right away, and Lady Yon agreed and assured him to keep that in mind. The older man ordered the ship to be moved. They turned their ship to the left side to dodge the opponent's ship. The masked man was looking at them fiercely. He ordered their forces to block the gap and instructed them not to let the enemy get through. Lady Yon and his forces jumped on the opponent's ships by waving their swords. They killed the brutes one by swinging their swords. Consequently, she jumped on the opponent's ship safely and thought that time she would not sit here and be helpless again. She ordered her soldiers to come from that way. She swung her sword at the opponents. One of the opponents fell from the ship, and Lady Yon ordered the soldiers not to let them get close while the ship was moving. Subsequently, Lady Yon turned the ship's direction and tried to dodge the opponent's ship. She was happy with her success and told her troops that they could just hold on a little longer. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she recognized a voice. The masked man jumped on Lady Yon's soldiers with great power. Lady Yon was shocked by him. The masked bully drove his massive sword into the soldier. Yon Haran took something to the soldiers and told them they must not lose it until all their ships had passed. Then, Yon Haran raised her sword in front of the masked man, ready to fight. The masked guy told her that she seemed more capable than he thought. Lady Yon swung her sword in a straight way, but he dodged her attack. She commanded the two soldiers to rush to the injured troops. The masked man raised his giant sword and told her that even if he let everyone else go, there was no way he would let her escape, and added that he would make her serve him like a slave for the rest of her life. Someone called out to the masked guy, who had attacked him on the wrist. With a swift strike, the masked man's hand was severed. It was discovered that Tison was the one who threw the stones quickly at the masked guy. Lady Yon was happy to see Tison. Afterward, Kwangwon and Yu Sioyan boarded the ship. Both of them presented in front of Lady Yon, and Yu Sioyan asked if she was okay. Lady Yon comforted them, saying she was all right, then asked how they had known to come. Meanwhile, the masked man bent over and felt pain. He pulled out the pill from the robe. That was a pill that could trigger latent power, which the divine physician spoke of. Yuseoyeon and Kwangwon, especially Lady Yon, decided to stop the masked guy. As the zombie was about to eat it, Tison threw the stone to his left hand, and the brute shouted constantly. However, the pill slipped from his hand and dropped onto the wooden floor. Tison warned the zombie that he did not use his latent power carelessly. He added that they did not bring any physicians, so they could not save them. The monster screamed in pain as both his hands were cut off, and the blood poured from his arms, shaking. Tison smirked and said he was too loud. He stepped on the monster's mouth and said it couldn't die without his permission. Tison ordered both of them to subdue him. Kwangwon and Yuseoyeon grabbed the monster forcefully. Tison thought that the elixirs were over there. He stood on the boat and declared to the enemy that they should take care of things here. He had something to attend to for a bit. All of the enemies looked at him with confusion. Tison jumped from his ship to the enemy's ship. The entire enemy force looked worried as they watched him. As he stepped onto the boat, the few enemies were shocked. The brutes blasted one by one. They had disappeared from all the boats. After that, Tison appeared in front of them. As he snapped his fingers, all the forces were prostrating before him. Then, Tison raised his arm on the left side. One of the bald opponents was stunned. Tison said it was a restriction seal. If they tried to run, they would explode like the others. He instructed them to respond correctly when spoken to, adding that he would punish them if they disobeyed him. Consequently, Tison ordered them to gather by the riverside. His order alerted all the enemies, and they jumped into the sea from the ship. Tison smiled because he felt proud of his strength. He waved both his hands, and the pink radiation surrounded the ship. The scene moved to the riverside, where Tison had imprisoned the forces, and his companions stayed tuned. Lady Yon sensed that the situation was under control. She wanted to handle it herself. She thought that when her companions appeared, she could not help but feel a sense of relief from deep within. She thought about the masked guy, who was just that strong. Before Lady Yon was thinking more, Tison called out to Lady Yon and asked why she was just standing here blankly. She wanted to say something to him, but Tison interrupted her words and said that if she was going to cry, she should do it somewhere else because Tison hated that kind of thing. He ordered her to go tell them to prepare the ship, adding that they needed to put those people on it and send them to the River Marshal Alliance, and Lady Yon agreed to his order. She called out to Tison with emotion. Tison asked her what it was. Afterward, Lady Yon thanked him for saving her again, and she added that she was always just the one being helped. Tison turned his face towards her and remained quiet. Then, Tison informed her that he was going back once that was all over. He asked her why she hadn't waited for him and gone back with him. He thought there were still some things he needed to extract. Lady Yon was amazed and inquired of him what was fine. He assured her that there was no reason it would not be. Then, Lady Yon smiled and was satisfied with him. The scene transitioned to Beakley Junction, who thought Tison was genuinely remarkable. According to Beakley Junction's thought, Tison's presence alone brought down the half Jiangxi, and he wondered if it was because of some innate counter-trait. Now that it was clear the enemies were targeting the River Marshal Alliance, Beakley Junction knew they had to bring Tison in, because he would be an invaluable asset. Soon after, Tison and Lady Yon stood together on the riverside at night. Tison wondered if Lady Yon was his fiancée, because that girl seemed extraordinary too, and approaching her might work just as well. However, Beakley Junction did not like the idea that Lady Yon would have matched well with their Beakley clan's Muryang, thinking that if things went smoothly, he could catch two rabbits at once. Suddenly, Tison knew that someone had appeared here who looked at both of them, and he turned his face away. He saw the elder man, who looked at him scaredly. Then, Tison stared at him with eyes that turned dangerous, and beams of pink light shot out. For Tison's response, the elder bowed his head down, feeling afraid. He was kneeling and bowing deeply behind them, with their foreheads almost touching the ground. He sighed deeply. Then, he wondered what that was just now, and if he had just gotten overwhelmed by the aura of a younger generation. He declared himself to be Beakley Junction, the River Alliance leader's older brother, and an elder of the Beakley clan. Afterward, Tison smiled and wondered where Beakley Junction thought he was looking at both of them with those greedy eyes. He felt that everything around him was his. The scene shifted to the guy who was imprisoned by the ropes, and it grabbed him tightly. The divine and eccentric physician appeared before him, and the divine physician appreciated that guy because he did not release his latent energy. Still, he beat them up mercilessly. At that moment, Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan bowed their heads and greeted the physicians. The eccentric physician assured them that he had come as soon as he heard the news and inquired about Tisun. Then, the divine physician pointed to him. There he was. Both of the physicians looked to Tisun, who stood with Lady Yon. All of his companions greeted, and the eccentric physician asked if he was fine. Consequently, Tisun ordered them to wake that guy, and they agreed. Someone stabbed the needle in his neck. He coughed deeply and was conscious. The divine physician said it might be better to use acupuncture at that rate, and the eccentric physician advised to cut the crap right there. Both physicians were getting confused with each other while Tisun stood before the masked guy. Tisun came near and asked him where the rest of the elixirs were. He told him that he would find out for himself if the monster did not tell about it. Suddenly, Tisun put his hand on the monster's head, and the guy screamed. Tisun's companions stayed tuned. Lady Yon wondered what Tisun was doing. On the other hand, the monster fell due to the effect of Tisun's power. Then, Tisun ordered his companions to go to retrieve the remaining elixirs. Tisun was leading at the front while his companions stood. The mistress from the courtesan house realized that they had concluded they were suspected of being a group known as the Guangdong Four Fiends, and told him that there were 4 of them in total. The one who led the raid on the medical hall and the masked man were the first 2. While the remaining 2 were believed to be at the location, they had been heading in a new direction. She told him that these individuals were active around 50 years ago. Afterward, Lady Yon remained quiet, stayed tuned to Tisun, and had 2 mistresses. Then, Lady Yon told Yu Xiaoyan that she thought they were heading back to the River Martial Alliance. Then, Yu Xiaoyan asked her if she did not follow them, knowing where they were going, and assured her that they were on their way to clean up the remaining forces. She objected to her for cleaning up the remaining troops without any backup. Yu Xiaoyan agreed and said they would check it out. If it were too much for them, they would just fall back. Then, Lady Yon gazed at both physicians who were napping, and Kwangwen was humming. She realized that everyone seemed unusually relaxed. She wondered if it was because of Tisun. She glanced at both mistresses. She didn't know about them because she had never seen them before, and Yu Xiaoyan introduced her to them, explaining that these were the mistresses of the White Flower Courtesan House and Golden Jade House, adding that they were the Hao faction branch leaders. She objected to her about the Hao faction branch leaders. Yu Xiaoyan told her that both of the mistresses were currently working under Tisun. Lady Yon thought that Tisun was something else. The scene continued with 2 ships sailing steadily. Tisun, who had gotten off with his companions, was now standing on the beach with them. 2 guys who wore the white masks appeared. One of the guys informed them that this was the location they had found based on the intel provided by Tisun. The divine physician wondered if they didn't have to go into that place because it was pitch black. The guy pointed his hand to the left side and told him that they would escort them safely to the best of their ability. He directed the entire group to go that way. Both of the physicians were shocked. They were angry because they could at least show the elders some respect. All of them followed the 2 guys. Then, the mistress of the courtesan house told them they were almost there now. The other mistress asked for permission for Tisun to shake Beakley Junction because she gave the reason that the elder had been telling them for a while now. Tisun ordered her to leave him because he was probably waiting for the right moment to barge in and try to take credit. The mistress of the Golden Jade House bowed her head down and was satisfied with him. However, the divine physician screamed, asking how much further they had to go and asking if they were not going the wrong way. The mistress of Golden Jade House replied to him that they were going on the right path, and said to him with certainty that the enemies were definitely in there, and the divine physician objected to her, how she could be so sure. The mistress of the courtesan house revealed that another mistress possessed the special ability to sense auras, and the divine physician felt something was happening rapidly. Afterward, Tisun remained quiet, and he did not respond to them. After that, he rolled his head toward the mistress of the Golden Jade House. She sensed that it was something she had felt before. Right after, the mistress of the courtesan house thought that it seemed she sensed something again, and wondered if she would ask her about it later. Suddenly, one of Tisun's companions alerted him that they could see the enemy base ahead. They seemed they have set up a proper base of operations. Then, Tisun ordered Kwangwen to clear a path, and Kwangwen obeyed his order. He swung his sword at the door of the base. The door broke into a few pieces rapidly. Tisun and his companions entered the operation base. Inside the operation base, the entire enemy force screamed, saying that the enemy was advancing toward them. Kwangwen rushed to the enemy with full confidence and killed the enemy immediately. He ran towards them constantly. On the other hand, Yu Xiaoyan stabbed her sword into the opponent's chest. Few of the enemies died by the swords of Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan. Both of them looked at each other, passing a smile. Then, Lady Yon thought that she did not even see them move and wondered if that was Yu Xiaoyan she knew. She recalled how Yu Xiaoyan had rushed forward, waving her sword at the brutes during the previous battle, and Lady Yon wondered now if Yu Xiaoyan had become stronger than her since they fought the half-Zhongxi. Soon after, Tison objected to Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan, saying they had become slow, adding that when they returned, it was time for special training. Lady Yon wondered what kind of brutal training made them dread it like that. Suddenly, the opponent forces appeared on that place and wondered if they knew where they were. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan stayed alert for their attack, and Lady Yon looked afraid. Someone from the opponent declared to Tison and his companion that he did not expect them to chase them all the way here. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan, especially Lady Yon, were shocked to hear that. It was discovered that one of the opponents was from Guangdong Demon, who said to them that he must have had their hands full with cleanup back there. He added that they were not handing over the elixir. But Tison remained standing fearlessly. The opponent told him no one had informed him they would be here. Tison asked him if he had taken it, but the opponent had hidden it nearby. He ordered both his companions to hold the line for now, which might be a bit too much for them, and he was seriously thinking about how hard to make their next training session. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan were shocked by his order, and they considered how they could fulfill it. Then, Tison released a pink aura from his body and told the opponent that they would see about that. Then, the opponent's force and the opponent from the Guangdong Demon remained shocked because Tison had disappeared rapidly. Afterward, Tison felt the elixir that was nearby in the hut. He extended his hand, and the pink aura released from his hand, which rushed straight to the hut. As the hut's door opened, the forces of zombies appeared in the hut. When Tison stepped into the hut, all the zombies disappeared automatically. The pink aura surrounded Tison's eyes. He entered the hut fearlessly. Consequently, Tison smirked, saying that was amazing. On the other side, the opponent wondered where Tison had gone. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan raised their sword because they were ready to attack. Both of them rushed together and swung their sword, but the opponent blocked their attack with his spear. Then, Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan told them that they were their opponents who stayed focused. Soon after, Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan rushed to the man together. He stared at both of them, staying alert for their next move. Then he attacked them with his spear. But Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan dodged his attack. The opponent threatened both of them to kill them all. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan realized that the enemy's mood had changed suddenly. Just then, a swordsman from the enemy's side appeared and asked the man from the Guangdong Demon faction if they were wasting time on small fries. The member told him that he was almost finished anyway. The swordsman grabbed his hand on his blade, which was hanging at his waist, and ordered him to finish all of them, and assured him that they did not have much time until the next phase. The guy understood the swordsman's order, and he kept the pill in his hand. He tossed the medicine into his mouth and bit down hard, not wasting a second. As soon as he chewed the pill, pain rushed through his body and his veins bulged. His eyes glowed, and he let out a deep, rough growl. He felt more powerful and claimed that he had never sensed such a kind of power before. Then, the swordsman ordered him to kill all of them. By using latent energy, the dangerous guy from the Guangdong Demon faction rushed all of them with their forces. He came near to them and screamed at them to take that too while they were at it. He attacked them with his spear rapidly. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan thought that the incredible man was fast. Both of them dodged his attack rapidly. Then, Kwangwen thought that he charged in because of the special training, but they were stronger than he thought. The opponent's army rushed at them. Both physicians and Lady Yon were shocked to see that scene. They wondered if they could hold out until Tison gets here. On the other hand, Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan were ready for the brute's attack. As the dangerous brute attacked them, both of them dodged it with their swords. The swordsman stood before the incredible brute. He grabbed both his hands on his swords, which were hanging at his waist. Lady Yon called out Yu Xiaoyan loudly. The swordsman swung his blade suddenly. He jumped and was about to reach Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan. On the other side, Beekli Jiangshan approached. He said that he had happened to be passing by and figured he should lend a hand. Lady Yon was shocked to see the elder. The elder told them that they were a bit much for them to handle and assured them he could take care of them, and Kwangwen thanked the elder for his help. So, Beekli Jiangshan stood before the opponents, fearlessly, saying that he had come to know about those who attacked Homuryeon and warned them to kneel quickly. He assured that he would spare their life. On the other side, Tison stood in the hut, and a pink aura surrounded the hut. slowly drifting away into the sky. He mustered his inner energy on his hand and felt proud that there was some truly immense spiritual power. He laughed, saying that coming all that way was worth it. Suddenly, the two opponents approached, and one of them told the other to hurry and inform the Guangdong four monsters that they had been wiped out, regretting that they were too late. Then, Tison rolled his face towards them. He smirked, saying that elixir had a different depth. No wonder they kept it so well hidden. The enemy was taken aback by his statement and inquired about his identity. Then, he asked him again who had been messing with them. After mustering his inner energy, Tison clenched his fist. As he closed his fist, the opponent's forces were blasted. Then, he revealed his identity, saying that he was a heavenly demon. On the other hand, Beekly Jingshan stood before the swordsman and was ready to fight. The swordsman appears powerful and dangerous, standing with his arms crossed, ready to engage in battle. Beekly Jingshan thought that he must be one of the top 10 in Homeryon to be on par with him. Kwangwen and Yu Xiaoyan stood before the formidable enemy, and they both looked scared. Kwangwen thought they had already fought many times. He felt weak from having lost too much blood, and his willpower was almost exhausted. Kwangwen did not give up. He and Yu Xiaoyan rushed towards him fearlessly. The incredible man looked scared and asked if they had ever gotten tired. He extended his spear and said that he would finish that now. As he was about to attack both of them, Kwangwen thought that he could not dodge their attack. Suddenly, Tison hit him rapidly, and both of them stayed tuned. The brute pushed down badly into the pavilion. Both of them were astonished because they could not believe it. Tison appeared and told them that his training was not as he had expected. He asked them about himself, inquiring if he had messed up his power control, and assured them that he would work on his emotions. On the other hand, the blood was coming from an incredible man, who told them that they should have just played dead from the start. He said about himself that they once ruled the world, but it ended so meaninglessly. Then, Tison turned his face to Beekly Jingshan and the opponent's swordsman. Tison said to Beekly that struggling against someone like that was disappointing, even for Homeryon. Then, the elder thought that he had misjudged him entirely, so he decided to return to Homeryon and report that immediately. He wondered if Tison was just leaving like that. Tison replied that he did not leave it. Beekly Jingshan was surprised and wondered himself if he did not care even if he died.